Signs of waking up. On the other side in the middle is a giant hole. Marong Bo also lay on the ground without moving. His limbs were tired as if he had been tortured. The boy coughed up a stream of blood like is about to die. Regardless of the outcome, naturally his mind thinks of his late senior brother. In the past, in order to protect his junior brother, Marong Bo accompanied him to practice day and night. Satisfied the homeowner. Unfortunately, on a bad day, the eldest son of the Marong family passed away due to being possessed by a ghost. Marong lay beside the cold coffin, crying in disbelief. This story. But then the funeral was held in secret that no one knew about. Searching through Big Brother Marong's belongings also found a diary. Inside the boy captured muttering with my eyes. I had to endure loneliness because my little brother could be in danger if he was always by my side. But due to father's expectations, I endured it because I am the eldest son of Marongia. I should just focus on practicing hard. At first everything went well, but the wall of growth was too big. If development stops again like last time, it might have a negative impact on my younger brother. Therefore, to break the wall, I needed to have real-life experience, so I sneaked out of the house every night to find an opponent. My senses become sharper every time I gain experience. If this continues, I will probably meet the expectations of my father and younger brother. Marong Bo always improves his cultivation every night. Yourself and face dangerous real battles. No longer are you just losing exercises because if you lose, your life will be the price to pay. For the first time in my life I killed someone because there was no choice because the opponent was as outstanding as me. The feeling of killing others made my hands holding the sword tremble to the point that I couldn't control it. I broke the back wall when there is a real experience and other times it takes my life. My parents will certainly be happy, but are these actions of mine justified? The next time I kept seeing the image of the man I killed the first time. He appeared with an incomprehensible expression on his face and just looked at me. That's it, is the obsession of regret when ending someone's life and is also the dark obsession of every person. Gradually, even though Marong Bo increased his realm, it was good but he could never concentrate. The more I tried to control my energy, the more clearly I saw the victim and it seemed like there was a demon hidden deep inside. Marong Bo deep down didn't want that, he just kept apologizing for his deaths. Once caused. And then for a martial artist when he has a demonic mind, it is an incurable disease. When he loses his energy in his dantian, he creates chaos that cannot be cured. In the end, whatever happens must happen. Marong Bo ended his miserable life. Wishing to travel around the world, maybe he can do it himself when he comes to another life. Finished reading the diary. Marong's heart is also chaotic. How can I imagine the burden he must endure as the eldest son of the Marong family? Didn't he say he would share with me? That thought is so arrogant. Marong squeezed, ruining that memory, blaming himself for being too weak. Just because he abandoned his big brother, that's why this happened. From then on, Marong erased his name and found his father. Homeowner Marong Jang is still sad after the death of his eldest son, so he doesn't need to think about anything anymore. In his eyes, the image of Marong Bo is the best and no one can replace him. Marong changed everything from appearance and demeanor came to see his father. Dear father, the eldest son of the Marong family, the family will never die. Marong Jang suddenly stood up as if he had a bright thought for the family's future. The person who died is Marong the second young master. Please tell the others that senior brother is still alive and that the person who died is me. Perhaps this is what Marong wanted to do so that the Golden Spring world will be freed. I will give up this name from now on. I will inherit the name Marong Bo for my brother. Since then, to live under the identity of my brother, I have tried hard to practice despite the pain. I tell myself that every time I encounter pressure, my brother and I are twins. If my brother can do it, I can do the same. My parents are no more. Cruel punishment as before and began to give verbal instructions. He must have wanted to do that because he also wanted to remember his talented son. Just like that memory, Marong or now Marong Bo has developed significantly. It's all for that late senior brother and his new status as the head of the Marong family. Perhaps his achievements are beyond his expectations. Blessed by Marong Bo. I really didn't think that young Master Marong's fate would be as gloomy as his opponent. Just like that, after the sad story he struggled and became Great Master Murong with the nickname Little Dragon Prince. Returning to reality, Murong Bo was dimly in the dark thoughts in his heart. What if the big brother was still alive and went to this white dojo to practice instead? With his iron wealth, he may not need the help of the eldest son of the Namgung family. If it were him, I think he would never lose. Murong Bo stood up. Although this recovery is very special, Namgung Mae is not a weak person. From the moment he was born until now, the male protagonist has tried his best to be able to stand here today. If he had lost, then surely the eldest brother will grab him by the neck and bring him back to the house to be imprisoned forever. There are still so many things to do and what was promised to Master Ryu Yin. It's hard to judge the results of competition because everyone has their own ideas. One person needs to take care of the family for his brother and the big dream they both promised, while the other person does not accept the fate of going up on his own 2 feet. Mine. Please press the register button to support me, everyone. Who will win, Namgung Mae or Murong Bo? Please continue to follow along with me. Both of them have exhausted their efforts, now the only way is to use their physical bodies to fight. The male protagonist shouted that I am Ryu Yin's only disciple and swung, grabbed and stabbed. On the other side, Murong Bo also tiredly followed but couldn't make any sound. There's no need to be prepared at this point, just see who has more physical endurance and will win. Each person took a punch from the other's teeth and lips mixed with blood pouring out of their mouths. It seemed like they were too tired because the battle had exhausted everything they had absorbed. Namgung Mae, he let out a yelp and both of them fell backwards. So the 5th son of the Namgung family fell to the ground first. Maybe it was because he had just practiced martial arts, so in the endurance part he would lose. Truly Murong Bo. The whispering voice is also smoldering on the corner of the winner's lips. I am Murong Bo, the heir of the great Murong family. The match between Namgung Mae and Murong Bo ended with a victory in favor of the young master of the Murong family. Somewhere many death battles are still going on. The sects in the sects, regardless of good or evil, are in turmoil. Please wipe out those barbaric liberal bastards for me. Virtuous sect leader Guan Sok shouted loudly, my subordinates. One by one, each member of the liberal faction was beaten to death in succession. We cannot all withstand the fierce attacks of the virtuous sect. If this continues, we will be extinct. Standing on the high cliff, Yun Dal and his disciples were afraid. Scared by this situation, he ordered all the disciples to use the purchased blood flame pill to prepare for the situation. After hearing this, the disciples were stunned and didn't understand why. The sect leader wanted, but in the end, for honor and survival, they were forced to drink it. The eldest disciple quickly pulled out a few boxes from his shirt and threw them to each person, excepting who returned the order. They also collected their swords and immediately put them in their mouths without chewing. The effect immediately took effect when all the disciples of the free sect went crazy and lost the fear of death and pain. Dozens of beasts, it was as if the chains had been removed and they were chaotically looking for targets to kill. The human part had completely disappeared, leaving only the extremely violent part. The head of the virtuous sect saw this and also panicked and ordered the sect, hurry up and stop them. While he was controlling the sword battle, an elder sneaked around from behind. Very quickly, the head of Duk Han Guan Sok's disciple was separated from his neck. The fruit, however, just as Master Ryu Yin said, this terrible medicinal pill has spread throughout the Central Plains. At the same time in the capital Sichuan Tang sect, Tang Su-ha's military advisor was reporting the situation to Jiakur. Blood inflammation monopills were spreading very well and were also being used in battles between sects. Very well, we will gradually mark power throughout the Central Plains, except for the 9 sects and gangs. I think we should act more discreetly from now on, landlord. Tang Jigik wants to expand their power. The advisor's advice is unnecessary and the order is to do whatever the crime is. Tang Su-ha is scared, thinking that if he does too much, innocent people will be affected. After hearing that, the old homeowner just wanted to punch him a few times because he felt sorry for people and then wanted to disobey. The atmosphere filled the house, so Tang Su-ha had to apologize and promise not to say nonsense anymore. It felt like the homeowner was about to vent, so he bowed and asked permission to go back to sleep. After that, Tang Jigok also forgot and immediately went to the rendezvous point with a special person. Both wanted to meet at the hotel, right behind the manor where the disciples practice. But the night is silent and cold, guessing that something bad is about to happen. It's already here. Why is everything going as expected? What happened to the stalker? The mysterious guy said there was no need to worry because he had erased all traces leading to the gate. Dozens of corpses of members of the Wa Dai enemy were lying around below. As proof. If so, then tell me your plan from now on. Tang sect doesn't need to act for a while because it's time for the demon sect to revive. It was an unexpected event, not sure whether it was good or bad, but the homeowner had to exclaim in surprise. Although everything was not completely successful, I gave them a new life. Is that also what he wanted to say? Did Patriarch Tang quickly ask the question? Black Plum Blossom neither denied nor affirmed and his voice was very condescending. A plot to cause chaos in the Central Plains is gradually reaching its final steps and now it is known that Tang Mon Sichuan is a small part of it. Even though the battle was over between Namgung Mae and Murong Bo, Namgung Il also realized many things from there. He knew that his younger brother had succeeded in control the internal force and control it. An unexplained question appeared in my mind. How could that great mixture of aura be so harmonious? Master Ryu Yian immediately understood and explained, maintaining balance and harmony by directing the mind to the ultimate balance, everything follows that so-called middle ground. Well, there is always light for darkness to exist and there is always darkness with light. That is the natural law for the world to stabilize the order of disorderly things. Difficult but reasonable, saying deep into all the difficult problems of Namgung Il for a long time. The body of the eldest son of the Namgung family suddenly glowed with a strong aura. Master understood that this child was truly a genius because has broken through the realm. He realized immediately just by saying a few words and watching the children fight. The heavenly dragon sword leisurely felt the experience that he had longed for so long ago to the point of going crazy. That invisible wall as high as the sky was also broken by the agreed competition. You have finally reached the intermediate stage of the superconscious realm, right? Let's leave the celebration behind because first we need to take the two boys to the hospital. It sounds a bit uncomfortable because Murong Bo is still as strong as an elephant and hasn't been harmed. Namgung Il suddenly and then accidentally looked in its direction to see if the master's words were right or wrong. Paying closer attention, Murong Bo, who was supposed to win, was standing like a statue and unconscious. After those two people carried Namgung Mae and Murong Bo for treatment. Ah Joan was outside, but he didn't know where the news had come. He wasn't a member of the dojo, so he had to secretly infiltrate. Inside. Besides, with that typical bang style and that familiar smell, how could the guard let them set foot in the white dojo? It took a while for Ah Joan to wait for everyone to leave. Then dare to show up. Fortunately, when the door closed, there was no one there. Yu Ah Rin didn't come either, so she must have been busy hunting somewhere else. Is this person the hero from before and the one who bought me food? He must have been seriously injured. I hope he will recover soon and come back. Knowing that the favor with Namgung Mae is too great, Ah Joan can only repay the favor temporarily. He will really get better. Many times after eating, while talking, he fumbled around in his pockets and clothes. After taking off a shoe, the smelly manto that had been left for 5 days was hot and blew on it. The wound was quite serious, causing Namgung Mae to lose consciousness, but now he was about to wake up. When he was about to feed some meat, Namgung Il suddenly kicked open the door. He shouted loudly in doubt because he was afraid of what the stranger wanted. Harming my younger brother. You bastard, what kind of disgusting thing are you trying to poison my junior brother with? Ah Joan doesn't know how to explain. The dumpling that has been smelling for days is the best thing as a gift for the 5 young masters. Well, it's too dangerous. The boy purposely wants to find a way to run away without a crowd of people coming to spread the net so God saves. Namgung Il rushes closer to grab his hair and slaps him. Thought he could do it, but the truth is that Ah Joan is too fast to hold his hair. With the appearance of a beggar, this boy is proving his high-class flying ability. Unknown where did I learn that method from, but it still makes the heavenly dragon sword run around. It's not like that, I'm just too worried about my benefactor and just want him to eat dumplings. After a while one more time, Namgung-il missed because the other person was like a ghost. Ah Joan ran out the door and didn't forget to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. See you next time. What the hell is going on here? So, he is Namgung's most talented heavenly dragon swordsman, but he can't catch the beggar boy. Even Namgung-il's smelly finger can't predict and grasp his moves. Outside, Master Dragon passed by and smelled a rotten smell, so he stopped to ask. He asked if he saw any dirty people? So Namgung-il taciturnly said that that bastard was planning to poison his junior brother but left. After hearing the storm sword, he muttered curses and then left, afraid that he would disappear without leaving a trace. There were only two brothers left in the room, one sleeping and the other falling into contemplation after breaking through. Murong Bo also had the same situation as the 5 sons of the Namgung family. In an uncertain coma, he is in a dream that he will never want to leave. Because there is someone in here whose soul Murong Bo always begs to see again. The scene is a green forest, fresh and smooth, and also includes Murong Bo. The voice of the deceased rang in his ears praising his junior brother for doing a good job. Unreal as real, Murong Ji stood up and wondered if this person was really his senior brother. I can't. Who else can come in here? Brother, it's my brother Murong Bo. The desire to meet senior brother is like an urge to marry Murong Ji. He rushed in and hugged the senior brother. But always respectfully keep it in the most important place in my heart. I thought I was an adult, but it seems I'm still just a kid who only knows how to cry. Pushing my younger brother aside, Murong Bo wants to know, clearly express your expression that no one will know. Wouldn't it be true that without me, you would have developed very well and always done well at everything at home and at the dojo? Isn't it just to protect your voice? Your reputation is still a huge challenge for me. I think you have underestimated yourself in the past. However, this time, you have really surpassed me in terms of what is your ability. Don't think too much because now you are Murong Bo, the true heir to the Murong family. So the dream gradually disappeared as well as Murong Ji's difficult feelings. It was only today that the late senior brother was able to rest assured and pass away to be reincarnated in another life. In that trance, he screamed to stop it because the dream didn't last any longer. There are still so many things to say and confide, but life is like that. Up there, perhaps the senior brother will still watch and always bless this vulnerable junior brother. Screenshot. The night passed and Murong Bo opened his eyes and woke up. The corners of his eyes were still wet with tears flowing down his cheeks. While he was lost, the person next to the bed gave him a handkerchief to wipe his tears. I woke up. Why am I so worried that you're having a nightmare? Namgung spoke up in concern. Murong Bo stood up healthy, took the handkerchief and sighed happily. It wasn't a nightmare, it was a dream full of dreams. My nostalgia. This attitude is so strange, it's an expression that has never been seen on Mr. Murong's face. I think this is the first time I've been injured so seriously because the last time competing in a martial arts match with your senior brother. At first you couldn't control your internal strength, right? But now you've grown a lot and become as strong as me in just a few months. Now then, no one has the right to call you a disgrace to the Namgung family anymore. The determination coming from one of the geniuses of the White Dojo has made Namgung happy. Thanks to you, I learned a lot from the competition. Even though I lost, I was able to return home without regrets. Namgung thought about the outcome because he knew that when he recovered, he would have to follow his big brother. While at the White Dojo, not only did he practice, but he also made good friends with so many beautiful memories. Even though I don't want it in my heart, there's no need to regret it when I've proven my ability. Outside, Namgung-il is a bit rude to destroy the suffocating emotions. Important purpose. It's still a matter of bringing this youngest brother back to the family, not teaching martial arts or wasting time working as a teaching assistant. If you're awake, come quickly with me because we have something to discuss. At the same time, in the capital Sichuan Tang sect, Tang Su-ha's military advisor was reporting the situation to Jiakur. Blood inflammation monopills were spreading very well and were also being used in battles between sects. Very well, we will gradually mark power throughout the Central Plains, except for the 9 sects and gangs. I think we should act more discreetly from now on, landlord. Tang Jigik wants to expand their power. The advisor's advice is unnecessary and the order is to do whatever the crime is. Tang Su Ha is scared, thinking that if he does too much, innocent people will be affected. After hearing that, the old homeowner just wanted to punch him a few times because he felt sorry for people and then wanted to disobey. The atmosphere filled the house, so Tang Su Ha had to apologize and promise not to say nonsense anymore. It felt like the homeowner was about to vent, so he bowed and asked permission to go back to sleep. After that, Tang Jigik also forgot and immediately went to the rendezvous point with a special person. Both wanted to meet at the hotel, right behind the manor where the disciples practice. But the night is silent and cold, guessing that something bad is about to happen. It's already here. Why is everything going as expected? What happened to the stalker? The mysterious guy said there was no need to worry because he had erased all traces leading to the gate. Dozens of corpses of members of the Wa Dai enemy were lying around below. As proof. If so, then tell me your plan from now on. Tang sect doesn't need to act for a while because it's time for the demon sect to revive. It was an unexpected event, not sure whether it was good or bad, but the homeowner had to exclaim in surprise. Although everything was not completely successful, I gave them a new life. Is that also what he wanted to say? Did Patriarch Tang quickly ask the question? Black Plum Blossom neither denied nor affirmed and his voice was very condescending. A plot to cause chaos in the Central Plains is gradually reaching its final steps and now it is known that Tang Mon Sichuan is a small part of it. Even though the battle was over between Namgung Mae and Murim Bo, Namgung Il also realized many things from there. He knew that his younger brother had succeeded in control the internal force and control it. An unexplained question appeared in my mind. How could that great mixture of aura be so harmonious? Master Ryu Yian immediately understood and explained, maintaining balance and harmony by directing the mind to the ultimate balance, everything follows that so-called middle ground. Well, there is always light for darkness to exist and there is always darkness with light. That is the natural law for the world to stabilize the order of disorderly things. Difficult but reasonable, saying deep into all the difficult problems of Namgung Il for a long time. The body of the eldest son of the Namgung family suddenly glowed with a strong aura. Master understood that this child was truly a genius because has broken through the realm. He realized immediately just by saying a few words and watching the children fight. The heavenly dragon sword leisurely felt the experience that he had longed for so long ago to the point of going crazy. That invisible wall as high as the sky was also broken by the agreed competition. You have finally reached the intermediate stage of the superconscious realm, right? Let's leave the celebration behind because first we need to take the two boys to the hospital. It sounds a bit uncomfortable because Murim Bo is still as strong as an elephant and hasn't been harmed. Namgung Il suddenly and then accidentally looked in its direction to see if the master's words were right or wrong. Paying closer attention, Murim Bo, who was supposed to win, was standing like a statue and unconscious. After those two people carried Namgung Mae and Murim Bo for treatment. Ah Joan was outside, but he didn't know where the news had come. He wasn't a member of the dojo, so he had to secretly infiltrate. Inside. Besides, with that typical bang style and that familiar smell, how could the guard let them set foot in the white dojo? It took a while for Ah Joan to wait for everyone to leave. Then dared to show up. Fortunately, when the door closed, there was no one there. Yu Ah Rin didn't come either, so she must have been busy hunting somewhere else. Is this person the hero from before and the one who bought me food? He must have been seriously injured. I hope he will recover soon and come back. Knowing that the favor with Namgung Mae is too great, Ah Joan can only repay the favor temporarily. He will really get better. Many times after eating, while talking, he fumbled around in his pockets and clothes. After taking off a shoe, the smelly manto that had been left for 5 days was hot and blew on it. The wound was quite serious, causing Namgung Mae to lose consciousness, but now he was about to wake up. When he was about to feed some meat, Namgung Il suddenly kicked open the door. He shouted loudly in doubt because he was afraid of what the stranger wanted. Harming my younger brother. You bastard, what kind of disgusting thing are you trying to poison my junior brother with? Ah Joan doesn't know how to explain, The dumpling that has been smelling for days is the best thing as a gift for the 5 young masters. Well, it's too dangerous. The boy purposely wants to find a way to run away without a crowd of people coming to spread the net so God saves. Namgung-il rushes closer to grab his hair and slaps him. Thought he could do it, but the truth is that Ah-Joon is too fast to hold his hair. With the appearance of a beggar, this boy is proving his high-class flying ability. Unknown where did I learn that method from, but it still makes the heavenly dragon sword run around. It's not like that, I'm just too worried about my benefactor and just want him to eat dumplings. After a while one more time, Namgung-il missed because the other person was like a ghost. Ah-Joon ran out the door and didn't forget to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. See you next time. What the hell is going on here? So, he is Namgung's most talented heavenly dragon swordsman, but he can't catch the beggar boy. Even Namgung-il's smelly finger can't predict and grasp his moves. Outside, Master Dragon passed by and smelled a rotten smell, so he stopped to ask. He asked if he saw any dirty people? So Namgung-il taciturnly said that that bastard was planning to poison his junior brother but left. After hearing the storm sword, he muttered curses and then left, afraid that he would disappear without leaving a trace. There were only 2 brothers left in the room, one sleeping and the other falling into contemplation after breaking through. Bo also had the same situation as the 5 sons of the Namgung family. In an uncertain coma, he is in a dream that he will never want to leave. Because there is someone in here whose soul Bo always begs to see again. The scene is a green forest, fresh and smooth, and also includes Bo. The voice of the deceased rang in his ears, praising his junior brother for doing a good job. Unreal as real, Ji stood up and wondered if this person was really his senior brother. I can't. Who else can come in here? Brother, it's my brother Bo. The desire to meet senior brother is like an urge to marry Ji. He rushed in and hugged the senior brother. But always respectfully keep it in the most important place in my heart. I thought I was an adult, but it seems I'm still just a kid who only knows how to cry. Pushing my younger brother aside, Bo wants to know, clearly express your expression that no one will know. Wouldn't it be true that without me, you would have developed very well and always done well at everything at home and at the dojo? Isn't it just to protect your voice? Your reputation is still a huge challenge for me. I think you have underestimated yourself in the past. However, this time, you have really surpassed me in terms of what is your ability. Don't think too much because now you are Bo, the true heir to the Morong family. So the dream gradually disappeared as well as Ji's difficult feelings. It was only today that the late senior brother was able to rest assured and pass away to be reincarnated in another life. In that trance, he screamed to stop it because the dream didn't last any longer. There are still so many things to say and confide, but life is like that. Up there, perhaps the senior brother will still watch and always bless this vulnerable junior brother. Screenshot. The night passed and Bo opened his eyes and woke up. The corners of his eyes were still wet with tears flowing down his cheeks. While he was lost, the person next to the bed gave him a handkerchief to wipe his tears. I woke up. Why am I so worried that you're having a nightmare? Namgung spoke up in concern. Bo stood up healthy, took the handkerchief and sighed happily. It wasn't a nightmare, it was a dream full of dreams. My nostalgia. This attitude is so strange, it's an expression that has never been seen on Mr. Morong's face. I think this is the first time I've been injured so seriously because the last time competing in a martial arts match with your senior brother. At first you couldn't control your internal strength, right? But now you've grown a lot and become as strong as me in just a few months. Now then, no one has the right to call you a disgrace to the Namgung family anymore. The determination coming from one of the geniuses of the White Dojo has made Namgung happy. Thanks to you, I learned a lot from the competition. Even though I lost, I was able to return home without regrets. Namgung thought about the outcome because he knew that when he recovered, he would have to follow his big brother. While at the White Dojo, not only did he practice, but he also made good friends with so many beautiful memories. Even though I don't want it in my heart, there's no need to regret it when I've proven my ability. Outside, Namgung-il is a bit rude to destroy the suffocating emotions. Important purpose. It's still a matter of bringing this youngest brother back to the family, not teaching martial arts or wasting time working as a teaching assistant. If you're awake, come quickly with me because we have something to discuss. Both brothers took each other to the training area behind the mountain to talk. On the way, Namgung-il reminded his junior brother about the contract between the two brothers. Namgung-mae knew well because the result was a loss. So now I'm mentally prepared but just want to say a few goodbyes to you guys. Then suddenly brother stopped and said straight to the point. I know what that contract is but now I seem to have forgotten it. It sounds a bit unreasonable because normally big brother would be angry and violent but now it's different. That means I'll have to go back alone and you are allowed to stay at the White Martial Arts Hall. The two of you slowly stayed on the top of the mountain and slowly confided, do you know why I am always strict with you? I'm not sure if this matter is related to our father, right? Namgung-il doesn't deny it, just saying it's true, but it's only part of the reason. If it weren't for your internal energy, father would have been able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Already. By manipulating the horse's powerful energy inside his body, he has lost 30% of his power and cannot break through to the next realm. No one knows when he will be able to have it. More opportunities, and because of that, our family's prestige has also declined. Namgung-mae also knows and doesn't know how to compensate the old man. The fact that the boss is sensitive to danger is also natural because he will be the leader in the future. If I were the big brother, I would be very angry. What makes me angrier the most is the story of my mother, who is very fragile and weak, so she was often sick all year round. However, she was by my side day and night because she knew that someone bad was poisoning me. But there was one day when my mother was taking care of me while I was pregnant. When her father was absent, something happened. To calm down the inner aura that was gradually becoming crazy, she used her own internal energy. The main lady of the Namgung family took the poison from the medicine Namgung-mae was tempted to eat. By the time the homeowner finished dealing with the housework and came back, it was too late. Father then concluded that I would never have can regulate the positive energy even though he has limited the flow of internal energy deep into my mind. That is the reason he never allows me to use my internal energy. Namgung-mae feels I feel pain because both my parents sacrificed their lives to save you. My parents want me to continue living even if I am called Namgung's disgrace or whatever. A few days later, of course it's not your fault that your mother passed away, but I hate you for causing difficulties for your parents. Maybe at that time I was too shallow and wanted to find someone to blame. Namgung-mae also spoke up, I think my family and my brothers and sisters all hate me because I don't have any outstanding talents. Don't blame your father, your parents and the miserable fate you're facing. To endure. The problems in this world are very harsh, it's not my fault or our family's fault. According to Namgung-il, when his mind is clear, things are inherently wrong. It's natural. For a month now, the eldest son Namgung has had to closely observe the youngest brother in the family. He knows that his younger brother has not given up in the face of the harshness of fate. You always try your best and now you can control your internal energy perfectly. Now I officially recognize your efforts and acknowledge your talent. Remember that you are a member of the Namgung family and my proud younger brother. I believe that mother in the afterlife will also be very happy because of this. While being happy, Namgung-il suddenly felt startled and panicked. He quickly pushed his junior brother away, guessing that there was an aura. Why was it unclear whether it was a weapon or a palm force, only the arm has been severed. The story is difficult to understand and the scene changes to 100,000 mountains. The medicinal pill manipulator is still crawling into the cave to report the situation. Standing in front of the leader's residence as always, he knelt down and bowed and said it was time, sir. Vo Lam Min is organizing a martial arts competition called White Martial Arts. This is a great opportunity to show us that the demon religion still exists. What kind of game are those bastards playing? It's worth the wait. I will destroy their peace to avenge the losses after decades. People rumor has it that Ryu Yian is teaching his disciples at the White Dojo. The leader was quite surprised because the enemy's personality is not someone who wants to live comfortably and wait for death. It's really interesting. It seems that during the battle with our boss, he was also seriously injured and that's why he backed down. Everything will probably be as I think and will probably go smoothly. Much more. I will kill his disciples to announce to this world that the demon religion has returned. So from this incident we can know that it is a great reason for the Namgung incident. Il had just had his arm cut off. The production of the pills went quite well, and the sabotage and assassination of Master Ryu Yian's disciples was also good. By this time a lot of blood had flowed and soaked the ground. Because he was in a passive position, Namgung Il hugged his bleeding arm tightly and tried to point at acupuncture points to keep a little vitality. Namgung Mae was scared when he saw that and tried to bring Big Brother back to the dojo. However, the senior brother didn't think so and just loudly said that you bastards should come out. There were two quite opposite voices echoing in the night. I planned to kill you all at the same time, but you would also benefit. That's bad, isn't it, because your attack is careless? Don't hide in the dark like cowards anymore, come out quickly. Start from the faint bushes. The color is so strong that you can smell it and it smells disgusting. Do you think you are different and want to test your strength with us? An old man dressed flashily with ghostly white skin smiled and spoke. Have you completely recovered from your previous injuries? Accompanying him was another person who looked exactly the same but was wearing magical blue clothes. Don't worry, I just need to spit on the cuts and they will recover immediately. Namgung Il was in pain and angry, so he screamed and used a little strength to wait. Broke out in Dan Dean. Luckily he still had one arm, so it was still quite easy to throw his palm to death to avenge the loss of his arm. Have you recovered from the last time you broke your ribs? I don't know what you're talking about. The two villains kept arguing even though the killer move was coming very quickly. Even though they were chatting, the two old men reversed their aura and created a hole. Has a very strong attraction. The thing that is considered the most formidable of the heavenly dragon sword is no different from a meaningless cat-scratching martial arts dish that is not worth paying attention to. He exudes a fog of fear. In the white martial arts hall, there is still a person like this hiding. If you hide your cultivation base, your fate is doomed. Kid, don't you see we're chatting? These righteous sect bastards are so stupid. The two blood ghosts spoke up. They destroyed Big Brother's arch attack so easily. Who are those old guys? Namgung Mae was also scared and asked himself. Immediately leave this place and tell the martial arts union as quickly as possible. The senior brother patiently reminded the male protagonist. It's easy to hear him immediately refuse. Even though the opponent is formidable, they will still stay and fight. They are truly experienced martial arts masters, their level even surpasses mine. When I give you the signal, leave this place and don't think about anything. Namgung Il uses his reputation as the eldest son and his honor to promise that everything will be fine. Okay, I will find Master Ryu Yian to ask him to help us. The story of the two old monsters has ended, and it was polite that they also took the time for the two brothers to discuss. Namgung Il is determined to hold out until Master Ryu Yian arrives. He urged his younger brother to quickly run back to the White Dojo so he could inform everyone. The plan sounded quite neat. Namgung Mae immediately took off his sandals and ran away quickly. Of course Young Ning wouldn't let you do that. I haven't allowed you to move yet, where do you think you're going? Having said that, he used his claw to shoot out countless poisonous rays as if he wanted to kill the male lead. Namgung Il he didn't sit still. With his quick movements all the killer moves were blown away even though it was a bit reluctant. Facing the dark energy that destroyed the heavenly dragon sword, he grimaced and realized that the two old monsters were man of the demon sect. Let me repeat, not the demon sect but the sect. Young Nog stroked his beard and laughed. The power emanating from his body was truly terrifying, which showed that Master Ryu how strong did Yian have to be to destroy that force decades ago. With just a wave of his hand, the ground shook, causing the two brothers' plan to completely ruin. Just had his hands tied up. Facing a strong enemy, this has never happened before. Namgung Il knew his fate was over, but how could he let his junior brother be in danger? He tried to endure the bleeding pain and struck out a dragon shield to relieve the pressure of the enemy. Fortunately, Namgung Mae was also observant enough to run away while the big brother fought. Actually, it was just to avoid an early death because Young Ning was still free to watch. The cunning old man stepped forward with a chilling voice. Where are you going? The pressure is so terrible that even if you want to move or have luck, you can't do it. Look here, I'm your opponent, Namgung-il looks miserable because he just ran to one side and then to the other side. Even though he was superior to his generation, when facing the twin blood devils, the heavenly dragon sword was just trash. Youngning frowned slightly because the joy of killing had been destroyed, so he grabbed his arm tightly and struck. With just a slight swing, Namgung-il's body was thrown down, causing the ground to crack. The sudden injury at that time was the most worrying thing, and even now when he was covered in injuries. Namgung-mae forgot the danger and rushed to check on his brother. "Can't you even handle a kid who keeps letting me do it? It's just a small mistake because I was joking, that's why with them." The two keep arguing about who will kill first, which is also little time for the two brothers to find a chance to escape. No matter what we do, we can't defeat them. Because those two people are at least as strong as our father. Namgung-mae was startled and couldn't believe that those old men still reached the mystical realm. "I think this is the decision, the most correct thing we can do." While the younger brother was wondering what the senior brother said, Namgung-il decided to commit suicide. His one good hand promptly pushed Namgung down. Mae went down to the abyss, but below was a fast-flowing stream. Not knowing whether she would live or die, but the dragon sword still believed that her younger brother would be safe and sound. So for the time being, the 5 young masters of the Namgung family, it's safe, but there's no need to guess. Under that cold water, Namgung-mae gradually sank and lost his breath. The blood demon twins blamed each other when they saw that. Young Nog was angry. Thinking that the boy who fell into the abyss was the target, Young-ing didn't even admit the blame, blaming the old brother who didn't know how to watch out. Namgung-il should have lived when they decided to leave to track them down, but they didn't. If you want to leave here, you must first step over my body. Sounds very gentlemanly, but how long will the heavenly dragon sword last against the demon cultists? At the same time, there was also a lot of chaos in the martial arts league. I don't know when it started, but both the headquarters and the White Martial Arts Hall had to pick up swords and stand up to fight. The demon sect has sent many assassination teams to directly attack the headquarters of Central Highlands. The number is up to hundreds of assassins, and their opponents are just a few young martial artists who have not yet graduated. Safety is still highly guaranteed because in the martial arts league, the masters of each class will not leave it alone. Just as they fought, Pig Master Jiu Mok-ho wondered who they were. Is that really important? If they are enemies, just kill them and the Tiger class master will tell them. While cursing and already hot-tempered, she used her fierce enemy Tiger Fist to violently scratch the killers' faces. Defense. The other masters also don't have time to sulk and drink tea and talk about things all day. Now they have to join forces as much as possible to fend off a surprise attack in the night. The most important card of martial arts is that the enemy is currently not fully present. They are tasked with tracking down the fake Ryu Yian, so they just need to hold out. There is one guy in the inner lane. Master Tiger had to play another card after not being able to eat again. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the devil to help his teacher achieve his goal. Ho Suk-yung shouted to warn the enemy student that he was about to commit suicide, but it was too late. Fortunately, the rabbit class's master escaped and appeared like a ghost in time to help. Both of them had always been joking before, but even in this situation, we still have to help each other. What kind of moves are so chaotic? Who are they? The female Phi Thien Hong shook the dust on her body and then spoke. The teachers present could not speak clearly and did not know what the purpose of this masked group was. On the other side, in the snake class in the dormitory area, J-Gal Mi is in imminent danger. The person he is facing, preparing to fight, is the goat class master Gwak Yong Sung. Now we have no choice, don't resist. Please shut your mouth and follow me quickly. As you know, the deputy leader of the demonic cult ordered all of Ryu Yian's disciples to be arrested to warn that the demonic cult has returned. J-Gal Mi wondered about herself as a monk. Dojo's assistant wants to harm the students. If you don't follow me, there's no other way but to show you what I can do. Notice the dark energy the darkness was radiating from his body. One Pyo also wondered why a martial arts master of the righteous sect would do such a thing. I didn't know that the goat master was a lackey for the demon sect, right? Master Ryu Yian appeared to stop his plot. Gwak Yong-sung waved his hands because his eyes were too small to criticize you. You have no right to judge me, you were only forced. What a stupid question. You revealed his hidden weapon too openly. Unable to resist, he realized that the person stopping him was Ryu Yeon, the legendary martial artist. You are the leader of the old black flower giant of the Why do we want to know the possibility of a great war? There's too much talk at this point. Master used a move that made his head separate from his neck. Not everyone wants to fight with me. The danger passed. Master looked to his disciples to see. Did any of them lose their arms or legs? Because they arrived at the right time. The four of them were all healthy and smiling, looking at their master. After turning around a bit, Namgung Mae didn't see him, so Ryu Yeon hurriedly asked him. Where did he go? Eun Ryong immediately told the teacher that the Namgung brothers had gone out to play. That kid went with his big brother and it would be fine, but why am I so worried? Master Ryu Yeon knows that the heavenly dragon sword can be trusted, but his feeling now is not good. Maybe he won't know that his biological disciple is drifting in the cold stream. Is it by God's will or by man's halo? The main character that he suddenly walked ashore. I don't know how unlucky or lucky he was that he came face to face with the Black Orchid. That fake Ryu Yeon found his way all the way here to talk with the real Ryu Yeon about considering him a fake Ryu Yeon. The riot in the White Dojo was finally quelled. All the masters of the classes sat down at the negotiating table. They were all quite surprised to learn that Master Goat was a member of the demon religion, which meant that the other force had become active again. Based on his actions, he must have been lying still and breathing softly, waiting for the right opportunity. It's impossible to know how many spies there are among us. Thinking back, even the brats in the Buffalo group had suspicious actions during the martial arts match. Are you sure that their master is involved in this or not? Budong Guan. Seeing that I was being teased, I immediately started kicking tables and kicking chairs at people who dared to doubt me. This is also the case. I've also heard about strange medicinal pills being spread among children. There are rumors that those medicinal pills are produced by the demon sect. The meeting to discuss overcoming the consequences is becoming a market when the masters argue about who is a demon sect, who is not a sect, and who is not a sect. Masquerading as a demonic religion. The cradle for training future kindergartens was almost turned into dust. Kuan Yun's sword master was equally crazy. He had to show his attitude by releasing his inner strength to threaten the masters. The matter now is not to blame others but to investigate whether the rumor of the return of the shamanism is accurate or not. When you feel this energy, everyone in the meeting had to hold their breath in silence. Everyone should return to the White Dojo as master to calm the children and protect them. The people of the Martial Arts League will handle the remaining matters. So let's quickly disperse. Everyone bowed their heads and asked for permission because they were afraid the sword would anger the fish. When the situation calmed down, Master Ryu Yeon appeared. He wanted to report to the leader. I know that a member of the snake class disappeared along with a teaching assistant. I also heard about that. Is that a child of the Namgung family? Ryu Yeon nodded, thinking that the boy was the target of the demonic cult. Kuan Yun was a bit confused. Namgung Mae was said to be the most harmful family in the world, so why would he come to such a conclusion? Most of the guys who have infiltrated the Martial Arts League are just pawns. But the one who chased the snake group, the goat class's master, is a martial arts master of the demon religion. I highly suspect that they are targeting the children right in the classroom where I trained. You probably also think that the people who ambushed the two boys from the Namgung family are also some kind of powerful masters. That's really crazy. It's a good idea, but Master Ryu Yeon has bigger problems to worry about. Right now, both of them are missing. It's possible that a martial arts expert stronger than Namgung Il has cornered them. I went to find my subordinate, please allow me to leave. Knowing that, the master was worried about his subordinate's cancer, so he immediately refused. I don't know when the demonic cult will attack again. Please stay here again and protect the other children. I will send someone to search for the two Namgung brothers. When you see your master refusing, the leader dismisses him. You know yourself now. I can't act like before. I've closed my eyes until now, but because the demon cultists have returned, I can't agree. With no choice, Master Ryu Yeon walked away with a frown, and when he closed the door, Master Dragon was already outside. I've never seen that old man refuse such a request. I think his illness is quite serious. Everyone has to die soon. Or later. Master Ryu Yeon sighed. Ju Duk-hwa made a silly face and teased a little to relieve the tense atmosphere. Don't say anymore, you almost made me pee in my pants. Is that a wish? If so, please tell me more about your last wish. I will try my best to fulfill that wish. I completely understand that you want to deny reality. If you want to find the Namgung brothers, I promise. We'll bring them back. Fortunately, one of the youngest three masters thoughtfully accepted the job of rescuing the male lead and his senior brother instead of Master Ryu Yeon. The demon sect has launched large and small attacks throughout the martial arts, to support the small and not so large martial arts sects that have stood on the front lines. The White Martial Arts Tournament has been discontinued for a period of time, and the Alliance officially announced the return of the demonic sect. 9 sects, 1 clan and 5 great families gathered to deal with this situation under the supervision of the Martial Alliance leader, Lam. It will take some time before the chaos gradually subsides and the story of the missing sons reaches the ears of the Namgung family. Even though the Martial Arts League is looking for them, we should do something. Please send troops to find Il and Mae. Namgung He thought that if the youngest son went with the big brother, he wouldn't be too worried. Senior sister Namgung Son thought differently and agreed to go find the younger brother, senior brother. The homeowner felt angry because his children didn't know whether they were alive or dead at this time. He banged the table and reminded the 3 children at home to never disrespect demonic teachings. They almost dominated if it weren't for Master Ryu Yeon in the martial arts world. At the White Martial Arts Hall, Ah Joan, after a period of hiding, was captured by the Dragon Master. Your master is on his way, how can he be a disciple? Is it okay to refuse to accompany your master? Ah Joan screamed and denied that he was still young and his soul only wanted to be a disciple of a gang. You stupid brat, how could you be so fascinated by that kind of dirty martial arts? People are so crazy to be taught martial arts by me. I really can't understand why you behave like that. Ju Duk-hwa wants to punch you, but suppress your emotions. He discovered that Myeong Bo had been here listening to my internal affairs since when. Dear Dragon Master, please allow me to go on this trip. Perhaps Namgung Mae's disappearance made Myeong Bo unable to sit still, so you know where I'm going. Not only the boy but also the 3 people Un Ryong, 1 Pyo, J Gal Mi. They all want to go with me, but this is not about riding a horse to see flowers anymore. Ah Joan was stunned and also woke up when he learned that Namgung Mae was missing. Because he still had a debt for the meal, he turned to ask Ju Duk-hwa, what about the heroic teenager at the White Martial Arts Association? I don't understand what he's talking about. Stormsword nodded. It's possible that he was kidnapped by a demon cult. I took you away because I wanted to find his big brother and bring him back to Master Ryu Yeon. Ah Joan, with the attitude of a gentleman and the appearance of a beggar, thought for a while. As a member of the first gang in the world, you will never forget that person's kindness. The boy stroked his hair. Tie it up to reveal the long scar, please follow along. This attitude changes so quickly that the sword storm is a bit awkward. So a new mission has appeared, the master of the thin class is taking charge. The snake class leader along with an unknown disciple of the 2-legged dragon clan went looking for Namgung Mae and his big brother. Time passed like that until 6 months later without any news at all. Our male protagonist woke up from the bottom of the abyss and was lucky enough to be saved by a black orchid. His appearance now is so strange, cold and cruel, as if he had just killed someone. In front of Namgung Mae's eyes are dozens of curses, arguments, and profanities. Trung Nguyen now it was too chaotic when the blood flame pill was smuggled out and caused struggles from small to large. The famous political factions also revealed their greedy nature, not knowing the true purpose of the people. Demon religion. They attack the psychology of martial artists to become stronger and have the right to possess. That's why martial artists do not care about their lives to betray their oaths. In martial arts, since following the Black Orchid Namgung Mae, that person spared his life and took him with him to each punishment. Today is the same, and every day that passes he has the opportunity to see they do cruel things. The shock of meeting the twin-blooded demons has not yet subsided as the current big brother is still unclear whether he is dead or alive. On the way to the 100,000 mountains, the main male protagonist agreed with the others. What did the black orchid say? That only when the blood inflammation unerring disappears will this world be at peace. Before his eyes was a chaotic battle between factions fighting for that monolith. When dozens of martial artists were fighting to the death, they had to stop due to feeling the abundant flow of energy. Learning to reverse the flow of energy from Master Ryu Yeon Namgung Mae used that same thing to punish the enemies. Everyone was very surprised when they thought they were some kind of expert, but they were just a kid under 20. Ryu Yeon's polarity reversal combination, he used the first spear technique, the sword. The trick was learned a long time ago. With just one attack, dozens of people flew up as if caught in a violent whirlwind. Song Long Do Do became more and more perfect each time it was performed, without causing pain in the body. Due to pressure, it can be considered a killing move, but Namgung Mae adjusted it so as not to affect the victim's life. The two sects that were fighting suddenly lay on the ground, groaning. No one could get up. A few people calmly wondered why the other side was so strong because they looked so young. Do you know about what you want to steal? Namgung Mae spoke up. Sensing danger passing by, a person groaned and said he didn't know. It was just to increase his internal strength so he could just take it. While he was explaining things, the tip of the sword stabbed hard into the back of his hand. The searing pain made this person scream because he couldn't stand it. If you don't know what this thing is, why do you want it for? The victim screamed because he heard the rumor spreading. The male lead coldly asked with dangerous eyes who was spreading the rumor. It was just word of mouth, I don't know where it came from. Or anyone. Namgung Mae asked but still did not forget to press firmly, making him scream again. While doing so, black orchids appeared. He felt a bit surprised by this action. Only destroys all meridians of martial artists without killing them. You have that strange hobby. It's better than taking other people's lives. After all, they are not your people. Shamanism. It's meaningless, he has destroyed their martial arts, which is considered the life of a martial artist. This is not terrible, so the black orchid has ignored it. If you like, just do it. Namgung Mae did this because of the first lesson he learned in the White Dojo. Both felt that there was too little information here, so they immediately planned to go to the southwest because there was news about blood inflammation. Hone. Black Orchid's purpose of saving this boy was because he smelled the scent of the old Black Orchid leader on him. At first, everything was quite good, he was gentle and obedient, but after a while he was swallowed by the demon inside. He didn't want to kill him yet because he still needed to observe if he was cured. It would be good, if not then that would be okay. The next day the weather was clear and cool, the Dragon and Snake Task Force still diligently searching for his fellow students. After joining the group, Joan also has a special position as a navigator. According to his ancestors, he told the boy to spit and then mutter a spell, so one also found the way. What the hell did you just do? That was so unhygienic and we just came out of that road. So you mean the storm knows the direction so we have to listen? Ju Duk Hwa really doesn't want to talk, just force him to call him master. Trust me because I am the legendary storm sword, wind and clouds will show us the way. Don't know if it's true, no, but he had to act as an example to gain everyone's trust. The wind is telling me in my ear, so let's just go this way. I felt very excited when she arrived. Tired, what are you two doing? We need to collect information. I know that, but Joan thinks he should ask someone for that information. It seems like he forgot about me. Where do you come from? So the whole group repeated it. That's the expertise of the state that you come from, so let's find out. Joan shouted yes, then he said it and thought it was disciple of the true dragon sect. You come from the Gal family, right? As expected, the people of that family always have breakthrough thinking. Actually, it's just the storm of swords and the child's short-sighted mind, who doesn't understand. Right now the gang must be busy with helping martial arts to investigate the appearance of demonic religion. In short, there was no business, so I had to sigh and only have one place left, home. After that everything was a mystery. The idea was so they followed it and went to Shandong. Soon they were picked up and had to go to the inner hall to meet the homeowner. It's been a while since mother has been sick or well lately. I returned home without warning after arbitrarily deciding to enroll at the white martial arts school. My fellow students in the snake class now know that J-Gal-Mi has gone against the family's wishes, so they are quite worried that they will not be warmly welcomed. Queen. I believe you wouldn't do that without a reason, so why come back here? The homeowner waved a fan and asked. Still like her personality, J-Gal-Mi confidently proposed. The old lady acted as support to help find the two young men of the Namgung family. I know that, but there are a few guests here. Let's put that aside for now. Having said that, she turned around and apologized to Fong Tai Kiem for not having time to prepare the party. We came here without notice so we can eat later. The situation was so chaotic, but they were quite calm. After a while, a special and familiar person appeared. Clan elder Hong Seo-gul was also here and didn't know what he was doing. The sky turned dark again in Hebei City, the main headquarters of the Martial Arts League. I asked the master for permission to look for his disciples but failed. Master Ryu Yian had to stay in the recovery room. Hemoptysis appeared. Every night is now regular. His body can no longer easily handle the negative flow of air. The demon religion is becoming more and more widespread. If cancer continues to plague the martial arts world, what will be the fate of the martial arts world? When the master was standing up to look for water to drink, the sound of an eagle was heard in the sky. This is the signal every time that animal brings back news to inform the war situation. Even though he is being treated, there is not a day that goes by when Ryu Yian does not care about the important matters of martial arts. The demonic sects that cause chaos in the martial arts by using monotons are quite difficult to detect early because they are very cautious. According to the content sent by Ash Tree, the demonic sect is being reckless and concludes that there is a former members of the Black Flower Giant are among them. In addition, the dwarf who specializes in gathering information also supports the evidence that there are other forces secretly helping the demon sect. In the letter, Ash Tree did not secretly wrote the 4 words Tangmen Sichuan out loud. This is a rather secretive family and they are related to the demonic religion, so how can Master Ryu Yian leave it alone? Back to the story of the family. J-Gal, the clan elder, saw the snake class and felt very lucky. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Ryu Yian's disciples. Ju Duk Hua saw that his position should have been the first to be promoted. I shouldn't have frowned. What are you doing here, elder? I don't think you've been in martial arts league for too long because you've never been anywhere for more than 3 weeks before. Ah Joan sees Hong Seo-gul, so no matter how bad he smells, he still runs to hug and say hello. The storm of the sword seemed to vomit blood. He's my disciple, but one day he becomes a member of the gang and will have to beg for the rest of his life. Don't you know? You're right, I'm a disciple. Only when he dies. Hong Seo-gul chuckled and affirmed that Ah Joan is the future of the gang. You probably don't know because with his talent he is more suitable to be my disciple. The elder is not. I still care and repeat the saying that if one day is a gang, I will have to beg for the rest of my life. Now that you both know each other, we can discuss it again later. J-Gal Jin Son spoke up to explain. After then the homeowner invited everyone to the backyard to discuss the political situation further. I didn't expect the demon sect to attack martial arts so suddenly. They must have wanted to make an announcement. Tells us that the demon religion still exists and is extremely powerful. We still haven't found the 2 Namgung children, so there is a high possibility that they were kidnapped. I heard that the Namgung family has some moves. Ju Duk Hua didn't pay much attention because he just followed his promise to Master Ryu Yian to rescue the children. The gang elder came up with a plan. Instead of following the trail, why don't you look for information about blood inflammation single pills? Like a person on a stormy mountain with wide eyes asking if that thing is edible. It's the type of medicine that assassins use. Used when we escorted the caravan. Absorbing it increased our power but lost our consciousness and punched each other to death. Nodding at J-Gal Mi's words, Murong Bo also told about having disciples in the White Dojo used to be used due to bitterness over failure. The increase in internal strength is great. It's like the elixir in a well-told story, right? House owner J-Gal objected because of the use of blood. Polygonitis can lead to death. We are still investigating the medicinal pill. It was used in the war between different clans and is being dispersed throughout the Central Plains. Chief Hong he saw that one of the 3 monks was like a person from heaven and was still indifferent in this matter. Then Ju-Duk-Hwa shouted loudly. Even though they are the 3 strongest people in the world, why should I care about those things? Leave it to me to explain a bit. The first time the blood inflammation uniring appeared was 10 years ago by the demon sword JL Gangyang. He was the world's #1 demon sword, and when he was about to break through his cultivation he couldn't do it, so he captured him. Started looking for a transmitter. During the creative research process of JL Gangyang discovered a new type of medicinal pill. He thought he was lucky, and after using it he lost all reason. Martial arts. It took a lot of manpower to be able to suppress the demon sword. It is also possible that from this incident, the name blood inflammation single pill was given to that medicinal pill. Currently, a large number of single pills are circulating throughout the Central Plains by smugglers. Even when they first met the assassin, the elder assassin could not recognize them in time. However, after the fight, Hong Seo-gul saw that he was surrounded and confirmed that it was a single ring of blood inflammation. The thing that made JL Gangyang mad in the past appeared again because such a large quantity was being sold that even the Martial Arts League was involved. It's hard to deal with. The return of the demon religion also coincides with the story of the medicine man adding or subtracting words to the elders so that everyone understands that the evil people have not been completely eradicated. It sounds like this. It's such a big deal. It's not just a few stimulants. The 3 masters needed to keep it secret, so they spread the word. Don't tell me your clan that believes in demonism is dispersing. If that's the case, then it'll be more complicated. I imagine Hong Seo-gul wants someone to tell the children to go out because children's mouths cannot be kept secret. It's not a good idea to search because we need to investigate thoroughly first. Otherwise, if it's fake, then leave me alone. Vo Lam Min has announced the revival of the demon religion, so why bother hiding it? Besides, the kids just want to save their friends. The 2 of them don't feel proud about the future. Or what? More importantly, they are about to become high-class martial artists. Ju-Duk-Hwa confidently promised that this will be a great experience. I won't put them in danger, don't worry. If no one says anything, then Jae Gal Jin Son was suddenly startled and turned to look at Ah Joan's first disciple. With that expression, she realized that the boy had the ability to hear other people's voice transmissions. The 3 were talking about their goals. The demon sect also remained silent, eyes widened in surprise. The wind storm sword seemed to have known it before, so he talked about rescuing Nam Gung Mei and Nam Gung Il. The elder gently reminded him not to. If I say more, I've heard it all, so there's nothing left to hide. That's my skill. I'm the one who possesses the wisdom of dragon magic. You're truly a good disciple. You don't have to beg anymore. Ah Joan feels it's not that difficult compared to not being able to beg but getting beaten up. So the beggar boy is quite talented, right? When all the other stories were about to be brought up, someone from the outside reported it. Fox. His appearance is quite urgent because outside there is a crazy martial artist coming to the house to cause trouble. Even though security teams have been sent out to suppress and capture her, but look, it seemed like the homeowner had to come forward. Rarely did outsiders do that, so she had to be impatient to see. The situation was quickly updated when a few masters in the household were staging a battle. Locked up to wait for rescue. Everyone, please stop the scene and I will deal with that bastard myself. Upon receiving the homeowner's order, the formation is broken and a large space is created for easy fighting. Jae Gal Jin Son remained silent to slowly feel the aura so it would be easier to guess the origin of the martial arts. It took a while before she said anything before the dragon and snake search team and the elder arrived. Hong Seo-gul felt that aura had the scent of a blood clot. He warned the children to be careful because the other person would punch each other to death without stopping. It was true, but it was different. With the assassins, this guy is many times stronger. Ju-Duk-Hwa's feeling is quite interesting. He is wishing to try a session to see if there is any difference or not. The crazy guy sees his real opponent. The moment has come, the mood becomes excited. I have been waiting for this moment all my life. This is my honor to meet the head of the Jae Gal family. The situation is quite unexpected. Normally, after eating medicinal pills, the subject will not be like that. If he could talk, this person's martial power would be different from the assassins that the snake class had faced. Jae Gal Jin Son, on behalf of everyone, asked the stranger about the news of blood inflammation. Single annulus. Of course I know everything, it is a magic pill that helps increase internal strength. Many martial artists disappear without fully maturing, I will also suffer the same fate. I have the talent to surpass the disciples of the 9 sects and the 5 great families. My fate is not simply to disappear like an ordinary martial artist like you. Maybe that's a bad reason for hypocrites. Jay Gal is the one who specializes in appropriating martial arts secrets and elixirs. As he spoke, he laughed even harder and pointed at a few things. The body has been dead for a long time. I have become stronger than ever and your disciples can't even touch me with a finger. The purpose of coming here is to compete in martial arts with the master of Jay Gal. Having said that, he proactively took action to test the strength to see who was stronger than whom. Using monotons helped increase internal strength rapidly and also made the subject develop all its strengths. Speaking in general, the level will only change if the user has a high martial arts position. Simply put, the stronger the weapon, the more effective the single pill will be. Jay Gal Jin Son calmly accepts the enemy's killer moves and just use humiliation to confront. She gently waved her hand and the crazy guy immediately fell to the ground. At that time, it was very well said, but in the eyes of the homeowner, he was just an ant. Excited and bloody. The elder went to check and reminded the homeowner not to kill him and to keep him to torture for information. It seems that their plan will not go in a very favorable direction. The use of the simple rain, in addition to increasing strength, is still a trump card. When chaos breaks out and waits enough time, it will explode immediately. The sound of the explosion makes the forest behind the backyard shook, putting everyone in danger. Fortunately, with his deep will, the homeowner promptly used his internal force to create a shield. The body of the intruder is now turned into dust. The clothes on his body were disintegrated. Pieces of debris flew in the air. Jay Gal Jin Son caught a piece of paper with mixed demon magic written on it. On the contrary, right away behind him, Joan also suddenly launched an attack to attack someone else. The other person suddenly flew up on a tree branch and had no bad intentions. Attacked without even telling the person one question: are all the disciples of this gang so rude? Jay Gal Mi heard the woman's voice, it was so familiar that she immediately recognized it. Namgung Son's family nickname is Fire Dragon Sword, why did he come here? The situation became peaceful again, so everyone returned to the backyard to talk and enjoy tea. When Namgung's woman explained the reason, homeowner Jay Gal also nodded. I don't expect you guys to the children of the Namgung family act on their own. I also did not think that my youngest child would have such wonderful friends, thinking about how they dared to confront the demon religion and put their lives on the table. The scale surprised me quite a bit. Jay Gal Mi kept talking quickly, feeling excited because she was here. So Namgung he came too, right? It's true that he and I came to the state and came here to seek the wisdom of the Jay Gal family. But it seems that even this family doesn't know exactly what happened, that's why I'll come again next time. The homeowner didn't say anything because she couldn't refute the current situation. She just waved her fan out of habit and then repeated the mixed words of devil magic, so causing everyone to stay silent and listen. Rumor has it that those who use blood inflammation monopills will lose consciousness and fight to the death. But the name from before still remains. Being aware of that is truly a difference. As she spoke, she also held out a piece of paper that she accidentally picked up from scraps of clothing. The homeowner herself was not very sure, but still thinking that it was related to medicinal pills. Jay Gal Jin Son immediately turned to ask the elder because he was the one with the most information. The few words and sentences he had just heard were in his ears. Hong Seo Gul has never known, but surely someone will know. Having said that, this elder also has the best information about chaos magic. Ash Tree will definitely know everything, and he's the only one in the Central Plains. Speaking of the former member of the Black Orchid, right now that old dwarf is having a meeting with the Black Orchid. The selfish person claiming to be the real Ryu Yian, he talked about saving Namgung Mae's life. After learning the news that the blood inflammation unerring originated from the demon religion, he went crazy, so from now on I had to be drugged. That person's body was not in a very good condition. Ash Tree felt a bit surprised and wondered why his teammates didn't stop him. This kid thought his brother was dead, it's because he's too weak. His eyes look like the eyes of the Black Flower Dye members in the past. It's also very possible that he leads the male lead around for the same reason, but considering his attitude, then how could he turn a blind eye? When he saw Namgung in the heart of the Black Orchid, he also felt like he saw the previous leader. The story of the two members of the Black Orchid continues acting, and now it's time for the male lead's story. At this time he was in a coma due to taking medicine so he could sleep. In that dream what he thought appeared. There was Big Brother who Namgung thought was dead. Unlike Marongbo's dream, the attachment was so strong that everything was distorted. "Why did you leave me to die alone?" Namgung ill like a ghost. He turned to blame my younger brother. "Give me what you're holding," the echoing voice scared Namgung. When I turned down to look, I was holding a wing in my hand. His hand was jerking up and down. The obsession after meeting the Blood Demon twins for the first time was too great for him to forget. The brother's pain seemed to be imprinted directly into Namgung-mae's body, unable to escape. Out. The night is dark before his eyes, and now it's time for him to truly wake up. Nearly half a year has passed every night like that. It's like the first night. Namgung-mae is not human. He was as stubborn as his father, so he accepted the truth. He knew his big brother would never be able to escape the clutches of the red giant and the blue giant in that forest. The person who died had to take revenge. Most importantly, if there is a price to pay, the male lead will pay any price. Maybe you won't be able to know what his master's illness is like right now. I have never seen such a his body was like that throughout his professional life. All of his acupuncture points and meridians were damaged. I don't even know how to explain it. It's as if the internal force is rioting inside. Dantian. Master Ryu Yian was so used to this and knew his physical condition that he asked the doctor not to focus on anything. This was an order from the master of martial arts, so I had to do it. I will explain to him, so now go out. After a round of acupuncture, the doctor proactively cleaned up his luggage and bowed to let the master rest. Ryu Yian's time is running out, and now she hasn't received any news from the Dragon Master. Respecting Quan Yun's words, he has suffered here, but inside he's upset. The cancer is in the final stage, the Dantian is sometimes not. If the body is normal, it can definitely endure it with reverse flow magic, but the current body cannot control it. Master Ryu Yian calculating my fate may last a year or half a year. It's sad when a person knows that death is about to be faced, but there is still so much to do. The master turns over his pillow and opens a few letters. Ash tree deepens the chain of events. Based on the information from Tu Ha, the blood inflammation medicine is not the only thing that is disturbing the martial arts. If this medicinal pill is an alternative method for the elixir, the chaos devil magic narrates to replace the secret martial arts that are spreading in the martial arts. I believe that the chaos devil magic and the blood inflammation uniring are two sides of the same coin. Initially, when people first investigated the medicinal pill, everyone knew that when they absorbed it, they would lose consciousness. However, recently there have been reports that martial artists who have learned chaos demon magic have regained consciousness. Even a martial artist with low internal strength will become stronger with the help of that martial skill, so if they are a master, it is unimaginable. They can. What if you expect to completely control the energy of the blood? It sounds a bit absurd, but it is convincing because the master himself has many times absorbed that aura from his disciple. In his mind he already had the answer, but he still needed to have it. Add more evidence. Only with a visual inspection can we understand everything and confirm what has been calculated. A moment later, the doctor came in when it was time to prepare the medicine and brought it to the master. He didn't see anyone here, so he only knew to report to the leader. Ryu Yian left a letter saying he had to go away for a while and asked the doctor to lie and use it, saying he was still in the treatment room. It wouldn't be strange, but every sentence and every word is written in human blood. It looks so serious. 30 years ago, the battle for the throne of Tangmon and Sichuan began after the homeowner died. The foremost veteran elders in the clan gathered and didn't understand what the hell happened. They all thought that it must have been because the wound received in the battle with Quan Yun became severe. That accident happened so long ago that such an old injury could not have happened at once. Now that is not important. We have to decide who among the descendants of this generation will be the next head of the family. Out of all his 7 sons, who do you plan to nominate? Is that necessary? Why not choose the eldest to inherit? I nominate young master Tang Ji-chul. In terms of position, this person is qualified but not qualified to be the head of the house, so the elders nominated the second young master to be the heir? Thinking about it, they are talking about 6 young masters, but it seems that no one is pleasing to the eye. If we choose people based on their qualities, wouldn't we all already know? The great elder believes that Tang Chan, the youngest son in the family, is the most capable. At the age of 14, he has mastered all the techniques of the Tang sect and his talent is beyond discussion. But I doubt whether he is really the son of the former homeowner. That is the child that Tang Xiaopeng brought back from somewhere and adopted him as his son. We cannot leave the position of heir to someone of unknown origin. Moreover, he is still too young, only under the age of 20. Since when does Tang Mon Tu Suyen choose homeowners based on age? The previous head of the family in the previous generation, Tang Xiaopeng, was also appointed when he was just selected 20 due to his great ability. After a long discussion without reaching any results, all 4 elders decided to have the same decision. The tradition of the Tang sect is to create a life and death battle where whoever wins will be the leader. 100 years ago the Tang sect of Sichuan always did that, but then in the last few generations of family heads, they almost abandoned them. The only person left alive after killing all the other members will become the family leader. Do you think this method is suitable for the great Tang sect? Or not? So just like that, the battle between blood brothers is about to take place. Tang Chan is the youngest brother and was not informed clearly. Every day he only focuses on practicing without paying attention. Pay attention to anything. 7th master's only friend for the past 14 years is the cat. You shouldn't sneak in here like that, or if you get caught, you'll be taken to the stew. Even so, you're still the only one who comes to hang out with me every night, right? Tang Chan named it Mew Mew, which sounds quite friendly and approachable. One day, like always, Mew Mew suddenly cried out and did not listen to the master. Outside, the second senior brother came, so he was a bit scared and left. In the family, perhaps the 2 of them are closest because of the rest. They all have very clear intentions. They all want to eliminate each other to take the top position and receive the vacant position of head of the sect. Seeing the second brother, Tang Chan was quite surprised as to why he was come here. Tang Jigik leisurely walked in. Do you need a reason for me to visit my junior brother? Have you heard the news that the family is about to start a contest to decide who will become the head of the family? Seeing that junior brother was not very focused, Tang Jigik immediately explained the meaning of this war. To the mind of a 14-year-old child, it just feels like a sword fight. We will have to kill each other until only one person is left alive. Tang Jigik's meaning was that the 7 brothers in the Tang sect would have to fight against each other. That's true. About 100 years ago, they said that was the way the Tang sect in Sichuan chose a leader. Tang Chan understood the situation. So cruel, he immediately asked why his brother brought so many guards. Tang Jigik really didn't understand, or did he intentionally say he came just to talk? But then when they heard rustling sounds outside, they both realized that tonight would be a very long night. Unexpectedly, those bastards would find me with you. Also, it could be that the second young master arranged it, or it could be that other brothers planned to harm them. The 2 brothers quickly took care of all the assassins working for their own family. The rules of competing for the position of householder are quite simple as long as you are still breathing. Tang sect's tactics are different from other sects, which is the use of hidden weapons and traps. Some high-end cases, if you are a direct blood relative, you will be able to learn more about potions. Assassins are so thoroughly trained, it seems like all of them are at their peak. Recognizing the abilities of the assassins. Then the second young master and the 7th young master joined forces. Both used hidden weapons to kill all those who stood in the way of working for their blood brothers. Although they could confront each other, the number of enemies is very large due to the prepared plan. Dare to use poison in front of the second young master of Tang sect? Are you looking down on us? I will show you what Tang sect's poison is like because it cannot be stopped. Tang Jigik rushed up, approached and used his deadly poison to quickly kill the assassins. Faced with the danger of his life, he used countless brutal methods. But when there were only a few people left, he was caught off guard, so his loophole was immediately discovered by the enemy. Shine from right behind. Afterwards, the pre-poisoned force aimed straight at the second young master. Because he was too subjective, he thought that this time it was all over. Fortunately, in the dark night, the seventh brother promptly used a pebble to save him from danger. The trap is trapped and cannot be taken back, so it is also a very good opportunity to respond. When the opportunity comes, Tang Jigok knows how to be meticulous to keep himself safe. He clutched the assassin's weapon tightly. Then he wanted to repay what he had just suffered. Suddenly, the last one of all those sent out died. Thanking his younger brother for his help, Tang Jigok turned to check on the seventh brother. See if it's okay. But then he saw that he was the one who was not okay, not his junior brother. That guy who killed all the assassins before him was truly a rare talent of the fourth Tang sect. This statement was a bit redundant because everyone in the family knew it, and later the two checked that there was still one survivor. Tang Jigok immediately asked questions to find out who was the culprit. Who gave the order? Because he had assumed that he would die after the mission was not completed, that guy did not say a word. It needed to be eliminated immediately, but then Tang Chan stopped brother. Please tell me who is trying to kill me and my junior brother, whether they are the elders or not. He tried to say a few more threatening words, but absolutely that loyalty cannot be shaken. Tang Jigok was furious and brutally murdered the living assassin. Seeing dozens of bodies lying on the ground, Tang Chan felt a little helpless. The boy took the initiative to raise his voice, "Our brother. There's no need to kill him. Junior brother, don't be so weak. They're assassins trying to kill us. The ones who will benefit the most when we die are probably the remaining gentlemen. I know that the five brothers all want to be the head of the family, but they still need to have a specific name." Tang Jigok immediately mentioned his senior brother Tang Ji Chol. Tang Chan felt so disappointed. Could he just kick each other to death with the same mother? It seemed like he wanted to kill them all, my younger brothers, so that I can sit comfortably in the chair of the Tang sect's master. I have thought so before, so this is the reason why I came to you today. Please listen to me. To survive, we must work together. Every word that year touched Tang Chan's young heart. In the end, he had to agree to help his second senior brother climb. Became the current head of the family. Before the battle of the Tang sect in Sichuan took place, 3 out of 4 possible heirs were assassinated. If it were an orthodox sect, that person must be punished no matter who it is. However, because it was the Tang sect, the elders were satisfied, and so the battle for the throne officially began. The drama of Tang Jigok is not difficult to recognize, but Tang Chan is too naive. To keep himself safe, he was forced to kill the subordinates in the family. Among the 6 masters, he failed. The son is not completely qualified because he is the illegitimate son of the late homeowner. Although it seems a bit unfair, Tang Chan's own talent has proven it with his actions. Big brother has tried his best, killing those brothers who were of the same bloodline. How could Tang Chan let such terrible things happen in this family? He was truly moved by his chivalrous actions. Second senior brother. Aren't we the ones who shouldn't have survived this? I will become the homeowner and find a way to live for all of our brothers. That's it, is Tang Jigok's promise, but will he keep it? After removing the unwanted obstacles, the 7th young master went to find big brother. I'm sorry, junior brother, because I don't care about what you think. Come to my side, and if you become the homeowner, I will reward you with everything. Tang Ji Chol felt that those benefits were not enough, so he immediately wanted to give the 7th brother became the head of the family. This is definitely too late because of all the actions that the eldest son of the Tang sect has committed in the past. When I and mother first came to this place, no one likes us. Moreover, when mother passed away, only second brother Jigok came to visit. I'm sorry because I have my reasons, because the elders always observed my actions. And the subordinates also objected to that decision, not that I did not want to visit you. Tang Chan really wanted to understand because this was the fierceness of the Tang Mon Sichuan. He really wanted to believe his brother, but he thought that his 3rd and 4th brothers were killed by Tang Ji Chol. It sounded a bit strange, so Tang Ji Chol's eyes were extremely excited. He didn't know his brothers. The other brother was dead and the throwing knife was printed straight on him from behind. The last person among the 5 sons of the Tang sect also died. Perhaps this life and death battle has also come to an end. At the last moment, he was still making excuses for his own mistakes. Personally caused it. The main culprit is Tang Jigik. Junior brother doesn't need to worry that this battle is about to end. To be frank, it's already over because Tang Chan originally didn't have enough grounds to fight. Due to an unorthodox bloodline. He seemed very guilty as he watched each senior brother die one by one because of the greed of the second brother. The results were immediately reported to the elders and they seemed very satisfied. Out of the 7 people, only 2 people survived and of course Tang Jigik had a high chance of becoming the head of the house. One of the elders felt a bit puzzled because of Tang Chan, the 7th young master is still alive. Since his mother comes from a lowly background and has not had an official wedding yet, we cannot be sure that he is a descendant of the Tang sect, so I will decided he was not qualified. Anyway, congratulations on winning the 2nd young master Tang Jigik. Perhaps we will need to appoint you immediately to the position of head of household. Because the heir has been decided, Tang sect can now worry about more important things. There is no specific decision announced, but the elders still make requests for the new head of the family. Although the power of the homeowner is very high, the greater limitation is the great elders. Currently, the influence of the demon religion has spread to the Central Plains. The Tang sect is the hegemon of Sichuan are forced to protect this land. You should collect the forces under the command of the deceased young masters and let them follow the orders of the Council of Elders. Tang Jigik feels like a puppet. I was controlled, so I refused. Even if I gathered all my remaining subordinates, it wouldn't be enough to make up for what I lost in the battle for inheritance. Power. Do you already think you've become great because you belong to the Council of Elders and become the head of the family? Indeed, this is similar to the demon religion. The Tang sect relies on strength as its foundation. Tang Jigik is still too weak in martial power, so he has been forced to reluctantly listen to them. For hundreds of years it's always like that, and only when he's really strong can he remove the chains. When he returned to Tang Jigik's manor, he was angry. Did those old bastards dare to turn me into their puppet? The space also has the presence of the 7th brother, and Tang Chan himself is also being controlled by the 2nd brother. We thought everything would go smoothly when the senior brother was the head of the house, but a bigger problem was waiting for us. You don't need to worry too much because we already have a plan to do. With the purpose of completely taking power into our hands, Tang Jigik ignored the family rules. After the meeting when he took office, he held a party and only invited the elders. His intention was to kill everyone so that no one would stop him. You did very well, I commend you for following through. Order quickly, we think we have chosen the right heir. To repay the elder, I have a special gift prepared in advance for you. It seems he has something he wants to bribe. Let's wait and see what it is. Here organs were arranged on the roof and immediately toxic gas began to cover the banquet. The fake door was locked tightly around, making it impossible to see the exit. Poisonous fog is a fairly basic and easy poison. Contact and take effect the fastest. Why do you dare to use poison on the elders? This is really stupid. Everyone is very confident because this poison has no effect at all. But it didn't take too long for everyone to vomit. Some elders realized that this was not poison. Blind bones. Damn, you dare to use poison. Of the forbidden dungeon or something? Tang Jigik was not afraid to turn over the cards, showing that his ambition is very big. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the proud elders of the Tang sect lying on the ground. On the floor like bugs. No matter what, we will all end up together forever, so don't do it. I'm not an incompetent person, so there's no need to die with you guys. It turns out he silently took the antidote so he didn't have symptoms like the others. Now because the influence of the demon religion is increasing rapidly, I will take over the family's forces and overcome this crisis. I will make the Tang sect of Sichuan the most powerful family in the world, so you can all die. The dark past of the current Tang sect family is like that. The old Council of Elders has ended and a new page has opened. That is how Tang Jigik usurped all the power of the Tang sect in Sichuan and became the true head of the family. He had solved the biggest problem and now there was only one more problem left. After gaining power, the head of the Tang sect forced his 7th brother to drink poison. This is a type of poison of the Tang sect. It has an invisible name that cannot be traced. It was created to be used for the dependent descendants of the family. so that those dependent descendants do not dare to usurp the power of the direct descendants, so don't worry, drink it. This poison will not kill you, it will only make you unable to use your internal strength anymore. Some people still say that you are the one who should become the head of the house, but I am completely wrong. Trust. However, in order for both of you to survive, you must prove that you do not want to become the homeowner. Tang Chan immediately agreed to follow the arrangement because he was tired of watching the scene. Bloody rain and wind. Because in recent years, Tang Jigik has always been the biggest supporter, there is no need to think. This is the most regretful action in the life of the seventh young master, or in other words, Ryu Yin master. The remaining 5 dead brothers cannot be as dangerous as this last brother. He had to do it so thoroughly because he did not want any more dangers to shake the head's chair. Just as planned, there was no one left in Tang Jigik's sight. First of all, when the Council of Elders climbed to the top, they demanded power. Tang Jigik was forced to give them control of the entire force of the brothers. However, on the surface, it will be as expected, but the hearts of the team members are completely different. The elders did not trace the background of those who swore loyalty to the homeowner. Tang Mon Sichuan will no longer have those elders. But Tang Jigik's alone. A sinister plot had been planned out by him down to the smallest detail. After faking the assassination, Tang Chan completely trusted his second senior brother. While the boy takes care of Ji Chul, this guy has time to treat the other brothers because it's too simple. The poison is definitely slowly seeping into Tang Chan's body. Tang Jigik is excited about the bad things that are about to happen to his little brother. The truth is so because the poison has a very quick effect. The strange thing is that Tang Chan's body has these reactions. The reaction was different from that. The medicinal pill received from the second senior brother assimilated into the dantian and spread to all meridians. The internal force from that medicinal pill was so strong and it felt like it would burn everything. Second, the inner strength also became greater by swallowing all the inner strength. After thinking about it, he realized that what the second brother said was not true. According to Tang Jigik, that was a secret poison that is only passed on to dependent descendants. Tang Chan thought that he should not resist because it was his brother's idea. The boy was convinced that the story of fighting was okay, I'm back, so there's nothing to worry about anymore. Miu Miu is still by her owner's side as usual, because since second brother has become the head of the house, I'm sure no one will scold me anymore if I take care of your house, right? Suddenly the cat squealed as if realizing some danger or oppression. From right behind, an assassin in the house was secretly trying to kill that young master. Power a lot was taken away. Tang Chan didn't have time to feel anything. He quickly looked back and jumped to another place to avoid the plot from becoming unsuccessful. Never before had a stranger come to this place. Who is that person with murderous aura? When he accidentally asked the question, the medicinal pill took effect, causing his internal force to be suppressed. He was not the only one who only blinked a lot. Another member of the assassination team was present. They surrounded the final target that the homeowner wanted to eliminate for fear of affecting the chair he was sitting on. If it was normal, Tang Chan would be very comfortable fighting, but now it's different. You need to think of a way to escape from here to save your life. Boom! A smoke bomb shot out, causing the assassins to lose their vision and not recognize the target. Again. Taking advantage of this situation, Tang Chan luckily found a way to retreat from the siege. He ran very quickly towards the back of the family where it was covered by the forest, making it easy to hide. But as if from when he first ate poison, his speed soon slowed down. His vision was reduced even though he tried, but he was unable to continue his escape journey. Bad luck kept coming to Tang Chan. Why did it happen? At a time like this, using internal force when the poison took effect caused chaos in the dantian, making it difficult to adjust. While thinking like that, dozens of hidden weapons flew from behind. That deadly rain made Tang Chan unable to breathe and got a few more shots in his body. So the seventh young master had to swallow the pain and fainted unconsciously. The pursuit of killing someone who no longer had martial arts. The attack is relatively simple for the assassination team. One guy went to check the body and turned it over to see if it was still breathing. Maybe he was wrong because his martial arts skills were gone, but Tang's willpower was gone. Chan doesn't have any influence. With just that amount of damage, how can he be affected? Tang Chan stood up with quick movements and immediately pulled out the hidden weapon from behind his back. He was the main one. That thing was used to skewer the villain's face. Tell me quickly why you intentionally harmed me and who ordered it. It was unfortunate that he was able to bite the poison in time. Hid in his teeth and died. The information was too confidential and involved many people, so Tang Chan couldn't collect anything. When he didn't know what to do, a few other guys chased him. They fired hidden weapons, but this time they all missed. It's obvious that the person who caused this incident was the current head of the Tang Jigik family. Even though he gave his junior brother poison. But because he was worried about his talent, he was determined to pull out the weeds from the roots. Of course, seventh young master would never let that wretched senior brother achieve his goal. Poor kid, his speed yours used to be as fast as lightning, but now it's so pitiful. As he ran, Tang Chan had to fight quickly and concisely, not as comfortably as before. The people he killed were old acquaintances who had to obey orders by the homeowner. They have no bad intentions, but due to coercion and threats, of course they will have to do it. Tang Chan's hands are stained with blood. His nature was originally gentle, but now because I had to be brutal. The more I tried to develop my own strength, the dantian inside was about to crumble. Now I had no place to run, my body couldn't move at will. Coughing continuously. Even though he thought about his brother, Tang Chan still denied it in his mind. But then he appeared. Now you are useless, right? The person he has never dared to be disrespectful and always behaved obediently, yet had the murderous intention of turning his junior brother into a chess piece. A very special moment when Tang Jigik appeared to complete the work that his subordinates could not do. He stands here because of his cautious nature and has taken into account that the assassination team will have difficulty in pursuing the killer. The dark rain and poisonous gas cover a dark space, making it easy to feel death coming. Tang Chan wondered what he had done wrong and why his second brother treated him so cruelly. The force was so strong that it destroyed the entire area where seventh young master stood, crushing the cliff at the edge of the cliff. After the deadly dust and smoke, Tang Jigik leisurely looked at it. He had already confirmed his junior disciple's death, so there was no need to allow his subordinates to search below. It could no longer use its internal power and was hit. If you are poisoned, even heaven cannot save you. Our father said that you are a unique genius in the history of the Tang sect in Sichuan. If so, then who am I? If I live, I will be called the one who defeated the genius. Tang Jigik felt very satisfied because his little brother was finally no longer in the way. And from then on he firmly held the Tang gate in his hands without being stopped by anyone. The sky was still pitch black and from the bushes there was the sound of Tang Chan's panting. Up to this point he still couldn't tell if the dantian was broken or not while entering. The poison is circulated in the meridians. The strength is gone as if death is firmly in hand. In addition, ahead there are many dark shadows searching for something that might belong to them. Second brother's body. There are a lot of whispers. I think it's hiding around. Let's turn over pieces of land. Do they want to come after me? Tang Chan silently thought. Try to lie still, breathe more softly. Suddenly someone screamed and found him, startling him too. It turned out that the hunters went to the mountains to catch rabbits to bring to the street to sell for money to buy rice. Don't talk nonsense. Before we were discovered by senior brother, I hadn't eaten rabbit meat in a long time. So the two of them immediately left to prepare a fire to grill meat and drink wine. Tang Chan sighed and was lucky at the end. The same door to life was not closed to him. But then when he was thinking of a way to go somewhere else, suddenly a person appeared and asked why he was hiding here. The voice was full of weight for him. Seeing that he was also an extremely classy martial artist, Tang Chan was so allergic to that kind of appearance that he tried to retreat into the night and did not forget to respond with hidden weapons. You surprised me. How can you throw this dangerous weapon at once? Did he block my attack with just 2 fingers? It's strange. Quan Yun was still young and in his prime. Is a member of the martial arts sect. He asked Tang Chan again why he was hiding around this area. It sounded like an interrogation, so Tang Chan didn't even bother to respond and just used actions. He continued to temporarily grab a few pebbles nearby to preemptively attack and then find a way out. Kwon Yoon realized that this style was truly the Tang Mon Sichuan's and could not go wrong. He was lucky. Force then begins to demonstrate the infinite internal power of the martial arts. The sneak attacks are completely neutralized and are gently regulated in Kwon Yoon's hands. If you're tired, don't keep spinning around. Did something strange that made Tang Chan dizzy. Then he fainted immediately because his dantian was so chaotic that his body couldn't bear it. Just a kid under 20 and already being able to use a killer move is indeed a bit doubtful. Who is the identity of this seriously injured child? So the fate also started from here when the master brought the lost servant from Tang Mon to take care of him. Tang Chan was in a coma and couldn't wake up for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, he regained consciousness when he opened his eyes and saw his benefactor. As you said, he was too scared. In front of strangers and the family's obsession, so he only knows how to look in the corner like a wild animal. Everything needs to be guarded from people's actions, so Tang Chan becomes sensitive. You are like a lynx, there's no need to be so cautious. Why did you save me? Tang Chan didn't answer, just asked again. Do we need a reason to save a child who still wants to live? Then thank you, since I was born until now. Tang Chan was very surprised. I don't know what happened to you, but it's a pity. Dan Dean, if you can't recover, and it seems like you don't care about that either. Because you forced yourself to use your internal force, you also lost a huge amount of your true energy. I think your lifetime is also there won't be many more. It seems like you come from Tangmen Sichuan, right? Do you want me to call there so they can come pick me up? Tang Chan was startled and considered himself to have nothing to do with that wretched family member who eats porridge and rocks. According to this kid, he kept reminding when he came to Tang Mon, he was indignant. Kwon Yoon wondered if it must be for some reason. For now, let's just run for treatment until we are completely cured. We will plan to stay here for a month. From now on until the end of the term, the Lord allowed Tang Chan to stay and live with him and the other brothers. Excuse me, can I know the name of the benefactor who saved me? I am a great swordsman of the Kwon Yoon sect. From then on we began to be close until now. No longer being cautious, Tang Chan told his background and his events. The master was very sympathetic. Every day the boy observed the martial arts disciples practicing, although he was a bit shy. The great elder gave him permission. He also told the boy there's not much time left. And then the month has ended, so the martial arts team is also preparing to pack up. Today is a pretty special day for Kwon Yoon after coming to his room, by Tang Chan. He didn't see that weak boy going anywhere but found him learning martial arts by himself in the yard. This child's talent is extremely great just by watching others practice. Just by doing it, you can follow it fluently. In martial arts, beginners and longtime practitioners are the same in using Tai Chi. Shallowness and depth are the differences between the techniques. Short-term and long-term disciples. Tang Chan did not show much of it, but in Kwon Yoon's eyes he recognized. This child uses familiar movements and easily creates postures. In just 1 month. Compared to the disciples in this sect, it took at least half a year or maybe longer due to awareness. Because he was so curious, he proactively went to contemplate as well as testing qualifications. Why do you know the principles of our martial arts Tai Chi? At that time, Tang Chan didn't know what it was, so he just did it if it felt good and the air conditioning didn't work. Immediately tell me the truth that you don't know that stealing the secret martial arts of another sect is a crime. Serious crime or what? The boy cringed and denied he didn't do that, so how did he do it if he didn't steal? Tang Chan sighed and then recounted that it was his benefactor who performed Tai Chi for him the first time he met the animal. What the hell is that? Did he catch me by doing it just once? Kwon Yoon felt mixed between happiness and anger, so he wanted Tang Chan to finish his performance and would judge him. Right after that, the 7th child of Tang Mon Sichuan did not disappoint this person. It not only simply imitates the principles of Tai Chi but also understands the harmony of yin and yang. The boy strengthens the broken dantian by using Tai Chi, which is absurd. That also means having the ability to create an artificial dantian that I have never heard or seen about. Tang Chan is truly a genius child. There is nothing more to say. Kwon Yoon has opened your heart and see this as God's will. You have found your way to survive, follow my energy. With great true energy he infused into Tang Chan's body, help him stabilize. When that warm anger is calming the chaos that damn poison causes every day. Dantian no longer shows signs of cracking but just stays in harmony. Inside. Don't stop the cycle of internal energy inside the Dantian. If this continues, the toxins in the body will no longer be able to assimilate into the Dantian. Taiji is understood as a high order can perceive with it the transmitted existence. This is the origin of all life in nature. If there is darkness, there will be light and vice versa. Light always radiates from darkness and darkness are always the beginning of light. Just like that, the seventh young master was saved by the master of martial arts and allowed to follow him as a disciple and teach the teachings of life. That good relationship lasted for decades without being shaken. It can be thought that Kuan Yin swordsman did not consider Master Ryu Yian as a disciple but rather as a confidant. After a few years Kuan Yin came to inform Tang Chan of extremely important news. He needed to return to martial arts because his children and grandchildren at home wanted this person to become the next sect leader. What did you say that was so strange? Do you still agree with the demonic religion that is operating so horribly? They attack in many places and no force in the Central Plains can stop them. I know that's the case, that's why I refuse to be the head of the martial arts sect. This world is created based on conversations about rules and etiquette. No matter what, if we do not follow these things, we will lose great things. Maybe why that's what the sword master's intentions were and Tang Chan didn't stop him. Unlike him, everything looked normal but the Wanderer was a strange place. The big fish swallowed the small fish like them. Don't do that and behind that curtain they're controlled by selfish desires. The level of greed in a person can cause that person to do barbaric things without hesitation. You also did experience it, right? In every sentence, every word, Master Ryu Yian sees his own image in it. Perhaps the position we feel complacent in now is carrying within us a much darker story because we are the ones who called the devil into this world. Suddenly, in his master's heart, he remembered the memories of the first time the two of them met. If the darkness is stronger, then the light will also shine because of that, right? That was a very accurate answer, so Kuan Yin laughed out loud because he was so satisfied. So I plan to gather people with the same opinion to fight against demonism and create a new alliance. I want to become a spot of light and eliminate that darkness from this world forever. As you wish I will follow my master, this is my master's decision. I have a lot of experience so I can't understand how the world works. But I really want to create that magical, colorful world with you. On that day the Black Frangipani was formed. The city is under the siege of the martial arts master. Returning to reality, Tang's homeowner also has a lot of confidences. Do you know why I came here to drink? Tang Su-ha pondered and said if it was to comfort the long-lost souls. Not really because this is my starting point, this place is also where I left my mark. Foot for a great cause. It sounds terrible, but in reality, Tang Jigok killed all the elders in the family to consolidate power. Cold and cruel, he handled the job quickly, he was right. Is too suitable to be the head of the Tang sect. Tang Su-ha wanted to give the caller an extra leg to pour wine to serve, but Tang Jigok dismissed it because he wanted to remember the deceased. After making 3 or 4 cups, he was satisfied. Ha was so irritated that the homeowner chased him away. Actually, he had already discovered that someone had broken in so he didn't want to make a scene to ruin the atmosphere. I don't know who you are, but it's better to leave. Reveal yourself. From the darkness, Master Ryu Yian appeared to face his old half-brother. Tang Jigok did not know this person because in the main battle of ghosts, both of them were familiar with him. Stood by. What the hell are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that we still haven't received instructions? Is there something wrong here? Tang Jigok kept saying incomprehensible sentences. He mentioned that person as if Master Ryu Yian was someone he was very familiar with. He must have mistaken him for someone else, that person. Please tell me who you're talking about. Could it be one of the former members of the Black Flower Giant, right? Tang Jigok realized that so he immediately wanted to use a hidden weapon to eliminate Master Ryu Yian. Dozens of poisonous things shot out in succession, causing the master to quickly block it. He used his bare hands to catch him. Is it really terrible to take my poisoned weapon? I understand that if you easily deal with the Poison King's attack, then you are the Poison Ryu Yian, right? This is the first time I have personally met the hero of that ancient battle. But even so, you are not allowed to penetrate my home's defense system. Master didn't say many words but just wanted to check a few things regardless of the consequences. Without wasting time, the homeowner heard the name blood inflammation uniring which was floating around. We also received an order from the Martial Arts Union and is investigating it. I heard that you are a master at the White Martial Arts Hall. Why did you come here for what? The reason is very simple. That medicinal pill is similar to Tangmon's invisible poison. It's so accurate that Tang Jigik can only stay silent, unable to find a reason to deny. Only family members know this stuff, so why does he know about that poison? Seeing that uncomfortable expression like he was about to shit his pants, Master Ryu Yian attacked him verbally. Please answer me if your Tang sect is producing blood inflammation unirings? I don't know how you know about the invisible poison, but it seems like you've lost your mind. Is this an order from the Master of Martial Arts? Sword Venerable Quan Yun has nothing to do with this and the Black Flower Eagle has also disbanded. According to what the Master wanted to tell the homeowner, he himself is investigating independently, but how did he know? Invisible poison? The mask was taken off because I was the one who drank that poison. The skinny face that looked like an addict appeared a long time ago, right, second senior brother. Tang Jigik was startled. I thought I was drunk and dreamed of a ghost and quickly shouted your name. I narrowly escaped death after being chased by you until I ran away. Master no longer feels hatred or hatred, forget about it, brother. Because of what happened in the past, Ryu Yian had the opportunity to meet the Master of Martial Arts to help clear his deadlocked thoughts. He can use his internal power even though he is affected by things. Is it really impossible for me to drink poison? He felt surprised but also quite satisfied because poison is a difficult thing to remove. The invisible removal of poison is something only seen in dreams and the person affected must only death. Tang Jigik realized that the youngest brother in the family is now slowly dying. I'm surprised how you survived or were able to use your internal strength. There's no way I'll let someone who died in the past come back and ruin my plans. Tang Jigik, already drunk, increased his confidence by 500%, and used his inner strength to kill his junior brother again. He promised that after finishing the job, he would go to Hebei City to ask the master of the Martial Arts League for the crime of liking to save others. The way to attack is quite experienced, but his opponent right now is not Tang Chan, as Ryu Yian. I told the owner it has nothing to do with it. Please tell me how the Tang sect is related to blood inflammation uniring. How can the owner? Is it okay to talk about this confidential matter? But then he had to frown when his old arm was being squeezed and about to be crushed. With no way to keep himself safe, he had to compromise and agree. As you know, after I took over the Tang sect, our family had already collapsed. Not only was it defeated at the hands of the Na Mi sect of Sichuan, but Tan was also many places above level. After that, the main demon war took place, so all sects or families had to cooperate with each other and fight against the demon sect. To protect the safety of the Central Plains from all of them, we had to shed blood and tears. However, that crisis turned out to be an opportunity for the Tang sect. As the war dragged on, poisons and elixirs were distributed throughout the Central Plains and helped them. I found glory. By chance during the war, one saw the demon blood pills of the demon sect and then conducted research. This type of pill is not necessarily unknown to Master Ryu Yian. This is the secret elixir of the demon sect that forces martial artists to open all their meridians and allows them to use energy to the maximum extent in battle. If demon blood pills are produced in large quantities, the entire Central Plains will fall into the hands of the demon sect. I knew it as soon as I saw the pill. If we could combine the demon blood pill and the invisible poison, it would be good. It would bring a huge change to the situation, the current state of martial arts in battle. After success, we created a prototype and scattered it throughout the Central Plains, but did not choose our customers carefully, from martial artists to children and I guess ghosts. The sword is also one of them. There are all the ingredients and among them is Namgung Mae, Ryu Yian's beloved student. Do you know that what you did brought chaos to the Central Plains? Or not? When the master wanted to blame, a lot of poison was smuggled into this place. The location where the two of them were talking was the exact place where the Council of Elders died decades ago. This thing is a new invention of soul-binding yin and yang because I secretly created it. Tang Jigok saw the seventh brother coughing up blood and couldn't bear it and knelt down. His heart was happy. Unless you have an antidote, otherwise, even the poisonous Ryu Yin wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a sinister and calculating person he is, because he knows he won't be able to defeat his junior brother if the duel is even. Your stupid junior should continue living a miserable life as a dead person. Why did you come here today so I could kill you twice? Master felt confused and just wanted second brother to explain the stories of the past. After our parents passed away, you were the one in the family who cared enough to accept me as a member. There must be a reason. Make you hate me and want to harm me like that? Perhaps Ryu Yin was wrong when Tang Jigok felt that whether old or young, this junior brother was too naive. With the 5 deceased brothers he killed, he himself proved to be a very diverse person. Cunning. It's so funny because I hated you from the first sight after meeting. You are that dirty woman brought here by the old man's own will, and that makes me uncomfortable. The reason I let you join the team is because of your talent, and I'm close to you just because I want to take advantage. Before the old father's death, before choosing the successor, an opportunity to give me a second son. To become the head of the Tang family, I must kill all my brothers. Tang Jigok has shown his true nature when he sees his 7 brothers as just one obstacles were in the way, but then he coughed up due to too much poison. The antidote was ineffective because we were talking, so we needed to take the medicine. As he spoke, he pulled out the antidote. Known as "but this poison is too strong, the internal organs will be burned like a normal person." This is an action that the homeowner will regret until death when the master quickly destroys it. You bastard, aren't you already poisoned? He felt surprised because his master's internal force was still used normally. That poison called yin-yang was so powerful that even Ryu Yin had to admit. However, with Dan Dean especially in the body, everything is fine when the poison is neutralized. Since drinking invisible poison, Master has not had to fear any kind of poison from severe to mild. You can consider your body. The current Master is invincible to all poisons. How unreasonable is it for you to overcome poison with poison? I know you wanted to kill me when I was young, but I didn't expect you to hate me to the core like this. From now on I will no longer treat you as the little brother from before, but as Ryu Yin. I will give you the last chance to live. I really don't think you can separate yourself. One ring of blood and inflammation spread out all over this central plains. There is definitely someone behind all of this and controlling the Tang sect of Sichuan. Master wants to use internal force to slow down the process of spreading the poison and needs add more information. In addition, if the old man refuses to listen, the master can also control the blood to make the poison spread faster in the body. Tang Jigok can't say many things clearly, just remind to that person. He thought that even if Ryu Yin lived, he would still change this world that he held tightly in the palm of his hand. Just as he was about to reveal his true identity, a pursued shot from somewhere was aiming at the homeowner. A powerful shot shot straight through the temple, causing Tang Jigok to die before he could deny it. Master Ryu Yin recognized this move as the magic sword creating pellet technique. Is a quite familiar martial art. In the past, that killer move killed many subordinates of the demon sect. However, now it appears not because of martial arts but only with the intention of wanted to destroy the mouth. Master used his palm to destroy the roof of the building to create an open space. Then he flew up to try to locate the culprit. That internal force very small, but with my own strength, I discovered it. They were 17 miles away but they could hit with precision. The story of the explosive unicorn is being expanded more and more. It's no longer a simple matter. Many forces are behind Tang Mon Sichuan's drums to cause chaos in martial arts. Master Ryu Yin hasn't dared to confirm who they are, but he only knows that they are very strong. Hearing the explosion, dozens of Tang sect's disciples immediately ran to the scene. They realized the location was a place where the homeowner often came to rest, but they were already late and could only see their master's silhouette. Ryu Yin. Someone on the roof immediately caught the intruder. Don't let him escape alive. There's no way, so the master will definitely have to clean up the scene of what he just did. The next morning, the Namgung Mae rescue group left the Jae-gal family to set out. When they had gone a short distance, they encountered loggers. Before long, they were facing Luke Lam. Run Jae-gal mi while fighting and talking to the members. We don't have time for this and we still have to find the old man nicknamed Ash Tree. If we ignore the Green Forest camp pests, how can you call yourself a gentleman? Ah Joan also rushed into danger and felt very excited because he was able to fight with his benefactor. At Eun Ryong's side, he reminded everyone that there were too many enemies. Don't get injured or you won't be able to heal them in time. Master didn't participate in the battle, but he admired the snake class. The children cooperated quite well. Master Ryu Yeon's father really raised her well. Anyway, it's not like the usual Green Forest group because this team moves very synchronously. They look like they've been trained on the battlefield. This battle will definitely be prolonged and the difficult situation is gradually becoming clearly visible. Simply put, it looks like robbery, but it is organized properly from the formation to the use of overwhelming numbers of abilities, of the snake class. Ju Duk-hwa immediately understood that someone had to teach them how to fight so orderly. To end the fight, the children should deal with that guy, but I'm curious. Who will notice that? Right in the center of the class, the whole class is surrounded by martial artists with a second level. In terms of strength, it can't be that difficult. The more you fight, the more tired you get. The number of the Green Forest is too large. The more you fight them, the more you can't count them. If it keeps like that, with only 5 people, there will be no way to last and will join forces first. Suddenly Miss Gao, with her sharp observation, noticed the difference in this chaotic crowd. In front of her she saw a flag bearer creating a siege. There was nothing wrong with the bandits. Organized like in the army. Immediately Jae-gal mi pointed out that the bastard who was giving orders needed to deal with him first. Very soon the 2 best masters in martial arts and light attack in the group suddenly passed through the encirclement to approach. He stood on a high mound with no one to protect him and no weapons to fight back, so it was easy to defeat him. Knowing that it was impossible to resist this guy, immediately threw away the war flag and used the flute to signal the area. Not far away, the Green Foresters patrolling the mountain also recognized the sound calling for help. It had been a long time since something like this happened to him. He quickly ran all the way back to the boss's place to report the situation. The big brother lying deep in the cave was sleeping peacefully because he drank a lot of alcohol last night. He was a bit angry when he was informed by his juniors. There's something going on. The subordinates heard the alarm sound of flutes and guessed that someone was trying to attack us. I don't know who they are, but touching us would be insane. Just he said as he used his big arm to pick up the familiar demon mask and put it on. I need to see the faces of these bastards who dare to wake up this Master Jang Wang. Luke Lam is a group. The organization of these brutal and ruthless robbers is like a beehive. Ah Kao was accepted as the boss of this group of robbers and he was tied up last when the other members were thrown into a corner. Jae-gal mi used jungle rope to temporarily tie this group up and Eun Ryong did not rest to help her fellow students quickly. Should I go another round? It seems like you guys don't have much experience in martial arts. After saying that, he shouted to use the ropes over there. It will be much more secure. If you tie your hands in front of us like that, we can still jump and pounce. And fight back. To make sure no one runs away, tie us up behind our backs like this. Be careful not to hurt your hands. The small sticks are sharper than you think and before tying them up, knock us out. It has to be like this. Even if you want to escape, it will be a waste of effort. From the time Jae-gal mi was born until now, Jae-gal mi has never seen a type with such hyperactivity. Morong Bo plans to send the Flood Cruel to the Martial Arts League, but right now it's not necessary because we have to let the other merchant group go far away safely. While the two were discussing and didn't know how to handle it, a huge axe flew towards them. The person who threw it was definitely the leader of the bandits who had just received the news. Just a basic weapon made the small area shaken. Why would you dare lay hands on my subordinates? Jang Wang spoke and pulled out the axe. When the smoke and dust drifted away, he also noticed that in front of him were only children whose noses were not clean. The thugs began to scream with joy when they saw the killer. Personally came to the rescue. Jang Wang was a bit confused as to why all the thieves could lose to children, but no one dared to deny. "I will use my own hands to teach you, you ignorant people. Because I can't fight with children. Get ready, I will train you until you're half dead." Morang Bo felt that the opponent was too strong. He emitted a powerful aura. How could the island think he was just the leader of the bandits? Eun Ryong always thought more openly, and as the leader of the group, she comforted her friends that it would be okay. More or less, there was still a master. He is equally strong, but now he is also lost. "Who should we start with, one or all at once?" Jang Wang spoke up. Not to mention the martial arts position, just looking at that huge interface is enough to make the snakes afraid to show their face to take a beating. "Let me, a disciple of this famous gang in the world, fight." Ah Joan's luck seems to change. Facing everyone, using the advantage of having the superior light attack technique, the boy just blinked and disappeared. It's not difficult to get close and throw a punch straight at the body of the bandit leader. I heard that the guild's chief magician can hit dragonskin, but now I think it's more reasonable to catch flies. Ah Joan couldn't cause any damage because the opponent's body was like a giant stone. This was the strength of a body trained to the limit. Jang Wang shouted and then puffed out his chest and sent the boy flying. According to the force of inertia, he was pushed back dozens of meters away and luckily did not suffer any internal injuries. Only then did Ah Joan understand why no one in the snake class dared to come forward to confront the leader. This kid is stronger than the other snakes. Is that age? I understand why those who harm my family failed. You're also quite talented, why don't you try to train your physical body with me? The words are full of meaning, as if you want to grab the disciple by the neck. Coming back to make toys scared the boy. When the situation reached this point, the snake class had to run to help. If one couldn't, then 5 people would join forces. They all held weapons and surrounded Jang. Wang made him feel more excited than ever. This is a wise decision as well as a reward, so I will fight seriously. The rescue squad rushed in simultaneously to suppress the bandit leader. The next period of time continued. Not long after, the situation was like this. One Pyo tried to regain consciousness and then screamed because he was haunted by the heavy punches. He was the last to wake up because his other friends also encountered the exact same situation. The Shaolin disciple unconsciously said many profanities and asked about this place. Then J. Gal Mi said the whole class had been beaten and stayed here. The whole class of snakes was beaten unconscious and tied up and was brought into the cave by the loggers. It's quite good compared to a prison with enough warm straw to sleep on. I think I could live here all my life. Ah Joan feels very satisfied. I mean, if he doesn't go save his benefactor, he will. If he comes from a state where he can sleep on the street, this place is great. I don't have enough time to adapt, so I don't want to fight with him. What did those bandits do? J. Gal Mi felt regretful. Morang Bo immediately objected because helping civilians is the responsibility of a classy martial artist. Eun Ryong turned to ask Ah Joan where Master Dragon was. Why didn't you come and save me? I'm sure he was hiding somewhere and went to sleep. The whole class just talked for the rest of the day, then from outside came the sound of Ah Kan's laughter. He and his juniors left. Come check and bring more food and drinks. The fragrant smell of meat makes everyone forget that they are locked up. You're hungry, aren't you, because you're still young? You have to fill your stomach with a lot. It's too much, please take it out quickly, but the sound of swallowing saliva can be heard. Is there anyone who can't eat duck blood pudding? Luckily for you guys, we're having a party so we have plenty of food. Just say if you don't eat enough, because in addition we also make some stir-fried vegetables and boiled vegetables. In this world, there are thieves are that good? I thought I would feed them leftover rice and beat them to death, but they didn't. Ah Joan quickly swallowed 3 mouthfuls and asserted that they were not bad people because no bad people would share food. So everyone had to sit down to prepare for breakfast. One Pyo chanted a spell to stay away from salty foods, but his hand still quickly picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them in his mouth. Aren't you guys careful at all? Don't tell me you guys trust those bastards. Morang Bo comforted the doubtful girl about the truth in order to regain her religion. The leader here is a martial arts expert. Let's recover your energy and find a way to escape for sure. Then, in the opposite prison, a voice rang out, making J. Gal Mi lose her mind. The too familiar voice belonged to Namgung Son, the daughter of the Namgung family. Dear seniors, you guys are over here. Have you all been arrested already, or why is the sound echoing over there? Gal Mi was so busy that she thought the bandits had been beaten to death by her sister. It's over and rescue everyone. The truth is that Namgung Son was also captured and locked up, but he didn't have enough skills to save him. It turns out that the road to find Namgung Mae is more difficult than everyone thought. This place has delicious food. If I have a chance to leave here, I will pay 10 times my salary to hire the guy who cooked this dish. I also lost at the hands of the man who called himself the leader of the Green people. Is this a good thing? Namgung Son knew that person's name was Jang Won and laughed out loud. Even if he lost, he would still be happy. If the fire dragon sword is defeated, even 2 layers of snakes working together will not necessarily be able to defeat the top name here. However, it must be fate. I did not think that I would meet my sister-in-law again in such circumstances. Hey. Gal Mi blushed so much that she thought she was associated with Namgung Hee, but in fact it was Namgung Mae. What does senior mean, because we are just childhood friends? In Namgung Son's prison, there was another familiar, hoarse voice. It's unbelievable that Yu Rin, the flower of Luke Dean Na Mi sect, was also arrested and imprisoned here. Next, when she heard the news that her husband was missing, she secretly escaped from the White Dojo to search for. On the way, this beauty also encountered a group of green foresters who were robbing. So it was a matter of fighting between both sides. It's normal, but the ending is the same. There's not much time left. I have to quickly escape from here to continue looking for my husband. With this many concubines, everyone thinks it's very easy. There are 2 guards in the prison. They will patrol every 2 hours, and as soon as they arrive there will be enough time. Gal Mi is calculating like a god, but if you want to be able to leave, you have to break the iron bars like that. It's so noisy. Suddenly outside the prison there's a sound like fighting. Is it the Dragon Master who has come? Hey guys, please follow me outside because your boss, there's something I want to see. The whole group was chained up and led away in a row just like prisoners of war. God forbid we could avoid the meal, so why not call after we finished eating? I thought you were human. Why are you so disappointed? Why did he want to meet us? The location of their camp was built in a quite strategic area. It is very difficult to attack in a position like this, and it also allows the thieves to be able to fight back against any attack. Gal Mi is curious if those mobs was advised by a famous military advisor or not. When the class arrived, there was a party outside, filled with food and drink, filled with only laughter and the sound of clinking glasses. The atmosphere was quite cheerful. No one was killed or humiliated, it was just a cup of wine. Not only that, Ju Duk Hwa's grandfather was also at a table enjoying himself, asking for more alcohol because it was too little. Jang Won was also there, next to him, and both seemed to be very happy even though it was just their first meeting. Seeing the kids in the afternoon, he immediately ordered his subordinates to untie them and not beat them. You guys should come here quickly. I heard that all of you are this guy's disciples, right? Even though we attacked, we decided to take pity on you and release you, so we went over there to eat whatever we wanted. Ju Duk Hwa raised the bowl of wine and wanted to drink more to thank him for his kindness. The guy is really nice. Jang Won Tran accepted for a long time and just nodded but still said it's not all. I really like these 2 big guys, so you guys were released and the children will stay here. Namgung Son was munching on a chicken leg when he angrily banged on the table and refused again and again. I don't think so. Even though I lost to you, I am also the eldest daughter of the Namgung family. I refuse to kneel before you. Lamb Camp. I also have an agreement with my fiancé, so I'm sorry, we'll figure it out later. Some people are too harsh, others want to find a husband. Do you think I'm a child or what? I'm the law here. Ju Duk Hwa is also curious as to what those 2 terrible women are doing here. So I softly asked the leader. Please, big brother Jang Won, please let them leave because there are still many people outside who are having a hard time. Although your request is a bit too much, it's out of respect. My love won't be able to give up. The leader found a good way to satisfy both sides if the rescue group agreed. He pushed aside the dining table and created a small space and jumped back to sit facing the boy. Dragon Master. As long as Master wins this arm wrestling game, I will agree to let everyone go. The rule is very simple. Only use physical body, not internal force, which sounds a bit lame. A real man has to prove himself through humiliation. Are you ready? Ju Duk-hwa nodded in agreement and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to compete in strength. Jang Won, seeing Master Dragon's biceps being so big, knowing that this person exercises his biceps every night, is truly admirable. On the opposite side, the Luke Lam leader is equally as big as his 9-pack muscles, making people feel scared. Scared to stand near. Before doing anything, Ju Duk-hwa also asked why he was trying to keep the other 2 kids here, since they were still women. Even though it was like that, it was pretty cool. This kid has the qualifications to become my disciple. Jang Won shouted and pointed at Yu Rin, saying that it was like a gift from God. I won't let it slip away. Don't miss this opportunity. After speaking, the leader flexed his arms and twisted it back a few times without telling him. The Dragon Master held his breath and almost spilled his pants because the thrust was too strong. If he didn't try, he would lose Namgung Son and Yu Rin. The children of the snake class could only accept it and continuously shouted and cheered for their master, who was considered a lifesaver at this time. Ju Duk-hwa grimaced all over his face and trembled as he tried to keep up. While talking to the bandit leader, he put all his strength into it and casually said that he was one of the 3 nobles of the Jonghu. Don't talk nonsense. As far as I know, the 3 nobles are all over 100 years old. There's no such thing as a young man like you. Jang Won gritted his teeth and sweated, saying he didn't want to be friends with that liar anymore. The person you mentioned could be my master because I'm the leader, the 6th generation of the dragon family. These words have no value anymore because the regulations on using physical bodies are no longer effective. Jang Won shouted, exuding strong energy, I hate the speaker the most. Lie. There was no need to be friends anymore. Both had to use their internal strength to put all their energy into their arms to see who was the tenser. The juniors in Luke Lam saw that and knew the leader was about to go crazy, so they left. Running away. It's true that they lived a long time, so it's not strange for them to only ignore the explosion that caused chaos throughout a mountainous area. In this storm, no one knew that those 2 high-class masters were gone. Somewhere else, dozens of eyes were looking frantically. Ah Joan shouted and was above Jang Won, and the storm sword were punching each other suspended in the air. Although the former member of the Black Flower Draft used martial arts, because he was at a high level, he was very comfortable with long-range attacks. What he did was a profound martial arts expert trying to check if the person wearing the hat and making jokes about the sword master was really a person. True. Master Dragon feels that arm wrestling has been pushed too far, so he will definitely have to fight with all his might. If he doesn't win, he will be ashamed of the children and will also be known as a fierce swordsman. Only knew how to talk. In response to that killer move, the Dragon Master jumped up, approached and hit him with a kick technique. Because he was caught off guard, Jang Won took the entire blow and landed flat on his face. The arm wrestling game is considered to have ended temporarily. It can be said that Yu Rin and eldest daughter Namgung did not have to stay at Luke Lam camp to wash dishes and cook rice. It is a shame that a master martial artist is to be the leader of the lowly bandits. Everything seemed to be done. The Dragon Master looked at the students and asked to leave because it was too late here. But he was wrong because the leader was still live with Grimace. Only with that kind of strength can you lie to yourself that you are a windstorm sword or something like that. You can't deal damage through this layer of muscles that have been trained for decades. Ju Duk-hwa repeatedly denied it, but it must have been difficult to chew when he fought that much and the opponent remained impassive. Out like nothing. Anyone who looks at it can see that the attack of one of the 3 famous warriors is not enough. From the beginning, the snake class and dragon class were not opponents that the kids could handle. Jang Won's facial veins are showing, every muscle in his body is dancing in response, wanting to punch each other again. Only if those muscles agree that he is telling the truth, otherwise he will always be just a gossip. Oh well, he rushed in again. The Dragon Master saw that his opponent was too excited, and if there was a real fight, this place would be crushed. He immediately used the true dragon's energy to help the bandit leader calm down. Mentality. Boom, just stomping your feet and a solid rock wall will be created to block the speed. This method is relatively weak because Jang Won's physical body is no different than a stone statue being hit. There's an explosion there. Since you're a member of the Black Flower Eagle, you have to fight to be worthy of that rank. My friend is really terrible. What should I do to make him believe that I'm the sword master? If you are truly a high-class sword king, then defeat me with the sword on your shoulder. Okay, it's so simple. Ju Duk Hwa pulled out his sword and used the edge of the knife to tap the back of his head, causing he fainted. Should I have said it from the beginning? Wouldn't it have taken so long? The children cheered again when they saw the dragon master was so tense. Just one shot was enough to make the bandit leader beautiful. It's true that a high-class sword king easily subdued a barbarian that we couldn't. Who touched a famous person? The situation started off again when Jang Wang was just pretending to be bad at it. You did a great job, but how can that skill compare to the leader of the group? Can we? Maybe we should change our thinking and fight with all the strength we have. Realizing that the opponent wasn't lying, the logger leader did something that made everyone who saw it wonder what they look so similar. Jang Wang wears the ghost mask on his face and actually sees the dragon master as an opponent to defeat. Going in is easy, drinking alcohol is fun, but wanting to get out is too difficult. I don't want to use any of the true energy of the wise dragon god. Isn't that mask the same as Master Ryu Yian? Is he also a black flower frangipani? One Pyo rubbed his bald head and wondered what the two girls were talking about. I've been paying attention all this time. I've been saying for a long time that Master Ryu Yian is the leader of the Black Flower King. Overhearing that conversation, the master quickly asked the other person if he knew anyone named Ryu Yian. You mean my leader? Jang Wang also asked again about the information. It's true that it's Master Ryu Yian, and then again, are you talking about Ryu Yian, who is rumored to be a martial arts teacher at the White Dojo? But according to the Black Orchid, that bastard is an imposter manipulated by Martial Arts Alliance. No one knows where our leader really is. Your information is wrong because, sir, that Ryu Yian woman is real and has been proven by force. I'm not even sure if you're the King of Swords or something like that, so how can I believe it? J. Gal Mi quickly went up to talk about it. His master's preferences were told to the leader. Master hates eating roasted peanuts without alcohol, and he doesn't like eating cucumbers without peeling them. Jang Wang screams, it's unbelievable that this is secret information that only Black Flower Dye knows. It's true, the bandit leader knelt down and whispered, so he was actually at the White Dojo that day. After that, he sent his subordinates to prepare another tray of wine, so that I could introduce myself as Jang Wang, the leader of Team 3 of the Black Flower Organization. So, are you all disciples of the leader? Star? If you are a disciple, then everyone is also my junior brother and sister. From now on, call out Big Brother, Jang Wang, smile like gold. The age gap is a bit large, but for everyone. For the children, everyone would like to have a senior brother like this. No wonder why the Green Forest Group is organized like an army. It turns out that he is the only one who teaches. The leader sees that the other guys don't have any. Nothing bad is just lack of food, which they often take risks. They say that their house has fallen into the hands of tyrants and they had to go to the mountain to gather and become thieves. The fate to become human being the leader here is also quite strange when Jang Wang intended to accept the government's favor to capture all of them. But when we did it, we felt sorry for them and helped them, and they also wanted us to become the leader and led them. Everyone. During the training process, these people became independent and we settled here. Our martial arts focus on external techniques, so physical training is extremely important. These two kids are extremely suitable to learn it, but they come from the Na Mi and Namgung families, which is a pity. Yu Ah Rin was eating and drinking while thinking about Namgung Mae. Everyone in their minds imagined the husband being tortured by the demon cultists and the food wouldn't pass through his throat. From the side there was a mumbling sound that looked very impolite, so the beauty turned to look. You seem very hungry, so please eat the whole plate of fish. Ah Rin kindly gave it to Ah Joan. The gang disciple was chewing deliciously when he felt something wasn't quite right. Sharing food so precious, what does this mean? Why is my heart beating so fast? According to what he knows, Ah Joan believes that this type of care is the love between men and women that beggars often talk about. If there's anything I can do to help, please say it, because it's sad if my brothers ask me to not be able to do it. J. Gal Mi took the initiative to tell her brother about the code name Ash Tree, What everyone means is Da Dio Yu Lu is also a member of Black Flower Dai, the most famous information gathering organization in the world. So is that person also a disciple of Master Ryu Yian? Offering money for saying this, but that old man who loves money is also a friend of mine in Black Hua Dai. He now manages an organization that is very small in number, but the scope of activities is very large. Why do people I want to go look for the spot Yu Lu? Jang Won kept asking Jae Gal questions and then mentioned the name Namgung Mae. I think I've heard of this person somewhere before. After being expelled from school, this kid had to listen. The old man's words were that he did all the work so as not to be scolded by his family as being harmful. After being expelled from school, this kid had to listen. The old man's words were that he did all the work so as not to be scolded by his family as being harmful. The whole class exclaimed who he was. Disappeared. Is he still alive and has he passed through here? Although his temperament is quite different from our brother's, is he also a true disciple of the leader? Everyone felt so relieved when their fellow student wasn't captured by the demon cult, but still asked why he didn't return. The news about the youngest brother was over. Nam Gung Son immediately asked his older brother. In the whole house, there's only one person. Why do you see anyone with older black skin, sir? It's just my comrades and that child, and I also heard that you two will come to the gold dust cleansing ceremony of Tanhua. Thuong. It sounded a bit strange, so Dao Sun immediately asked why he came to such a hot-talking place. When talking to my friend, he said they were on their way to collect blood inflammation pills. From this incident, we can know that that terrible medicinal pill has been widely smuggled into the Central Plains. The noble Shim Bek is a great elder of the righteous sect, but behind the scenes he is not responsible at all. Intend to use every means to achieve his pleasures. In the process, this person often accumulates the resentment of many people, and in order for the gold dust cleansing ceremony to go smoothly, he promises to provide medicine to those who fight for him. The medicine that everyone what I'm looking forward to is the blood inflammation mono ring of the demon religion. According to information from Da Diem Yu Lu, the blood inflammation mono ring will be infected tonight. Security is tightened, so we will check the location of the previous warehouse. On the same day that the festival takes place, we will take advantage of the chaos and take the medicinal pills away. Black Orchid proposed a quite comprehensive plan but did not give details, just reminded Nam Gung Mae today, just relax and have fun. You feel the need to find out news about the monk, so please go out, don't do useless things but come back early before the practice. Having finished speaking, the two went their separate ways so as not to attract the attention of the hidden intelligence forces. Nam Gung Mae went out into the street, where it was crowded and bustling. There were many martial artists, most of them possibly he came because he wanted to get a medicinal pill. Suddenly there was an incident in front of him that caught his attention. A 90-year-old man was bowing to martial artists to ask them to kill Tantu. No one believed everything he said, and he kept asserting that his son's death was partly due to that old man Shim Bek. Why did he blame it on that day when his son committed suicide, planning to find someone with leftovers to earn some money? Is it okay to drink alcohol? It seems like there's a lot of hidden meaning behind the story, so he doesn't know how to explain it to them. Shim Bek is a famous idol with many admirers and he has a lot of fans. If he wants to meet his son like that, then I will grant you your wish. How could Nam Gung Mae, a person who worships righteousness, sit still and watch like that? He immediately ran to help the old man before his throat was cut. Black Orchid had told him not to make a fuss, but the streets were gradually paying attention to this incident. Hey kid, if you get involved in adult matters, you'll get hurt. This threat doesn't seem to have any effect on Nam Gung Mae. Who's the one getting beaten up? Because there's so much. There were so many people that the guy half wanted to take action and half didn't want to. Finally, after deciding, he used his internal force to scare the child. I thought he would run away, but he didn't. Nam Gung Mae squeezed his wrist and twisted it up and down. Then he pulled the violent man's whole body and threw him to the ground, causing many admiring eyes. Embarrassed in front of the world, the man quickly stood up. Wanted to retaliate. But when he was about to do so, the sword in his hand was taken from him and the tip of the sword pointed at his neck. Try saying it again and I'll tell you what a festival is. Faced with a danger that could lead to death, he groaned, please forgive me. Don't worry, I'll just cut off the meridians so you can never hold a sword again. For half a year Mae has been doing this for the past year, so his hands no longer shake. When he was about to do it, a voice from the front stopped him. Could it be that they have accomplices who want to save them? Will you help? Young master, stop. I was planning on showing up earlier but decided to observe from the outside because you handled this quite well, but cutting off his meridians is not a heroic act. Where is the fight? The voice seems very determined. Pay close attention, this person is carrying a skilled iron sword and looks like a country guy who just came to town. As he said, Jang Ho Jaeon went to the scene of the incident. Say it's all just a misunderstanding. I think it's his fault, but this is a bit too much. As a disciple of the Hainan sect I can't stand by and watch. This is a sect with little news because they originally did not belong to the Central Plains or were under the martial arts barrier. Feeling that things were going too far, the old man quickly intervened, hoping the two would not there was a fight. He just wanted to find a good person to clarify the matter of his son's suicide and his daughter-in-law's disappearance. Feeling that there was no danger, Mae proactively left because he still as for Nam's disciples. Little master, thank you for your help. If you have a chance, please come to the western village and I will treat you with chicken meat in thanks. The story was good but then interrupted. Mae felt uncomfortable. What is that, stranger? Helping others when you are a weak person is really pitiful. I don't know what the story is behind that boy, but he has such colorful eyes. So, just like that, time passed until evening, the night before the gold dust cleansing ceremony. Black Orchid and his assistant had to spy on the situation inside the manor. The blood inflammation single pill would go through this way and see where they are hiding it. The time the two people were hiding on the roof was also the time when the Tang Mon people were transporting goods inside. Quantity the line was extremely large compared to the times they had done it before, so the nobleman had to come out to greet him. With his dignified appearance and looking like a kind old man, this old man was able to fool him. Countless people, you must have worked very hard on the way here, right? Thank you for your warm hospitality, we can go inside to evaluate the medicine. Seeing a child walking up on behalf of the group also caught our attention. He looked small, it looks like she's around Mae's age. Not to make him curious, Tang Wei-ju took off her disguise to show to the customers for credibility. After being expelled from school, this kid had to listen. The old man's words were that he did all the work so as not to be scolded by his family as being harmful. He is the son of the Tang sect of Sichuan who has now been kicked out of the White Dojo. If so, then is this related to let's see how far they can cooperate. They both quickly covered their faces and followed Tang Wei-ju's every move. When the goods were put away, he and Shim-bek went into the library room to discuss some matters. I heard that the gold dust removal ceremony will be held tomorrow. Congratulations, sir. There is nothing that needs to be done, it's just that this old man has to put down his sword and wash his hands. No more killing. The focus of the ceremony will be this medicinal pill. Is everything okay? Since I announced that I had prepared the blood inflammation pill, the martial artists kept gathering like flies. Sichuan's Tang Mon has combined the magic blood pill and the poison to form this single pill, so it seems that the family's economy is very good. This is just help. Our little things are all the result of a noble person who has lived a correct life. It may sound condescending and extremely arrogant, but Shim-bek is a miserable old man. To thank you Tang Mon for letting people prepare dozens of delicious beauties as your heart. Another night of pleasure took place, among which old man Shim-bek prepared 3 children for me to serve. Meet the needs. The bosses were having fun and dancing while the staff worked hard to move each medicinal pill into the warehouse to be stored gently. Mae with the black orchids had confirmed the storage location. Hide it, so we need to return. Why did Tang Wei-ju do this? Don't say that the Tang sect of Sichuan is related to the demonic cult. You said you don't know if the boy at that time was the transporter? The two of them used to know each other. Just old enemies. Has the Tang sect of Sichuan joined hands with the demon sect? I'll mention it to the point of ulceration, but this is a high possibility. Blood inflammation is simply our top priority, so we just need to focus on it. So the bad blood between the 5 young masters, the Namgung family, and the young man who almost became the head of Tang Mon continued. Very quickly the day of the royal gold dust cleansing ceremony began on the night of the next day. The guests arrived quite well. Most of them are famous martial artists in the world. On the outside, they all appear elegant and polite, no different from the host of the party. In reality, they are deep inside their hearts. Everyone wanted to receive the blood inflammation 1 pill as what the noble lord had promised. There were hundreds of guests, so everyone felt very uncomfortable because they were afraid they wouldn't get the 1 pill. Namgung Mae also joined that crowd, but now he does not feel that any martial artist can compete with this gold dust cleansing ceremony. All the people here have the ability to become enemies of each other because that medicinal pill. It's surprising that they would protect a corrupt person for their own benefit like this. Can it be called a righteous faction or not? The beautiful moment has come. Shim Beck is the center of the party, immediately went up to the podium to speak. It seems I have not lived a useless life. I am very happy that the heroes here are all gathered for my gold dust cleansing ceremony. Like a wise man, every time he spoke, every time the participants screamed with joy. It's been 50 years since I entered the martial arts world and became a member of the political sect. I have traveled all over the world. This and working hard with a generous spirit. Then we were called by everyone with a noble name as noble. Thank you all. The classy speech made the hall even more memorable, filled with people eagerly waiting for more. In the process of eradicating evil, my life has accumulated both hate and love. Today I will wash these hands with gold dust. If you have any objections or uncomfortable issues, just say it directly. I will humbly resolve it with good intentions and then retreat and wash my hands. This statement is like a formality because the old man plans to do it. No one. They just wanted to pass the speech stage so they could eat the medicinal pills. The noisy atmosphere suddenly became silent, no one dared to speak. How could anyone like you be in the martial arts world? Respectfully, many martial artists shouted in response. Then the incident was interrupted when someone dared to confidently step forward and wanted to examine the noble. I'm sorry, everyone. Jang Ho Jaeon Hai Nam. Can the disciples ask you a question? Namgung Mae, deep in the crowd, recognized the other person as the man who stopped him from cutting off the meridians of the street hoodlum. The crowd began to talk about Jang Ho Jaeon's background, which was not his subject. Is that low sex located in the southernmost part of the world? If we judge by appearance, we would think that this person comes from the state that is most suitable. Thank you for coming such a long way. So, from the South Sea sect to this old man's festival, what do you want to ask? After the story of saving an anonymous passerby, Jang Ho Jaeon brought up the old man who was arguing with the nobleman. The old man I met yesterday said that this man's son died because sir. It seems like we have some small misunderstanding. Why did you ask me to kill your son? What a wretched man, the old man shouted, pointing directly at Shim Beck, and uttered countless mysterious words. Your subordinates took my daughter-in-law away as ordered and the poor son stayed at home. It was so hurt that he had to end his life. Having finished speaking, he glanced up at the luxurious upstairs where dozens of beautiful women were standing and watching. Inside there was a pretty girl looking embarrassed. This is my daughter-in-law, come back to me, he shouted repeatedly. Because of money blinding her eyes and many other things, has she denied herself yet? If you get married, where will you find your father-in-law? Is this old man crazy or something? Why does he dare to make a fuss in a sacred place like this? The noble man is very generous to allow someone to speak ill of him so blatantly. A petty person below realized that this was an opportunity to impress the fake person standing there. On that platform, he took advantage of the situation to explain to Shim Beck, I think you misunderstood because the elder is a prominent martial artist of the righteous sect. Accused him of doing trivial things. That's an insult to everyone here. That's what I thought from the beginning, so last night I conducted a single investigation myself. So the tale ends forever. Came out, causing Shim Beck to panic and sweat profusely. Jang Ho Jaeon visited everywhere and found the people involved who hid very well. I questioned these two people and they admitted that they had ordered to arrest that old man's daughter-in-law. Elder Shim Beck, you are the only one who hired those two people. It sounds unreasonable but convincing, so the crowd is about to split into two sides. You are saying that the other person said it was because of the elders or something. That's really miserable. With his reputation, the noble old man took it upon himself to interrogate to scare them. He went to question this young man. Do you know who I am, and use sharp eyes? That scoundrel was scared because he had just received money and was afraid his family would be implicated, so he said no. What did you see? What can you do about his testimony? But as evidence to prove that I had adultery with his daughter-in-law. It's true that words cannot prove that that villain continued to conspire with Shim Bek. A righteous sect elder. Why is this so absurd? Today is our sword-laying ceremony. The day we resolve misunderstandings with each other, so it'll be fine. I understand your situation. This old man, so I will talk to you privately after the ceremony is over. Your kindness is suitable for the title of noble elder, Jang Ho Jaeon replied. This ceremony thinking about leaving behind negative emotions, that small misunderstanding should end here, right? Shim Bek looked at the Southern Sea sect disciple as if he knew he was overdoing it. If it was a dispute between martial artists, it would be more reasonable for us to resolve it with a fight. However, as you can see, this old man is an innocent citizen and does not know martial arts. I think we should go to the palace and solve the problem regarding the missing daughter-in-law and her son. Young man committed suicide. An extremely accurate statement because the court had a non-aggression contract with martial arts officials. Most everyone understands that, but let's review the specific incident. If possible, it won't be like that. There are many purposes for a person to step into the world. And the non-aggression pact between mandarins and martial arts is also among them because many people often have evil intentions and avoid being caught by officials. I understand your point very well, but there is a reason why the court cannot interfere in martial arts affairs. Relying on bureaucracy to resolve conflict is a shameful thing for a martial artist. Instead, I want to make an interesting proposal to see if everyone agrees. I will consider this a matter of martial arts and stop that problem by using our lives to fight because that is the rule of the ceremony. He said it right, we will not sit still and watch a martial artist go to the public hall. Blue clothes people ours is really a very wise person. That poor old man couldn't argue, so he wanted to stop the matter, but Jang Ho Jaeon was still steadfast. If he likes to fight, he will do it for more or less. The elders at home have personally given permission to go wandering around. Don't worry about anything, I accept the suggestion of the noble elders. Staying with Namgung Mae, the black orchid has disguised itself as old lady. As soon as the match starts we will go to the place where the blood inflammation monolith is hidden. Truly God help, while they are fighting each other is the best time to deal with those terrible things. Shim Bek, I will start the ceremony. Please say it immediately if anyone objects to this. If anyone resents me the next day, that person will be punished as a common enemy of the whole martial arts department. The ceremony to remove gold dust and return to a dignified life is a ceremony for martial artists to announce that they are washing their hands and hanging up their swords. But usually hanging up their swords peacefully is not very common. Gok Huk Wang, the master of the boxing sect, wanted to flatter him and took a position in the confrontation with the South Sea sect disciples. I am in debt to the elders, in this competition I can fight for the day. Get it or not? The crowd roared with joy again. That's a great master, that person is truly great. A martial artist who can cut a rock in half with his bare hands like a piece of tofu is truly worthy. The others also followed suit. I also owe a debt to the noble elder, please let me repay my debt on that day, okay? One after another, for the sake of the effect, they also begged Shim Bek as if granting favors to the followers. It seems like everyone is supporting the pure body of old man Shim Bek, right? Everyone please keep quiet. It seems like I haven't lived my life in vain. There are many brave fighters who want to represent me. But even so, one person can't fight many people. So we will only accept 3 people. So by default, those who are willing to sacrifice for the cause have been chosen. Frankly speaking, everyone has their own ideas, not everyone wants to prove it to them. Shim Bek. Everyone just wants to receive as much of the blood inflammation uniring that the old man promised as possible. Do you want to bet on this challenge with your life? Quote directed at Jang Ho Jaeon? It's true that an upright disciple of the sect comes from the last part of the country, so it's not too difficult. The wave of the Hainan sect will never stop until it reaches the shore. Jang Ho Jaeon clenched his fists and determined that no matter what the outcome, he would accept the challenge. In his sect, Jang Ho Jaeon was always more diligent than all his other sects. Besides, when he's sick, he always makes many people admire him. If he's not catching fish to sell, the beach is always an ideal place to focus on practicing his sword. What is he doing? All day long, if you do that, the Buddha will appear and give you a box of money. If you leave it like that, if your mind is dull, your body will have to suffer. It's a shame that we're from the same sect. Many people criticize, but there are also people who praise, always facing the sea to practice, like senior brother JL1 asked. You started with such a cold greeting that even I was surprised. I don't like it. That's why other disciples never want to have close contact with you. Jang Ho Jaeon bowed back and wanted to learn from his senior brother's experience. Forget it, don't think about anything. Let's eat this first. JL1 pulled out a grilled fish skewer to drink. As they ate, they both talked about the sect leader allowing them to go outside. Senior brother was fine, but junior brother not yet, for the reason that my skills are too poor. I want to explore martial arts with you. If one day you go, I will also go with you. The sect leader, after honing his martial arts skills, then he also wanted to give his disciples lessons. Sometime later, this sect decided the number of people going to the Central Plains, including JL1. The disciples would never lose. Where is the honor of the Hainan sect? Let's go to the Central Plains to experience martial arts affairs and make the name of our sect flourish. Those chosen are truly excellent people. So this trip is quite long. On the day of saying goodbye to the senior brothers, the senior junior disciple and Jang Ho Jaeon also came. Even though he really wanted to go with him, he knew that his master wouldn't let him right now. Permission. Are you sorry that you can't go with them? Jin Namo stroked his beard and spoke up. Jang Ho Jaeon was aware of his ability, so he immediately denied it. Continue to persevere. The waves of the ocean can eventually be ground into waterstone. These are words of encouragement of the sect leader, and on a suitable day he will allow it. About a month after JL1 left the island, he sent his junior brother a letter. Are you doing well? Only after arriving in the Central Plains can we truly feel how vast the world is. Jae Gal's mystical aura takes over in his extremely unbelievable display of formations, describing the traditional martial arts of Japan. Shaolin Temple has the same weight as Taishan. I hope you will also come to this land and experience it all for yourself. Yes, I am about to meet a famous righteous martial artist called Tan Thuong. Senior brother promised that after meeting that person, he would definitely send another letter to tell about the situation in martial arts. Reading the letter over and over again dozens of times was in Jang Ho Jaeon's heart. Many urges. Part of it is curiosity about that big world, and the other part is feeling quite worried about the big brother. The only way to fill those vague thoughts is to practice. He practiced martial arts day and night. Even if he didn't remember to eat or sleep, he never forgot. It didn't take a long time for Jang Ho Jaeon to succeed. It's so good that it's finally together with me. We completed the wave detection technique that our senior brother had done before. It's been 3 months since JL1 left the island and there's still no contact, so why do I feel worried? But then what? It's finally arrived. During the return trip, the merchant ship from the Central Plains still docked as usual. The goods they had to deliver to the Hai Nam faction were not silk or brocade, but coffins. The people who ran to investigate were also panicked and wanted to inform the sect leader when Jang Ho Jaeon arrived. I am a disciple of the Hainan sect. Can you tell me what this chaos is like? Please calm down. The sect's disciples who left a few months ago have all been killed. The most outstanding disciples were laughing and chatting happily when they left, but when they returned, they were accompanied by following the 6 boards. The cold body was tightly packed. Sad news surrounded the Hai Nam sect. An atmosphere of mourning permeated the inside and out. The sect leader cried tears of regret for being easygoing. For our beloved disciples to wander around the world. There were 5 coffins sent back by sea, but when opened to check, none of them belonged to the senior brother. These are all dead bodies. You received it from them, so who sent it here? Based on what I heard, the martial artists of the righteous sect gathered these corpses. Jin Namo really doesn't want any revenge, he just wants to let his disciples rest in peace. Master, the brother is not in the coffin. If we find him, we can find clues from the other brothers. And so this is also the reason why Jang Ho Jaeon was accepted as a monk. The father gave permission to leave the island and go to the Central Plains. In the present, he was torturing the young master's iron fist. It didn't take too much time for that clever and cunning young man to not be able to survive. One blow. The first match ended abruptly, and with what his master taught, Jang Ho Jaeon did not complain arrogantly but only had the right to apologize to his opponent. The crowd talked again. Hai Nam's team is as strong as, so why did I think they only knew how to catch fish and squid, but it turned out they were hiding their cards. Ignoring those objections, Jang Ho Jaeon continued to say who was next. He looked towards the old man. The noble old man and his two opponents also stood there waiting for permission. Very quickly, Tak Yug Yom confidently held the sword to show that he was stronger than the young master's iron fist. Some viewers recognized this is the Thunder Sword, who is on the list of 100 strongest masters in martial arts. It is said that no one can keep up with that person's lightning-fast moves. Will this kid have any chance? No. Jang Ho Jaeon politely returned to his position and greeted his opponent, making many people almost cry. It was truly a sect from the sea. At the same time, the male lead with the black orchid arrived. Deftly went to the warehouse area. As expected, the two of them found another secret cellar inside. The guards all gathered on the field to break in. It will be much easier to get in here. Black Orchid has ordered the fifth young master to find the blood flame pill in the shortest possible time. Not only you but that person too, both of you. Moving like a ghost, gradually going down to the secret room below. To avoid others noticing, each person went their own direction and promised to return to the old position 15 minutes later to reunite. Namgung Mae rushed inside to the right and was quickly discovered. Fortunately, all the soldiers were above watching the fight, so now there was only one person left. The male protagonist skillfully skewered the guard. A few shots caused him to collapse to the ground. Paying close attention, this guy was standing in front of the door of a large room, guessing he was strictly guarding something. Because he was a bit curious and felt maybe it's a blood clot, so Mr. Namgung gently pushed the door open and looked inside. Sure enough, banned goods are being stored here and the quantity is too large to count. I only protected this place as a precaution as expected, but I actually caught a mouse, Tang Wei-ju spoke up. If you want to find medicinal pills, then leave, but if you want to buy them, we can negotiating. It's been almost a year since we last met, but the Tang Mon master speaks so sharply that he makes money and everything, making Namgung Mae surprised. 6 months ago, after being dismissed, Tang Wei-ju felt a lot of hatred for the position of small family head. He didn't hate his father or the family at all, but someone else. Young Master Namgung was the person that young Master Tang blamed. It was all for returning empty-handed from the White Dojo. Losing trust from the family, everyone doubted his talent, so Tang Wei-ju practiced like crazy. Strength is something that is difficult to fully grasp within. If you have that, you will have the highest position in the family. To become a great person like your father and to have power in the future, Tang Wei-ju has the driving force. After the one-on-one match with the fifth master Namgung, he couldn't sleep. How could he accept losing with the person who was rumored to be the disgrace of that family? Tang Wei-ju thought that he was lax, which led to unwanted results. If he had to fight again, he definitely wouldn't be like that. The current head of Tang sect is a cold and willing person, giving up love for the sake of the family. Tang Wei-ju's mission of transporting medicinal pills is relatively important. If he falls twice in the same river, he will definitely be kicked out of the family. Back at the warehouse, I heard that there are people who are looking for blood inflammation pills all day long and then destroying the ones we scattered. As he said that, he looked towards Namgung Mae but was only met with silence. Of course you won't say it. I guess I'll have to find out for myself once I've taken off that veil. Close the iron plate filled with poisonous Tang Wei-ju to attract attention and call his subordinates. Immediately, many Tang sect disciples appeared to protect the goods and the young man. The current assassination team has been under Tang Wei-ju's command since the day he announced his expulsion. And from then on, Tang Su-ha, the strategist in the house, asked the head of the house to give him full authority to make decisions. Following the master's orders, many martial artists used footwork to approach and want to capture Namgung Mae alive. Because they did not know because of who the opponent is, they are very comfortable firing hidden weapons. For each type thrown, it contains a highly toxic substance that nowhere else has an antidote to Tang Mon. If it were half a year ago, young Master Namgung couldn't find a way out, but now after accumulating experience, he has more than enough calculation. It was too dark and the room was cramped. Even though he knew there was a stranger above, there was no one there. Dared to rush after them to stop them. They fought back while worrying about the goods being stolen, so they were quickly defeated one by one. Fighting in a small area left the dark team in a passive position. The Tang sect is very good at hiding and creating traps, but when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, they appear to be at a disadvantage from physical strength to pure martial arts. Namgung Mae grabbed one of the remaining guys and threw it down hard. Under the warehouse floor. There is no need to describe too much when that guy fainted before Tang Weiju's eyes. From that cloud of smoke and dust, he could vaguely see the masked person using the mask. Palm technique. Still the first form of the Namgung family's martial arts technique. Feeling that two-dimensional energy source so familiar, Tang Weiju was suddenly startled. On the other side, black orchids also sensed the aura of their accomplices while searching. Something is definitely going on and the sound of footsteps can be heard up ahead. Many members of the dark team escorting the shipment are having to supplement their strength to support the young master. You guys should have run far away when you saw me, but like this you're going to die. Even though you really want to secretly carry the goods away, at this point the black orchids won't hide them anymore. There are them on all four sides. The people of the Tang sect are trying to suppress them to capture them alive and bring them back for interrogation. Compared to the enemies of martial arts, these guys are not worthy of being opponents. The fake Ryu Yian's weapon slipped away. Dozens of screams rang out because they did not know why they died. Their deaths were not complete and no one had time to practice the traditional skills of the Tang sect. According to Ngu, the son of the Namgung family had said before that the black orchids confirmed that they were from Sichuan. Obviously so, because these guys belong to the most elite army of the Tang sect. The problem is long gone. Finished processing the black orchids, wondering if Namgung Mae on the other end would do as well as me. The scene immediately changed and at this moment a large amount of internal energy was shot out everywhere. One by one everyone who followed Tang Weiju was involved, but not to the point of losing their lives. They all just temporarily fainted and suffered serious internal injuries, not the same fate as the other side. Tang Weiju was no different. The masked man's tactics are aimed at the medicinal pills. If he doesn't use the double dragon do high or the reverse flow of air, it's hard to judge. But now there's no need to hide it. The male lead takes off the mask face and then proactively show himself in front of his old friend. It won't be long, but they will definitely have a lot to say to each other with their fists. He defeated the elite army of the first family. It's so easy. What the hell is going on after I was kicked out of the White Dojo? With this in mind, Tang Weiju was a little apprehensive, afraid that he would get beaten up again like before, but this time he couldn't get it. The person carrying the stretcher carries it back to the family gate. Don't mess up my mission and leave, you've already lost once, don't forget. Even though Namgung Mae deliberately tried to avoid that, what if Namgung Mae still persists? It can stand it. Tang Weiju tried his best to use all his strength after someone like you dared to look down on me like that. Freely used the 100 poison technique and the back of his hand shot to the point of wanting to sneak attack. Thumbs up. This technique is relatively easy to recognize because Tang Weiju has used it several times. The first time he broke his arm, the second time he got punched, and what will happen next time? No need to waiting for its subordinates to feel the young master's aura. You practice poison magic quite well, but it only has meaning when you defeat your opponents. So here it is, there was a person who died because of Tang Weiju's own hand. He couldn't attack anymore because Namgung Mae lifted the other body to shield him. I thought you had learned your lesson, but still each condition is just trash, nothing more, nothing less. Having just lost sight and being distracted by that sentence, the 5 young masters took advantage of the situation and gave him a punch. Maybe this is a greeting asked after a while, both of them were busy with their own things. Tang Weiju fell backwards just like when he was in the White Dojo arena, but this time no one would stop him. Tell me who ordered you to produce and distribute blood inflammation single pills. The question is a bit redundant because Tang Weiju wouldn't dare say it even if he gave more money. Don't think I'm still the Namgung son you know at the White Dojo. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well, or maybe it's a plant in a greenhouse. Real pain isn't what you feel when you lose. Needless to say, Namgung Mae used Tang Mon's hidden energy to penetrate its flesh, the poison flowing into its body, causing Tang Wei-ju to scream in fear. It seems that because he was too absorbed in his mind, the male lead was invaded by the monster inside. That evil aura is taking over everything and then spreading out into existence, covering his body. That demon looked at Tang Mon's master like prey. In the midst of this, Death was trying to grab Tang Wei-ju. At the moment he was about to do something bad, the black orchid promptly ran away. He knew full well that evil aura was present throughout the warehouse, making it difficult to breathe. Just by looking at it, he understood that Namgung Mae was gradually being subdued by the demon's mind. Can't use force, black orchids gently use words to cool down that fragile soul. Wake up quickly. Didn't you say you only killed the twin blood demons who harmed senior brother? Both of you have made agreements and this won't happen in a day or two. Is your will so weak that you will be defeated by the devil? The black orchid slowly approached. Fortunately, with just those words, the demon no longer had a place to appear and control the mind. If this happens again, we will be forced to kill him. Namgung Mae tried to be patient and controlled the air, determined that it would never happen again. Lying on the ground, Tang Wei-ju also screamed, "Who are you to dare to discuss whether or not kill me or spare me? The heir to the great Tang sect of Sichuan is Tang Wei-ju." The black orchid has reminded this trash to wake up. The Tang sect is the age of the dragonfly because just one member of the black flower Frangipani is already destroyed. Destroyed that family. Having finished speaking, he used a poison needle to knock out the talkative and most harmful guy in this Tang sect. He should have been grateful that he was spared his life because of his young age, instead of following you. I'm old enough to meet my ancestors. Everything's done, now it's time for the two of you to deal with those toxic medicinal pills. When I went to check the black orchids, there were too many of them and I couldn't distribute them all. Hide it. He left behind a few grenades. They cannot exist in this world, we have to destroy them all. The two proactively placed explosives throughout the warehouse and were still on the battlefield searching for them. The sword ceremony must be fair and is entering the final stage. The second opponent of the chapter, Jang Ho Jaeon, is just a loudmouth and has no effect at all. Ignoring his pride and wanting to show off to the noble Iron Fist, the young master had to kneel down and admit defeat. As a disciple of the Hai Nam sect, you cannot be complacent. Jang Ho Jaeon thanked you and said the match was great. The audience cried out in joy and forgot to come here to celebrate the gold dust removal ceremony for that lewd old man. Now there was only one person left, so Shim Beck warned very carefully not to lose. Both had to lose 15 minutes to discuss the abacus. Hainan disciple is much stronger than I thought. I calculated that he is a bit stronger, but if he fights with all his strength like this, he must be tired. Shim Beck worry about his reputation. If he loses he will face embarrassment and then Martial Arts Alliance will come to investigate the situation. Must win at any cost, not that you have mastered the technique. Have you already taught me? Please rest assured that if I win tonight, I will have your permission to caress two beautiful women. Shim Beck did not say anything, just took out the medicine from his crotch and gave it to him. Very good. Eat this, it's delicious. Since you have mastered the chaos demon magic, I can definitely control the energy of the blood inflammation uniron. The guy accepted with both hands respectfully and promised later. When he wins, he will become a buffalo and a horse to repay this debt of gratitude. On one side, Jang Ho Jaeon has visibly weakened but still tries his best. Is the young man okay because of me? You got injured and pushed me. No matter what, I have to win because there is also a personal purpose. His purpose is also from the last letter received from JL Wan, and the senior brother himself said to go see Lam the doctor but no longer responded. There will be many things that need to be said to the old man after dealing with the remaining people. Deung Mu Jaeon took the initiative to go up to the arena and introduce himself as the host of the guest room. Hate to fight. He has been watching the Hai Nam disciples fight since the beginning, so he will definitely be very wary even though the opponent is at a loss. You are younger than me, but that doesn't mean I will yield. As he said that, he pulled out his sword. While Jang Ho Jaeon was bowing to greet the audience and his opponents, Deung Mu Jaeon had disappeared. The sharp sword passed through his body, causing blood to flow immediately. That is to say, his movements are really magical and quick. The sword is faster than the light sword, showing that he is on a completely different level than the thunder sword or iron fist or something. Don't let Hai Nam brother if you can breathe. The opponent will continue to turn around and attack the weak points that are difficult to avoid. The effects of medicinal pills and chaos demon magic are truly a perfect combination. If the medicinal pills increase strength in all aspects, that spell helps the user regulate the madness and control 100 points. The battle is completely different from the first two battles when Hai Nam's disciples could only wince and defend. Not only fast but also quite strong. Brother was right when he told me to step off the island and explore the central plains. Perhaps Jang Ho Jaeon was wrong because in fact the enemy was just using stimulants to achieve its only Shim Baek's will. Deung Mu Jaeon is happy to see the opponent's weak defense and he knows that time is running out. Don't dodge like a mouse, attack quickly, let's go like the previous two matches. The sword suddenly appeared, causing Jang Ho Jaeon to dodge from one side to the other, but something was wrong. Although the opponent struck deadly blows, the center of gravity was also the same. Completely unbalanced. Any martial artist who begins to practice must learn how to adjust the body's center of gravity, but a sword master like that made such a basic mistake. Limbs, the details are quite small, but in Jang Ho Jaeon's eyes, it is easy to find loopholes. Deung Mu Jaeon turns around to create a whirlwind and then slashes out many sword moves filled with internal energy as if wanting to split the opponent into hundreds of pieces. He called it the candlelight of the In's hurricane, but the weakness was exposed so it was easy to recognize. If it weren't for the medicinal pills, this innkeeper who liked to practice martial arts would have died a long time ago. Whoosh! The aura and violence didn't have time to protect his body and Jang Ho Jaeon took a hit. You bastard, how could you attack me and still injure me? The slash was quite strong but due to the medicinal pill should only scratch a little. Deung Mu Jaeon shouted that he couldn't believe that someone else would do the same to him when he used this thing. Because he had taken it, his internal strength increased dramatically and the flow of energy caused it. Disharmony in swordplay. Knowing that the opponent was willing to risk his life, Jang Ho Jaeon was not afraid to go all out. Combining the strong waves of the South China Sea island when standing in front of the storm, he called this move the wave-splitting slash. The afterimage of each crashing wave creates a rushing sound with the sound of flowing water in the slash. Do you think you can block my attack with that move? Deung Mu Jaeon also rushed in and used a sword to block the Hai Nam disciple's magical move. If one shot didn't work, he would use multiple shots with Jang Ho Jaeon swinging it up and then chopping it down. Wave by wave, one was like 1,000-pound weight that made the opponent have to use both hands to use the energy of the blood inflammation monolith. Because he couldn't stand it, he could only wince and try to stop it, but soon it wouldn't last long. The water splashed. It's impossible to imagine the swordsmanship skills of the Hainan sect. Although it is a sect that has little to do with martial arts, this debut seems to make the martial artists of the Central Plains have some respect. The force of the slash was so strong that Deung Mu Jaeon used all his strength to throw out his sword and the weapons were shattered. He was confident in the blood inflammation monolith and the demonic chaos spell, but now he had to suffer defeat before a disciple from an unknown sect. Just one more sword move and Jang Ho Jaeon will reclaim justice for the old man who lost his son and the mysterious disappearance of his senior brother. When you want to at the end of everything, suddenly there were many earthquakes under the floor. Explosions emitted from everywhere, affecting this final match. The large manner of the Lord who was given, he is the kindest person in the political sect that is being destroyed. People are running around, everyone's life is worried that there will be no more medicinal pills left. Many people are still scrambling to sell their loot to make money, this is the case. It's really chaotic but no one has yet found out the cause. Shim Baek stood still and realized that the starting point was in the basement where he was hiding the blood flame uniron. The old man immediately ordered the servants inside. Went down there to check to see what had happened. A few martial artists agreed and went to the ruins, no longer knowing how much damage was done. They thought that if something like this happened, the culprit would also be the culprit. It was difficult to find a way to escape because there was only one door. In the smoke and dust appeared Namgung Mae and black orchids, causing everyone to draw their swords in fear and warn, whoever was ahead, hurry up. Declare your identity. What do you guys plan to do with your personal information? And I only got rid of some lowly items. Saw two strangers who were definitely aiming for blood inflammation. Single pills. Shim Beck shouted, "Why do you dare to disturb my ceremony of washing my hands and resting my sword?" After saying that, the old man ordered all his men to rush up and arrest all the disruptors. The more crowded, the better. Happily, the black orchid was so familiar with those moths that were looking for death. The sword's path curved like a snake through their bodies, and the end result was that no one could breathe. Seeing the herd when I returned to the 9 Springs, my noble appearance had since disappeared. He couldn't believe that with just one move, the martial artists who had been feeding him for so long had died. Who were these people targeting this medicinal pill? Shim Beck asked himself in fear. Previously Namgung Mae knew that the black orchid was impersonating Ryu Yeon, but he still wanted to ask why. I have been looking for the leader since the black orchid disbanded. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find any clues or traces. Even though he said many times that the master was at the White Dojo, he still didn't believe it. How could he say a spirit? It was obvious that that person was not our leader. Even Namgung Mae himself had to be half suspected because he didn't know much of his master's information. Black Orchid asserted that he had been there a few years ago. Years ago I saw the leader's true face. When he took off his ghost mask and went down to the stream to wash his face, we saw that face as if it came out of a painting. Because he always wore a mask even in front of the others. Member should be the only one who knows. In short, the Black Orchid still insists that Ryu Yeon in the dojo with that drugged face is a fake. It sounds quite convincing, so Namgung Mae is skeptical. Suspicious about that person's identity. This is also the reason why every time the Black Orchid sabotages the plan to smuggle blood and inflammation pills into the Central Plains, it always leaves behind its master's name. He thinks that if he continues to, if you say something like that, Ryu Yeon from Real will definitely come to see you. Then, while making your way to Hebei to verify the identity of the master at the White Dojo, how lucky you are to meet Namgung Mae, who has a paternal lineage. The same strength as Ryu Yeon. Only he can use the reverse flow technique and you are the only clue. Putting it like this, of course the master at the White Dojo is the real Ryu Yeon. While he wanted to tell more about the news, he suddenly thought of something. At this point, don't say too much, or if the Black Orchid knows everything, you'll be damned. And again, the information about the twins, the blood demon hasn't got anything yet to avenge the big brother who doesn't know whether he's alive or dead. So the two have automatically created a transaction that benefits both sides. Namgung Mae will help Black Orchid looks for his master, and in return, he will help him take revenge. This is a contract that even a former member of Enemy Flower Dye has to think about a bit. As they already knew, the remaining members there are all orphans brought back by the master himself. None of them are without gratitude to Ryu Yeon, so this agreement will more or less help the Black Orchid actually meet the master. Returned back to the ruins of Shim Beck, many martial artists who were running away have now stayed behind to watch because they mistakenly recognized the Black Orchid as Ryu Yeon. Don't be so ignorant, you haven't heard the news of the Martial Arts Alliance. Are you sending people to investigate the fake Ryu Yeon? So according to the crowd's effect, this guy is definitely a face. If it's real, he must be a hero against demonism. He won't attacking the sword-washing ceremony of a righteous sect master. How dare you cause chaos in such a noble place? Everyone cheered for them to join forces to avenge Shim Beck. Short-sighted people. Responding to that high atmosphere, Deung Mu Jaeon is not dead yet, so he is determined to take the lead. The effectiveness of the medicine on his body has not yet ended, and he does not know what chapter Jang Ho Jaeon is doing. Where else? Speaking of Hai Nam disciples, he jumped in and asked me to finish the battle and then do whatever he wants. This battle is not over yet, so please fight with me. Jang Ho Jaeon ignored everything that was chaotic. Namgung Mae recognized that young man as the person he almost got into a fight with on the street because he helped a miserable old man. Do you think I will make the same mistake twice with someone who doesn't know his place? Let's solve this problem once and for all, Jaeon screamed. He became crazy because he was so cocky about the medicine that he was cut without knowing it. When his confidence increased, he continued to look for the place where Jang Ho Jaeon stood. He had to kill the Hai Nam sect's disciples to be lucky enough to be recognized by Shim Baek as a high-class martial artist of the sect. The strength was far different from when the two faced off before the explosion happened. One was too tired and the other had limitless strength that nothing could compare to. The battle was tilted in Jaeon's favor when he was still strong. Many people cheered. Despite the initial rule of not killing each other, at this point, no one cares anymore. After observing for a long time, Namgung Mae could not help but came to the rescue. Help! You appeared at the center of the battle and used your bare hands to destroy Jaeon's sword. He couldn't kill Jang Ho Jaeon, so it seemed like he was about to go crazy again. Why did you dare jump in? Even Mr. Namgung himself doesn't understand the reason why he saved someone. You bastard, I won't hold back just because you look like a child. At the same time, the rescue group had come close to the area where the gold dust cleansing ceremony was taking place and many people were running away from there. There were too many earthquakes ahead, so no one wanted to leave their lives behind just for a few pills. More medicine. Namgung Son casually asked the panicked people, but one person also took the opportunity to gossip. Quickly find a safe place to hide because there was an explosion at the sword-washing ceremony of the blue-clothed man. So only a few rescue groups, after receiving information from Jang Wang, did not come here too late. In just a few moments, they will definitely have the opportunity to meet Namgung Mae again later. Nearly a year apart. Amidst the commotion, Shim Baek was absent-minded and regretful about his soap ceremony. He thought that after washing his hands, he would be able to have fun with beauties old enough to be his children and grandchildren, but he didn't. The scene before my eyes was just the slaughter of corpses everywhere, the reason being that two strange people appeared. While contemplating the damage, the black orchid pointed straight at my face. His goal is to clarify the merits of this self-proclaimed incorruptible and kind person. You disperse blood flame pills to serve your selfish desires, go to the martial arts union to fight beasts. That's a sin. If you obey Shim Baek, I will spare your life. Live to 90 years old and then be scolded by his descendants, how can you bear it? Admit your guilt, you lame pants, you're the one who needs to be punished right now. Having said that, he used the purification palm to hit him as if he wanted to take revenge for that hand-washing incident. Since he was a child more than 70 years ago, Shim Baek is already the center of the universe. He reached the peak of true martial arts only when he was 15 years old, so he makes everyone admire him. In his heart, Shim Baek doesn't pay much attention to himself. Is he really that talented? With influence from politics to economics and talent, nothing can stop that child. However, in Shim Baek's daily life, he allows himself to be free to not think about others. Other than the noble and elegant appearance of the young man, he is actually a petty person. Only Shim Baek and his accomplices know this, but outsiders still think he is a kind-hearted boy. Because he has lived a full life since childhood, every time there is a collision, the incident will be completely hidden by his power. Family. Not only that, the homeowner is also very protective of his child whom he considers to be a rare talent. If only one thing is revealed, the father will appear to handle the unwanted consequences. The only thing Shim Baek needs to do is to make the victim quiet. Just like that, a series of crimes were committed from when he was 15 until now. He doesn't like to use force to deal with confrontations but acts noble. There are trivial things like fighting with slaves' children and then raping girls from good families. When he's done, he will apologize and promise many things to gain their trust. Behind his back, he will order his juniors to do things to the victims to the point of death. A few times is okay. But many times it seeped straight into Shim Baek's blood. As time passed, as he grew older, he became more and more careful with his actions. The older he got, the more pleasures he had that were uncountable. The bullying was so boring that Shim Baek went to a woman to tease and sow seeds. Until one day, because he couldn't stand it, the senior of that woman went to her house to reason with him. But Shim Baek, it's all blamed on the juniors. I think there was a misunderstanding here because one of these friends got too drunk, so I'm sorry bro. Don't say that. I just feel better when I kill those lewd bastards. Are you sure you can handle it all by yourself? So those who confront Shim Bek all receive a more tragic end. Cut his body into hundreds of pictures and throw them to the fish to eat, while the younger sister at home takes him to serve me one night and tomorrow, sell it to the brothel. From the beginning the goal was to target his medicinal herbs, so let's burn music when we find it. That's how Shim Bek collected all the precious things on life. He continues to grow up and live uprightly as a righteous martial artist. While doing good things on the outside, bad things will be handled by subordinates behind the scenes. Shim Bek quickly becoming a pillar of the white faction is an ideal role model, and because he receives the respect of many people, his influence in old age is quite large. Returning to the battle, while comparing his internal strength, the old man felt, I feel like I can't eat black orchids, but I clearly ate a lot of elixirs when I was young. I'm sure he's not Ryu Yian, but just an existence almost as strong as the real Ryu Yian. Boom. Due to his old age, weak health, and using too much prescription medicine, he was knocked back. His subordinates quickly ran to respectfully help him up. Are you okay? Holding back the pain, Shim Bek realizing that not only Ryu Yian, but also the Black Orchid in the past, there were dozens of characters wearing ghost avatars representing the martial arts assassin organization. Black Orchid was not surprised when he identified him. Not Ryu Yian. The legendary organization and its members have all reached the Infinite Realm, but I heard that they all died in the Great Demon War. So public opinion is being pulled back, so Shim Bek panicked and adjusted the table. People of the world, please don't be fooled. He is definitely a member of the demon sect. If he has truly reached such a high level, why would he beat an old man who is about to die like that? In an urgent situation, he quickly pulled out the medicinal pill and threw it to those nearby. They also had a purpose here, which was to receive the blood inflammation pill, so everyone was happy to take it. Let's all use this quickly so we can destroy the devil who wants to kill good people like me. So everyone was shaken and revealed their desire to improve their internal strength like what he had rumored. On the side, Deung Jaeon continuously attacked Namgung Mae, telling me I won't let it go just because you're a child. The sword is broken in half, but this guy can still fight because his internal energy is flooding all over his body. Point to where it explodes. Jang Ho Jaeon hastily reminded the male lead that this is a life and death battle between me and the other person, so please don't interrupt and step back. Fair enough, that monkey is really stupid, he has already used blood inflammation pills. After hearing this, the High Nam sect disciple was stunned because it wasn't like he didn't know about it. Even if there were any reasons to stop Namgung Mae, he would proactively respond by attacking first. Speed of appearance. When he defended too quickly, his fist went straight into Deung Jaeon's chest. Because he didn't have time to defend, he was hit by that blow and was beaten to the ground. He pushed himself into this chaos. But you say you don't know what blood inflammation is like? If you fight again, you won't be able to do it, so put your sword away and retreat. Jang Ho Jaeon didn't dare to argue back, he was just surprised by his strength. This young man is so formidable. What arrogance! I will kill both of you here so that the blue-clothed man will recognize you as the highest-class martial artist in the world. Deung Jaeon endured the pain and then used his foot to kick Namgung Mae's face. Perhaps he was wrong to be too confident in medicinal pills and spells when he was at a much higher level. Without using internal force, basic martial arts moves were easily suppressed. The executioner was suppressed and then grabbed the artifact to the ground, preparing to sacrifice the people's meridians to him. Namgung Mae's principle since traveling around the world is not to kill people but in exchange for martial arts. The victim will have to pay the price of having his Dan Deen destroyed. Jang Ho Jaeon still dreams of a dreamy sky, where no one will harm anyone, so he quickly ran to intervene. Please stop, you're doing this. That's a bit too much. Didn't you say that this is a matter of life and death? Your life is at stake, and with that kind of attitude you will die. This is the difficulty of wandering around the Central Plains. Is it so difficult to create a young martial artist so cruel and barbaric? Both were silent, and then Gal Mi and the search team arrived in time to see this scene. The snake class was very unusual. I wonder how long it will take to see my fellow students again, but there are a lot of changes here. If the logger leader hadn't told them to go with black orchids, they would have screamed because they thought they were seeing a ghost. However, it cannot be denied that this time also made every person in the snake class terrified. The method of action was so cruel that it was unsightly and did not even care about the life or death of the enemy. Has Namgung Mae forgotten what Master Ryu Yeon taught him somewhere? Ignoring his pride and wanting to show off to the noble Iron Fist, the young master had to kneel down and admit defeat. As a disciple of the Hai Nam sect, you cannot be complacent. Jang Ho Jeon thanked you and said the match was great. The audience cried out in joy and forgot to come here to celebrate the gold dust removal ceremony for that lewd old man. Now there was only one person left, so Shim Beck warned very carefully not to lose. Both had to lose 15 minutes to discuss the abacus. Hainan disciple is much stronger than I thought. I calculated that he is a bit stronger, but if he fights with all his strength like this, he must be tired. Shim Beck worry about his reputation. If he loses he will face embarrassment and then Martial Arts Alliance will come to investigate the situation. Must win at any cost, not that you have mastered the technique. Have you already taught me? Please rest assured that if I win tonight, I will have your permission to caress two beautiful women. Shim Beck did not say anything, just took out the medicine from his crotch and gave it to him. Very good. Eat this, it's delicious. Since you have mastered the chaos demon magic, I can definitely control the energy of the blood inflammation uniron. The guy accepted with both hands respectfully and promised later. When he wins, he will become a buffalo and a horse to repay this debt of gratitude. On one side, Jang Ho Jeon has visibly weakened but still tries his best. Is the young man okay because of me? You got injured and pushed me. No matter what, I have to win because there is also a personal purpose. His purpose is also from the last letter received from JL Wan, and the senior brother himself said to go see Lam the doctor but no longer responded. There will be many things that need to be said to the old man after dealing with the remaining people. Deung Mu Jeon took the initiative to go up to the arena and introduce himself as the host of the guest room. Hate to fight. He has been watching the Hai Nam disciples fight since the beginning, so he will definitely be very wary even though the opponent is at a loss. You are younger than me, but that doesn't mean I will yield. As he said that, he pulled out his sword. While Jang Ho Jeon was bowing to greet the audience and his opponents, Deung Mu Jeon had disappeared. The sharp sword passed through his body, causing blood to flow immediately. That is to say, his movements are really magical and quick. The sword is faster than the light sword, showing that he is on a completely different level than the Thunder Sword or Iron Fist or something. Don't let Hai Nam brother if you can breathe. The opponent will continue to turn around and attack the weak points that are difficult to avoid. The effects of medicinal pills and chaos demon magic are truly a perfect combination. If the medicinal pills increase strength in all aspects, that spell helps the user control the madness and control 100 points. The battle is completely different from the first two battles when Hai Nam's disciples could only wince and defend. Not only fast but also quite strong. Brother was right when he told me to step off the island and explore the central plains. Perhaps Jang Ho Jeon was wrong because in fact the enemy was just using stimulants to achieve its only Shim Beck's will. Deung Mu Jeon is happy to see the opponent's weak defense and he knows that time is running out. Don't dodge like a mouse, attack quickly, let's go like the previous two matches. The sword suddenly appeared, causing Jang Ho Jeon to dodge from one side to the other, but something was wrong. Although the opponent struck deadly blows, the center of gravity was also the same. Completely unbalanced. Any martial artist who begins to practice must learn how to adjust the body's center of gravity, but a sword master like that made such a basic mistake. Limbs, the detail is quite small, but in Jang Ho Jeon's eyes, it is easy to find loopholes. Deung Mu Jeon turns around to create a whirlwind and then slashes out many sword moves filled with internal energy as if wanting to split the opponent into hundreds of pieces. He called it the candlelight of the In's hurricane, but the weakness was exposed so it was easy to recognize. If it weren't for the medicinal pills, this innkeeper who liked to practice martial arts would have died a long time ago. Whoosh! The aura and violence didn't have time to protect his body and Jang Ho Jeon took a hit. You bastard, how could you attack me and still injure me? The slash was quite strong, but due to the medicinal pill should only scratch a little. Deung Mu Jaeon shouted that he couldn't believe that someone else would do the same to him when he used this thing. Because he had taken it, his internal strength increased dramatically and the flow of energy caused it. Disharmony in swordplay. Knowing that the opponent was willing to risk his life, Jang Ho Jaeon was not afraid to go all out. Combining the strong waves of the South China Sea island when standing in front of the storm, he called this move the wave-splitting slash. The afterimage of each crashing wave creates a rushing sound with the sound of flowing water in the slash. Do you think you can block my attack with that move? Star? Deung Mu Jaeon also rushed in and used a sword to block the Hai Nam disciple's magical move. If one shot didn't work, he would use multiple shots with Jang Ho Jaeon swinging it up and then chopping it down. Wave by wave. One was like a 1,000-pound weight that made the opponent have to use both hands to use the energy of the blood inflammation monolith. Because he couldn't stand it, he could only wince and try to stop it, but soon it wouldn't last long. The water splashed. It's impossible to imagine the swordsmanship skills of the Hainan sect. Although it is a sect that has little to do with martial arts, this debut seems to make the martial artists of the Central Plains have some respect. The force of the slash was so strong that Deung Mu Jaeon used all his strength to throw out his sword and the weapons were shattered. He was confident in the blood inflammation monolith and the demonic chaos spell, but now he had to suffer defeat before a disciple from an unknown sect. Just one more sword move and Jang Ho Jaeon will reclaim justice for the old man who lost his son and the mysterious disappearance of his senior brother. When you want to at the end of everything, suddenly there were many earthquakes under the floor. Explosions emitted from everywhere, affecting this final match. The large manner of the Lord who was given he is the kindest person in the political sect that is being destroyed. People are running around, everyone's life is worried that there will be no more medicinal pills left. Many people are still scrambling to sell their loot to make money, this is the case. It's really chaotic but no one has yet found out the cause. Shim Beck stood still and realized that the starting point was in the basement where he was hiding the blood flame uniron. The old man immediately ordered the servants inside. Went down there to check to see what had happened. A few martial artists agreed and went to the ruins, no longer knowing how much damage was done. They thought that if something like this happened, the culprit would also be the culprit. It was difficult to find a way to escape because there was only one door. In the smoke and dust appeared Nam Gung Mei and Black Orchids, causing everyone to draw their swords in fear and warn, whoever was ahead, hurry up. Declare your identity. What do you guys plan to do with your personal information and I only got rid of some lowly items. Saw two strangers who were definitely aiming for blood inflammation single pills. Shim Beck shouted. Why do you dare to disturb my ceremony of washing my hands and resting my sword? After saying that, the old man ordered all his men to rush up and arrest all the disruptors. The more crowded, the better. Happily, the Black Orchid was so familiar with those moths that were looking for death. The sword's path curved like a snake through their bodies and the end result was that no one could breathe. Seeing the herd when I returned to the 9 Springs, my noble appearance had since disappeared. He couldn't believe that with just one move, the martial artists who had been feeding him for so long had died. Who were these people targeting this medicinal pill? Shim Beck asked himself in fear. Previously Nam Gung Mei knew that the Black Orchid was impersonating Ryu Yian but he still wanted to ask why. I have been looking for the leader since the Black Orchid disbanded. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find any clues or traces. The Dragon Master realized that something had changed this boy who was already very special from the beginning. It's been a while since the male lead took off his mask to greet his classmates, right? No one dares to believe that this is Nam Gung Mei, who always defends justice and takes care of others no matter how weak he is. I thought there would be a tearful love scene but the martial artist listened to Shim Beck and took all the remaining medicine. Everyone laughed with joy when they felt the power. So this is the holy medicine that the 9 sects and prestigious families are trying to poison. When everyone thought they would have to reclaim justice, the headache, nausea, and dizziness came quickly. Because they couldn't learn the chaos demon spell, they were quickly swallowed up. Because they have faced each other several times, everyone knows that these people have absorbed all of the blood flame pills. There are also Shim Beck's martial artists who are pointing out the people who just arrived and want to harm Tan. The elders were honest. They knew that normally they wouldn't be able to attack the larger number of enemies, so there was no need to take out the medicinal pills to use. Shim Bek was like a god to them. And to protect that belief, what should we do? Just swallow the medicinal pills and fight to the death. Why did one Pyo scream that the foot washing ceremony turned out to be a one-ring blood festival? If you pay close attention, the snake class will change wherever you go. The Dragon Master has reminded the whole class to be careful because it's no joke. Dozens of violent martial artists are only aiming at one goal: target to attack them. Due to several months of experience in traveling, each member no longer seemed weak and surprised. No one told anyone, there was no plan, just like that. The battle is going on. Jang Ho Jaeon, who comes from this remote island, needs someone to explain what's going on here. Those guys have absorbed the blood inflammation uniron. Now they're going to punch each other until death, even when the body runs out of internal energy. Do we need to stop them until the medicine wears off? That's quite short-sighted. Namgung Mae asserts that if he's already playing, he can only call the police to arrest him. No matter what, it has to be done like that. It's not the right thing to do. Is it reasonable? This thinking is very similar to Namgung Mae from a year ago, a person who resolutely worships integrity. He hasn't changed much but is just resentful, so he told him to just knock him out and lock him up. Dan Dean are completely destroyed. If that's the case, will it be possible to save them? Jang Ho Jaeon continued to ask with wide eyes and innocent questions. According to the Black Orchid's advice, for those people there is only one thing. Just kill. It's almost a must, but our leader can absorb and destroy that energy in your body. Sounds a bit familiar because twice Namgung Mae let Master Ryu Yeon do it. Every time I go crazy and then wake up, Ryu Yeon is always by my side. That could be a special feature of reverse flow jutsu. The infinite circulation of energy. The internal force must have absorbed that crazy energy. Black Orchid knows what that boy is thinking, but don't try. If it's Ryu Yeon, then he'll do it and the grass will turn green for everyone else. Applying from experience and even swallowing Tang Wei-ju's poison, Namgung Mae also wanted to do like his master. At first he thought he should do that because they were not his enemies. A very noticeable thought, but this Black Orchid did not know. He was busy killing the martial artists who tried to act as a shield for the lecherous old man Shim Bek. He planned to hide behind those guys. How long will this weakness last? Dozens of bodies fell to the ground after that sentence. If you belong to a demonic sect or an evil sect, perhaps I would have helped you reincarnate a long time ago. Shim Bek understands that even if he punches each other, he will not be able to defeat enemies in many realms. Even though the training conditions are worse, why do they all swallow medicinal pills and still be treated so well? I have never met a person from a righteous sect who is as cowardly and weak as you. Also, don't you drink blood inflammation pills because you're afraid of losing your noble image. Thien Ha saying that he is a blue-clothed person and his clothes now are no longer that blue. Suddenly Shim Bek was afraid and the past kept surrounding his mind. The Namgung family in the past also has a quite close relationship with his family. Namgung Min is the head of the family and is also the one who brought his son Namgung Jo, the next head of the family, to a martial arts competition. Everyone is I'm surprised that he's so young. Everyone around him praises this child as a genius, so I want to take advantage of his little experience. Even if it's his son, he won't hold back. As expected, Namgung the family is at the top of the 5 great families. Shim Bek also knew this news. In terms of family position, how can he compare to Namgung? It's so arrogant just because they belong to the 5 great families. Our senior brother is much better than that mouse. Even if he is an indestructible diamond, he will still fall before Shim's high-class palm power. Just senior brother Bek. Even though he's tired of hearing those words, he still likes to be flattered. Namgung Min, the leader of Namgung, is truly a legend. It's a pity he can't punch each other with. Don't you think it's time for you to have a nickname in this vast world? I don't know and I'm not interested. If you're famous, many people will chase you. Say that's the way it is, but the juniors understand what the boss is like. If you don't praise him, there will be someone with purple eyes. No one in this contest can win except Shim Bek. Please let the world know what is the dragon god of our family. At that time, he thought that the reputation he had was not bad. Up until now there was nothing that could not be taken. Martial arts competition in the qualifying rounds started and the face-to-face battle with Namgung was like a bucket of cold water. It hit the arrogant Shim Baek and his juniors straight in the face when the outcome was unexpected. The winner was the youngest disciple in the history of Namgung from the Namgung family. The first time he failed so humiliatingly when he lost to a child under 10 years old. In his political career, Shim Baek also had that experience. The feeling of being unable to touch the boy no matter what he tried. The precision was in each of Namgung's fists. Also, the homeowner Namgung is currently a ghost that makes Shim Baek vomit in his pants just thinking about it. Unlike that natural talent, Namgung shows that he is not arrogant at all. "Sorry brother, I punched you. It was so strong that it caused me to lose a few teeth and dirty my clothes." Receiving that hidden conviction, Shim Baek's internal organs felt like a giant hand was kneading it until it twisted in pain. There was no mirror. The evil face or convex attitude is simply calm. The more Shim Baek is like that, the deeper he sinks into delusion and knows his own limits and limitations. He claims to be true. But when confronting the weak, he will surrender his teeth to death, thinking the big fish will swallow the small fish. They will sink deep under their heels and never be able to raise their heads every time they face Shim Baek. However, as for real monuments, Shim Baek couldn't reach them. No matter what he did, he couldn't stand one level above them. So with his reputation as a kind man in blue medicine, he chose to start over again. Head. Take off the cruel blood-stained clothes and put on another one. This world will forget the person you used to be. Regardless of Shim Baek's nonsense, the Black Orchid is looking worried. Turns out there are too many experts coming. Before things get complicated, he thinks he needs to take Namgung out of here. As for that crazy old man, he's becoming unhinged at the moment. He keeps saying that he is a great and righteous person who is respected and admired. He looks like someone who has lost his mind due to insatiable greed. If he were at this age, everyone else would have settled down and found a place to rest. It's not like I'm constantly dying like that. Why do you famous children dare to destroy what I've built for decades? Even though I really want to fight to the death, I'm afraid of death. He had to take out the medicine to use. If he didn't have this, how could he have fought hand-to-hand with the Black Orchid? The blood inflammation pill slid down his throat and with one gulp, the effects were immediate. A familiar aura broke out, but because Shim Baek was already strong, it was even more terrifying than other martial artists. Finally, what the former member of the Black Flower Giant was waiting for has come. That's it. The person who left medicinal pills for others to drink, now the wretched blue-clothed man's death has come. Being judged on life and death makes Shim Baek scream in anger. He proactively attacks the enemy and commits suicide. I admit that I am the strongest expert in martial arts. Before, I was already superior, and now that I have medicine, I will increase to the level that no one can resist. No matter how new I am. Only in the early stages of the realm do people progress. Each stage of each realm will be divided into 3 levels of the Middle Ages, so the difference still exists even though both are equal. Shim Baek is just getting started, so how can he be equal to someone who has been here for many years? Black Orchid freely let the opponent punch and kick him, but then he immediately responded. Just with a very light force, the 90-year-old old man's body was knocked out of the way, so there was no time to do anything. Blood from his nose and mouth were gushing out. It was so absurd that his internal energy increased so dizzyingly that he couldn't do anything. Why can't I eat that brat? The Black Orchid's explanation of internal strength is okay, but the understanding of the two sides is too different. After hearing this, the elder screamed loudly and the water bloomed. Like a 3-year-old child. He had no other way to run but to fight to the death, but suddenly some pain was surrounding his mind. There were many voices whispering in his ears, making him clutch his temple tightly. That expression. It's easy to recognize, but who did this? Shim Baek ran around frantically and kept whispering that whoever was talking should come out quickly. That voice only echoed and urged him to hurry up. Run quickly to preserve your life. Why do you have to do that? I am the greatest person in the sect. Who the hell are you? Another character appeared right at the moment when victory was about to be in hand. Chemist Shim Beck is also just a puppet of the Black Plum Blossom, who is said to also be in the Black Plum Blossom organization. At the same time, in the backyard of the Shim Beck family's manor, the rescue team was defeated even by the famous fire dragon sword of Anhui City. The members of the snake class and cat class were all under the person fell unconscious. They all ended up defeated by the power of the Black Plum Blossom. He punched each person to pieces but absolutely did not bother to kill them. Two heads of the battle are not far apart, so perhaps the bigger thing to do is not to waste time here. The Black Plum Blossom feels the familiar energy of the Black Orchid radiating over there. This becomes too complicated, and if two members of the old organization meet face to face, it will be difficult to avoid a massacre. The ceremony's arena became a clearing and Shim Beck still hasn't escaped his madness. After a pursuit beam was shot to attack the Black Orchid in the rock dust. That projectile was very fast without emitting any internal force, so it only moved to the side in time, almost cutting off the left arm. The common thing about Black Orchids is that they have very similar internal energy flows. Therefore, they were not surprised when they met, but for what reason did they have to confront each other like enemies? Black Orchids know people. Who was the sneak attack but still wondering why he was in this place sabotaging the plan to steal medicinal pills. That sudden appearance also caused many experts present to stop to check. Among them is the Dragon Master. He also has a hard time understanding who can use bullet magic in such a trained way. Soon everything will be clear when the Black Plumflower has taken action. He rushing to attack the same teammate who was born and died together in the past as the Black Orchid. There are countless killing moves and it seems like the two don't like each other very much. Besides that, there's no one else wanted to stop those two monsters. One side used a flexible sword to slash repeatedly and the other side only used claw techniques with their bare hands. While fighting with the Black Orchid, he asked the purpose, what is the meaning of coming here from old teammates? It's been a while, right? I remember in the past, we only sat drinking by the stream and didn't punch each other like this. The truth is that a lowly puppet like you is he acting like he's found a new owner? Black Plum Blossom doesn't object because up to 8% understand that he's on the side of the demon religion against the martial arts. Every time he's about to smuggle out the goods, the Black Orchid broke again. Why do you always get in my way? As he spoke, he used his death magic to shoot out a deadly ray to kill his teammates. The damage of this attack extremely terrible. It destroyed the buildings of all the elegant places where girls often came to hang out. In response to the show of authority that had just finished, Black Orchids were not the type to be easily swallowed. A series of sword attacks struck down and also to easily destroy each fatal attack below. Indeed, players of the 10-finger system can fire their palms with every finger. When Shao Kai was shooting the sword, Ju Duk Hua, it was so annoying that he had the intention of jumping in to interrupt. He used his dragon energy to stop the fight between old friends. His quick movements that could not be seen with the naked eye caused both of them stopped in surprise. It seems like you guys are teammates, I guess I need to intervene, right? Hua Manden recognized Dao Tun, so he slowly lowered his movements but did not forget to be on guard for the opposite side. Dao Tun, you should not interfere in our affairs because I have been angry with him for decades. It's obvious that you're causing this mess, so I need you to stop immediately. The true dragon's energy exploded and the afterimage of the golden dragon shot out and roared a few times as if to show off its power. Take advantage of it. At this time, the Black Plumflower transmitted a false sound, causing Shim Beck to quickly run away. He used his subconscious to control the old man's mind and succeeded. If he had stayed, he would have been dragged to the court of justice. If you ask questions, it will turn into trouble. There is still one person alert enough to stop it, that is the disciple of the Hai Nam sect. Where else are you going, you bastard? We haven't finished talking yet. Where is this? About 10 minutes ago, dozens of crazy martial artists were still raging everywhere. According to Namgung Mae's plan to suppress and absorb the power, Jang Ho Jaeon felt very satisfied. He didn't know how that young teenager would do it, but he just couldn't blame him. The first step was to capture the victim and make him unable to move and destroy. Then the most important step will be the fifth young master because he is imagining that he is Master Ryu Yian. Since we are the master's disciples, if the master can do it, we will definitely be able to absorb their power. Very quickly, the arm stretched out and performed the same movements as what was stored in the subconscious. The reverse flow of energy was transmitted to the outside, harmonizing the victim's chaotic internal energy. Then Namgung Mae tried to reverse the airflow and began to suck them inside and lock them in the dantian. Regarding the details, it took Master Ryu Yeon to tell them, so the process was successful beyond expectations. Martial arts. The person who ate the medicinal pill was completely removed by that invading evil energy. He immediately lost consciousness in Jang Ho Jaeon's tight embrace. Put that body gently down. Jang Ho Jaeon was loudly satisfied because it was indeed effective, young hero. Who doesn't know that? But this was the first experience that made Namgung Mae almost stop breathing. It's okay to be naked. Being able to withstand that evil energy, it took some time to catch his breath. Looking at the painful face after saving that person made Jang Ho Jaeon feel angry. Is it possible that he still burdens himself with responsibility on this young man's small shoulders? We have dealt with a large number of martial artists. It seems like the torch is gradually being extinguished. The conductor is now right behind, and that old man will definitely not be able to escape. Jang Ho Jaeon also wanted to talk about his brother going missing and having to be punched several times because he was a one-man martial artist. Why are you so stubborn and persistent in always blocking my escape? I was a disciple of the Haenan sect not long ago. Do you remember anyone named J.L. Won? Damn it, if it's about women, I don't remember any of them. Men, you have to find them yourself. Shim Beck holds his head because of the pain. Today I'll blow everything into smoke at once. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man unleashed a devastating palm strike and confronted Jang Ho Jaeon head-on. Everything was turned to dust. Even iron and steel couldn't stand it, let alone humans. Don't you even know what kind of status I have to dare to ask such trivial questions? Just when the old man thought he had succeeded, the hand he threw suddenly became heavy. One of the disciples of the Hai Nam sect, Nyan Van, came here and disappeared. Please tell me the truth. Even though Shim Beck is just a low-class insect, Jang Ho Jaeon still has to try to calm down because it is this person who knows the clue about Big Brother. He must know that no one knows but him. If he says he doesn't know, then I'll punch him until he knows it. Nearby, the snake class regained consciousness, so they immediately ran to ask about Namgung Mae's health. Seeing her friend in pain, J-Gal Mi was scared and worried. Listen, do you know how much effort we spent traveling all over the north and south to find you? Also, where is the best teaching assistant Namgung? Did he get angry with his junior brother and then leave to return home? Fifth young master's face wrinkled when he mentioned his big brother, the person he sympathized with the most, because now no one knows how he will die or alive. He suddenly blurted out an obscene sentence as if he wanted to chase his friends away. What he means is Star. We're here to rescue you from the claws of the demon cult, right? Rescuing the crippled pants, Namgung Mae angrily wished that they hadn't come here or studied together. Morong Bo didn't dare say a word. He hadn't seen each other for 6 months, but he was a lifelong rival. It's already several times stronger, but I don't know how far it will go. The fiery aura radiating out makes the 4 snake class people shyly step back and be careful. Namgung Mae tries to warn them, it's none of his business. Don't interfere and bother others. No matter what you do or what you've been like, let's do it together. We're all disciples of Master Ryu Yeon. This place is not a white dojo and the like. J-Gal Mi's words were a bit redundant. Suddenly Morong Bo screamed and was still there arguing without worrying about finding a way to escape in time. Let's leave the cursing to each other later. If we're late, we'll be gone tomorrow. It's too expensive to see their faces. Without waiting to finish, Shim Beck's men surrounded all 5 members of the snake class from all sides. If it was the first time, they would still be bewildered, but after dozens of times, everyone was surprised. Look at each other and take action. 4 people move into 4 solid pillars in the form of a collective fight to protect Namgung Mae. One by one, each martial artist drops the medicine and then absorbs it again for another tiring scene. It's already happened. J-Gal Mi calmly observed the situation and directed each member. One Pyo, like a snake's body, still did the same job, which was to make this siege break. The hand of the great earth hit the ground, causing other people who were about to eat the pill to tremble and drop it because they were unable to stand. Because some people had absorbed it before, it was necessary to knock them unconscious to make them lose consciousness. Their consciousness is lost before it breaks out. The plan is quite perfect, but this is not a safe way. Namgung Mae had his own idea when he exited the formation and tried to approach each person who was about to attack one by one. 2 arms press firmly on the forehead and then pin the martial artists to the ground. Immediately their internal energy is sucked away. There are tons of questions to ask that person right now, but absolutely no one dares to speak up. Version Master Ryu Yeon's mini is in front of his eyes, so the other members are more scared. Is he deliberately swallowing that crazy blood energy like the Snake Master? With this strategy is relatively okay, but is Namgung Mae okay? Gal Mi ordered the whole class to assist. After a while, everything was successful when each martial artist finally slept soundly. Now that there is no one in the way, all you need to do is leave. Here, however, if Namgung Mae doesn't want it, you should check your internal strength and feel that it's too abundant. If you can't avenge your big brother, then what can you do? The journey is still very long, and the snake layer here is blocking the way and slowing down progress. In addition, when they come along, your life can be in danger. That's why Namgung Mae chose a safe solution. It's all about knocking everyone out. Gal Mi saw that and tried to scream and ask why, but a black shadow appeared in her eyes. If you blame her, don't worry about it. Now you have to look at the orchids. Black has finished his work or not. The male lead turned to want to help, but he forgot that thought. 2 members of the Black Flower Giant are fighting with one of the 3 famous gangsters. They fought and slashed each other, making things more confusing and ruining Black Plum Blossom's plan. He knew that Black Orchid was stronger, but what's more, that swordsman was really not a fake name. This world calls Ju Duk Hwa a master of swordsmanship. It's no exaggeration when he alone is swaying orchids and plum blossoms. It's worth coming out because it's been a long time since the Master of Swords has had a chance to fight. It's more accurate to call them warriors pre-programmed for death battles. Strong, rich in experience, scientific fighting methods, truly worthy of standing in the ranks. The secret assassins of Martial Arts League. If the 3 continue to fight like that, Shembek's residence will definitely become a pile of ruins that many years of hard work have built up. In my heart the master was happy, and now he feels even more excited than ever. He is called one of the 3 monks, but he never fights with all his might because his opponents kill him all. Uses quite a lot of negative power. Ju Duk Hwa channeled his inner strength and forced the other 2 to punch each other again. This time, there was no mercy for anyone else, just wear a mask and have to fight. Thought it was just to prevent the killing of fellow students. But now it's different. The plum blossom orchid stood still, watching the sword move a few times as if trying to test his observation. The explosion sounded again. The Wind Dragon Gate's heirloom dragon magic was revealed. Out. Similar to the void, Ju Duk Hwa shoots all over the plum blossom and orchid's body. Last time he competed with Master Ryu Yeon until his pants were crushed, so this time he must take revenge on his opponent. Only when they can be lowered. Both of them seem to be bound and controlled to fly up and down until their faces are dizzy. They cannot move or use their internal strength to defend themselves. When they are close to each other, the Black Orchid used his sword to strike the Black Plumflower a few times. If you can't beat the sword, then you can chew the head of this bastard teammate who follows the demon religion. Just like that, Ju Duk Hwa's momentum opened up a larger range and the couple started fighting again. It's obvious that the Dragon Master won't sit still, so he immediately flies up. Show off everything you think is the most terrible. Very quickly, the dragon's hand shot out with great force, filled with hot internal energy. The 2 were once again toyed with by the sword and then sent flying to the ground. According to the force of inertia, the damage was so great that their bodies were crushed, creating many holes. Temporarily the situation is stabilized when the plum blossom orchids are no longer trying to kill each other. If it's just the plum blossom guy, it's fine, but if you add that other god above, how can the orchids stand it? He figured he needed to retreat from this place as quickly as possible before he dared to assess the situation. At the Black Plum Blossom place, because he had been tortured from time to time since leaving the organization, it was too painful to say anything. So now, do you know how to open your mouth and be ready to talk? Is Fong Vu Dao Venerable actually interfering in the affairs of the Wanderers? I heard that you only drink and look for disciples all day long. Black Plum Blossom endures the pain and tries to stand and pose like a man who is not afraid of death to speak up. Your sect is even afraid didn't participate in the main war of demons, so what makes him like to stick his nose in here? Ju Duk Hwa doesn't know the reason because at that time his master was still alive and didn't let him go, so he couldn't help but answer the question. Ask me first. We're all adults, no matter what we do. No one wants to express our feelings. Orchids and plum blossoms turn on deaf and mute mode and consider Fong Vu Dao Tun to be worthless. He didn't bother to reply. It seemed like they weren't ready, and for some reason the two members of the Black Flower branch were scattered to each other. Out of a bit of impatience, the Dragon Master continued to speak. Asked both of them without looking at anyone else. Suddenly Plum Blossom used a two-finger technique and casually said that she had no obligation to answer. How could a magic bullet shoot so fast that it was comparable to super speed? The sound sounded like he wanted to kill Ju Duk Hwa. The technique was quite subtle and so fast that it was hard to see, startling him. Dao Tun turned around and ran away, but that thing was not simple as he knew it. He turned the steering wheel to chase. But then things didn't stop there as the orchids were still free. He rushed up to meet the whip and hid his face. Go away, I'm the one who asked that bastard. Before. Faced with this situation, Ju Duk Hwa calmly flexed his upper body to control the sharp point in his palm. Then he directed that attack straight back to attack the Plum Blossom for leaving the crime of being the captain without warning. The sound of the explosion echoed everywhere, making Shim Beck watching from afar become more sad. Black Orchid, are you still trying to find the leader? That's really stupid. So who else in the same team has the ambition to betray him and find a new master to serve? Ignoring the incident where the Black Orchid sword rushed in, he didn't forget to quickly withdraw the sword. The sword struck the Plum Blossom to death. Perhaps the Black Flower's internal turmoil was brewing when the Plum Blossom turned traitor. They had lived together since childhood and were both orphans sharing each piece of meat. Pick vegetables. In response to his teammate Black Plum Blossom's blunt action, he did not accept defeat. He used his entire hand to shoot out infinite three-pointed death god magic as soon as he was approached. Because he was too masterful, the Black Orchid's body was severely scratched, every muscle was severed. Without any mercy, the Plum Blossom criticized itself as the one who left the Black Flower. Don't talk too much because now I am the new leader of the Black Flower. That sounds a bit itchy, ears are really miserable, but who does Master Ryu Yian let him do? Even though Master is busy being a teacher at the dojo, if something happens, Master will come right away. That sounds really fun. Continued talking. Ju Duk Hwa couldn't sit still, so he took the opportunity to punch the Black Plum Blossom in the face. As Master Ryu Yian's new friend, how could he let a nonsense subordinate surpass him? The face of the same person in the white dojo. The fist was so strong that the fake demon face wearing on the face suddenly broke even though there was internal force to protect the body. Lifeless eyes appeared staring at the knife. Tun was very harsh, making him scared. I thought I would be embarrassed, but this action looked so incomprehensible. I was afraid that I would be caught alive, and the Black Plum Blossoms quickly scattered. The actual magic attack starts from all parts of the body. The blue light flashes high into the sky, causing direct damage to the Dragon Master's body. This time it is 10 times stronger than the previous phases. Fired before half of the mountain was cut in half. It was a good idea to stop the fight, but now that my life is at stake, I won't joke anymore. It seems like if we continue to fight at this rate, the landscape of this area will be ruined. I won't hold back my strength anymore. You two can go up if you like, or both. Master's eyes became bright, blazing when using Tri-Venerable Dragon Chi to open the gate in the 5th form. Tri-Venerable Dragon breaks the lineage, allowing the user to increase their level through unlocking the power by the number of sect leaders who previously held the technique. Ju Duk Hwa's limit is the 6th form because he is the 6th generation sect leader. This power is extremely terrible in the eyes of the orchid. It feels like when the leader of the Black Flower giant fights. The plum blossom's foolish action accidentally awakened a dragon that wanted to sleep peacefully deep in the mountain. And now he will have to receive the wrath of the person who holds the power of the family. The most classy gangster. With just 2 slashes, a series of earthquakes resounded, aiming directly at the black plum blossom's body. Tri-ton dragon's behead created a slash in the shape of a cross, tearing apart all obstacles above. Path. Each giant mushroom column of the explosion kept growing, reaching the blue clouds in the dark night. Finally, this conflict could be considered temporarily postponed. Ju-duk Hwa ran when I went to check the location of the plum blossom. I couldn't find his body anywhere. But then there was no need to look because the violent energy was continuously emitting. As expected with the ability of one of the gods. Tam Tun, even the new leader Black Hwa Dai like me is still very difficult. After Hwa Orchid heard, I didn't understand what that bastard said. The leader is still alive and grinning but still wants to steal the seat or what? The leader of the Black Plum Blossom must have worked very hard to subdue these buffalo-headed and horse-faced bunch. Black Plum Blossom knows he can't eat the sword and that old man Shim Beck can probably run away, so he also wants to leave. You bastard, wait until you tell me whose command you are under. You have forgotten your position. Why don't you think I will let you escape from here? No say no. That both of them immediately disappeared, each took a turn. At this moment, only the orchid was left, unable to breathe because she had used up all her strength in the battle that had just ended. Due to the use of the blood inflammation monolith, the plum blossom regained its strength. With all his strength as before. Now he has to bend his ass to run away from the swordmaster's arms. Your kung fu really isn't worthy of the title of swordmaster, is it? He's criticizing Master Dragon's talent for using martial arts, making him bitter and want to slap him. You will decide to expel him. Follow me or will you save us, my lord? Without understanding what he was saying, Ju-duk Hwa suddenly stopped because he knew that this guy was quite scheming and sinister. The death god magic actually only shot down into the forest, but it was unclear what he was trying to do. The mind aimed to graze the dragon master's body, and that was on purpose. It turned out below that there were 2 men and nephews going up the mountain to pick medicine at midnight. This was the best opportunity for the enemy. Claiming to be the new leader of the Black Flower Giant escaped. With human lives in front of his eyes, how could the master ignore it, so he immediately rushed down to cover. The destructive power of that spell was extremely. It's not the blade that's strong, it's someone else who can only crush it. Boom, the 2 of them were safe and sound, and Ju-duk Hwa was unlucky. He lost consciousness and staggered after being hit by the palm of his hand. Falling freely into the abyss. Below is a flowing stream. It is unclear whether one will live or die in the future. Return to the old location when Jang Ho Jaeon is persistently clinging to Shim Beck's feet. Although even though he was beaten to pieces, he never gave up because of his brother. If he dies, he must know the news. Tell me where his brother is. Still saying a few words. That's nonsense, what a stubborn person, Shim Beck shouted. Then the old man used his foot to kick Jang Ho Jaeon's body mercilessly. It's okay to keep mentioning Hai Nam faction with his mouth. He groped through his short-term memory. I see that sect also has a stubborn kid just like you. His physical condition is weak but his spirit is extremely tough, so I sent it specially to that person. So JL Wan is not dead yet, but I don't know what the situation will be. Shim Beck said that mysterious character is the new leader of the demon sect, just like that person, but I have the blood inflammation uniron. With that much information, it is enough for Jang Ho Jaeon to understand that the eldest brother is currently being taken to the demon sect to be enslaved. You kid can also be an object. The perfect experiment for the demon religion, but it's such a pity. Shim Beck seemed to want to flatter that force, but he needed to eliminate it immediately because it was this person who ruined the hand-washing ceremony. When he was trying to kill, so where did Nam Gung Mae's twin dragons come from? Even though he had exhausted his strength after fighting the orchids, he could still cope. That attack was immediately dissolved into dust. Without breaking a sweat. Hey old bastard, you mentioned something about witchcraft just now, right? The person who attacked the big brother and the male lead were twin blood demons from the demon sect, and from there he realized that the medicinal pills or all the events were related to the demon sect. Anger surged again, making Nam Mae impatiently wanted to kill Shim Baek. For now, he needed to beat him to a pulp and then force him to reveal what he knew about the demon religion. It seemed like that action was a bit wrong, so Shim Baek did it. Dangerous laugh. You act recklessly without knowing where to stop. Let me correct that reckless behavior. If there were still a dragon master and orchids, it would be possible to capture them alive, but now it might be too difficult. Initially, Shim Baek was at a very high level that even two normal healthy people were not sure they could eat it. With just a gentle wave of his hand, Nam Mae and Jang Ho Jeon fell to the ground. A martial artist of an already high level but still eats medicinal pills, how can he think of a way to play again? Jang Ho Jeon still wanted to know about his senior brother but he stopped him. You are nothing but a burden, it's not serious in this situation. I need to calm down because I'm not the old man's opponent right now, so who should I ask to make a reasonable choice? Suddenly he remembered the time when the orchids were black. Answer the question of how to increase one's strength. Black Hua Dai is an organization of martial artists hiding under the shadow of the Martial Arts Alliance. That is only half the truth because Black Hua Dai is also the most formidable assassin organization in the Central Plains. While talking about black orchids, he also used actions to make Nam Mae understand the problem. He struck without warning like he did then, just trying to press harder. The head on your neck was severed. Remember carefully that we must complete the mission no matter how quickly the situation changes. Avoid confronting someone who is worse than you. Every attack has a ready next step, you must be ready to move and calculate before them. The important thing in a death battle is the small changes and the flexibility of mind needed. Take advantage of every useful movement in every situation. Learn to make changes before your life is on the line and then you will win. With the experiences that you have truly gone through in your heart, Nam Mae isn't sure if he can do it. Do you think it's easy to transform two dragons with a single sword into a palm technique? Also from that saying, Nam Mae realized the difference and how to flexibly adapt in each situation. Remember when One Pyo used the earth tremor, he quickly learned and followed exactly the same. Feeling that this boy is not the average, Shim Baek just wants to kill him to save time. He moves his hand and shoots out his palm to purify like he did with Jang Ho Jeon. To avoid the male protagonist who always learns the Morong family's wind and cloud department and gives it blood that makes the opponent dizzy. Although I don't know if it's true, it seems to have too many good effects. High movement speed plus, the enemy is old, so it's convenient for Nam Mae to get close. At a relatively good range, it's time to use the technique that Master Ryu Yeon always banned from before. Boom with a powerful palm shot, shooting straight at Shim's position. Baek stood as if he didn't know if the old man was okay. As soon as he finished fighting, he immediately looked there and that old man had disappeared. Was the plan to smoothly copy the martial arts of each class member? Can the snake help the male lead end this matter? Never relax your guard until the enemy's death is confirmed. Those are the words that the black orchid always presses against your head, so how can Nam Mae not be careful? Know if you see a body, that means it's not dead, you have to identify it properly. In that smoke and dust, suddenly a series of dangerous auras arose. If it wasn't for what your senior said, then Nam Mae would definitely fly into the sky. He tried to use all his physical strength to avoid that fatal attack. I thought you were just a brat, but you turned out to be a fierce tiger. Shim Baek really wanted to take action, but in his head there were always countless voices urging him to run away. It's so spicy. Not knowing who he was, he immediately used the tips of his 10 fingers to poke him in the head to ease the pain. Finally, those whispers disappeared and silence returned to the main story. He couldn't waste any more time. The man whose name is Shim Baek has been transferred to Nam Mae. He was grabbed tightly by the old man to prevent him from escaping with every move of locking his arms and legs. Think about it, you brat, thanks to the guy who came with you to baptize him. My honest life has collapsed. There are still thousands of beauties I haven't smelled yet. Shim Baek threw the male lead into the air. He also used the void photographer to control objects. At will. Nam Mae's entire small body floated and was continuously punched. Each punch was a feeling of pain, feeling like her internal organs were about to be kneaded and torn apart. Out of me. Everything I've built up to now has gone up in smoke just because of you guys." Having said that, the old man used his foot to kick hard on the fifth young master's dantian. Try resisting the pain, he grabbed his ankle tightly to prevent him from moving. "If what you build is strong enough, it won't be destroyed so easily. You're already dead but you're still talking about it. You have such a dirty mouth that I have to sew it up." Namgung Mae ignored life or death, trying to struggle against the tongue of death, striking out 2 dragon full wind punches. His attitude was so tough that it was strong that startled old man Shim Bek. He kept remembering the fear he had decades ago when he was tortured by the current head of the Namgung family. Suddenly, when his fists were unleashed, Shim Bek I had to let go of Namgung Mae. The movement just now was a bit different and slowed down without any intention. "Is this brat of yours from the Namgung family? Is that my destiny? At that time I was defeated by that family's martial arts. Now that I think about it, the way to control it is extremely easy. You seem to be someone who has prejudice against our Namgung family, right? It was the Namgung family that turned me into the person I am today, and in that regard, I will consider him a benefactor." Shim Bek groaned, mentioning the name Namgung Jo as the leader Namgung family. "It's strange why you two know each other. Namgung Mae has never seen his father talk about him at this time. Just lie there and it'll be fine." Shim Bek patted my hand as black as an open flag in my stomach. "I've been through this once and the second time will probably be easier. Everything that has continued until today will all be erased without warning. There are a few traces. So today, old enemies, new enemies, he will want to repay in full even though he really wants to find Namgung Jo." Each line of internal force incubated in the palm of his hand is gradually forming. After that, it was as big as a wine jar. Did he want to blow up the whole place? What needs to be done to stop this act of wanting to kill all innocent people? Namgung Mae wanted to run to stop him, but he had already planned it from the beginning. "Lie still there, you'd better just witness this scene with me." It's like there are invisible strings forcing the male protagonist to be unable to move. Finally, when he felt enough, a planet of destruction was created in Shim Bek's hand. He didn't say anything but just hit it hard and forward. There were many people still alive. In that place, there were all the members of the snake class, the cat class, and also the sisters and martial artists who were knocked unconscious. At this time, the Jang Ho Jaeon chapter came to occupy the entire spotlight of the series. Story. He quickly used his own sword to cut off one of Shim Bek's arms. Being hit by basic physical damage, his body part fell to the ground. He screamed in pain. "That annoying insect," the old man snorted a few times and then began to hug his bleeding arm tightly. It seems Shim Bek forgot to tell more about senior brother JL1. That's why Jang Ho Jaeon was so persistent. And he also doesn't want to see innocent people die at the hands of this old robber. But his strength is exhausted and now he can only bear himself and take a beating. This moment is enough for Namgung Mae to take it back. His body's self-control. He quickly ran to where his fellow students were on the other side. Due to too much internal force, that planet still slowly rushed towards. Looking at the male protagonists, did he too many vague ideas that are hard to explain? Why did you have to run to a faraway place and drag them with you? Because you decided to avenge your big brother, that's the only thought I have. But then what? Brother doesn't know where, but it's also affecting those children who are talented in martial arts. Namgung Mae chooses to directly confront what he is causing. Human strength. There is a limit to whether this method can change the situation at that time. Even he himself does not dare to believe that he can stop it. However, if he does not do it, no one will come in. Here too, the Dragon Master is missing. The Black Orchid is running away. Sooner or later Namgung Mae will have to face even greater difficulties in the future. The only way is to practice. As he gradually got used to it, he played against the flow of air and began to control the enemy's internal force. Two streams of air were relatively similar and a palm force shot from the dantian into that huge amount of energy. The essence of the internal martial arts of the family is also added, but it seems not enough. The difference in the strength of martial arts cultivation and seniority between the two is too great. If they fail in front of this friend has no face to look at them while under the yellow stream. Ignoring his own safety, Namgung Mae screamed and tried to use everything he had to resist. A series of the image of being with the Black Orchid begins to appear in my mind. The life of the Black Orchid members is always to do good deeds, but they will never show mercy to the evil. Namgung Mae also learned a lot. When the dantian is seriously damaged, the martial artist cannot use martial arts but can still live normally. This is the right thing to do to prevent them from creating evil anymore. With this level of ability, there is nothing else waiting for people in the Wanderer to kill. For Black Orchids, this is truly cruel and profound. There is no other choice. Maybe just let them act their magic. Instead of a life of dying or being killed to survive in the world, living a peaceful life is much better. Do you think you are a god or a god? Who gives the right to decide how a person lives? Namgung Mae just needs to know how to be strong and weak. Death or life is not that important. According to your words, is anything allowed to those who are above others? If that's the case, then I will destroy the dantian. Do you accept it or not? A typical example of the Black Orchid made the male protagonist realize the mistake in his reasoning. I told you to create your own principles and not surrender to killing intent and hatred. No should and never justify our own weakness. It is thanks to that weakness that we can be a stepping stone to move forward. True strength is used when there is something to protect, and that is the spirit of martial arts. With a mind that only focuses on revenge, how can Namgung Mae understand the problem? Black Orchid has no choice but doesn't want to stop him from dealing with those people. He is sure that one day nearer when the fifth son will understand the meaning behind that sentence. If the power to protect is stronger, why can't I protect Big Brother? Shim Bek's strength is too great for him to be able to cope with it alone. Compared to an old man who has been wandering around for nearly 100 years and a child under 20, it is truly lame. Even though he knew that, Namgung Mae still chose to confront him head-on without hiding. He blamed himself for being so weak that he lost his precious relatives. You think that an insect is inferior but you can block my attack? People should know where their place is. You should have run away. Justice without strength is just ordinary courage thrown to the dogs. The evil old man used his strength to suppress him, making it impossible for the male lead to let go. But then because of this courage, Jang Ho Jaeon admired him and helped him. He ran away and forgot I was too tired and said let's do it together. One person is a bit weak but two people are better. If we die, both die beautifully. Jae Gal Mi once said that no matter where she is, whoever we are, let's go together because we are members of the snake class. Namgung Mae gave up that and left the snake class to face countless dangers on his own. To strengthen his determination, so I don't want to lose anyone else. After leaving the White Dojo, the pure ice energy somehow fell asleep and didn't wake up. But right now, even if it doesn't wake up, it has to wake up because of me. Need to use it without being allowed to fail. Just thinking about it, the yin energy inside the dantian is increasing very quickly. As the male protagonist, he can feel the cold aura coming from his eyes. Harmonize the aggressive flow of internal energy. Currently, the opponent is in the realm of non-verbal up to 3 or 4 levels compared to martial arts cultivation. However, Namgung Mae is still confident if ice works. If he is good, he can absorb all of his palm force. And so he withdraws the internal energy flow of the poison and transmits the cold energy to the opponent's internal energy. Very quickly on the opposite side he can receive this change. As soon as the purification of the mind slows down, it begins to gradually disappear. Everyone wants to win for the principles they desire. Namgung Mae is also not strangers. You need to protect your friends and Shim Bek has to escape and kill everyone so he can live a new life. No one knows which side wins, only seeing countless rays of light emitted from the center of the internal force comparison screen. In the end, both sides were exhausted, so there was no more explosion to create the same shock as in the beginning. This was too unreasonable for old man Shim Bek when he is a person with a higher realm. Namgung Mae is just a brat whose nose is not clean, so why is that? In the dust and smoke, unable to see anything, a small black shadow suddenly appeared in front of us. Everyone has their own limits, whether it be their innate talent or their upbringing. Shim Bek always thinks that even if he's young or fake, he's still different and superior, but why are kids always like that? Knowing what the outcome will be, do they still want to punch me and break my teeth? Namgung Mae rushed in and punched that old man repeatedly without letting him breathe. Unknowingly, his impact force was aimed straight at the dandine position where the blood inflammation unerring was nourished. The evil power couldn't hold on any longer, so it immediately shattered into 1,000 pieces. Shimbek knew but still wondered if he lived a wrong life? Just a few more shots will successfully reveal the lies of the man who calls himself a man of blue clothes. He has lived for decades with that appearance, and behind it is a disgust that makes people I can't smell it. Namgung Mae swung his fist with the last bit of his inner strength to show him what justice is. He himself also accepted this truth and ended his life of lies. It's over. But then how come it was at an important moment that the male lead was exhausted so he couldn't do it? He unconsciously fainted and fell straight into the old man's body without having time to notify Jang Ho Jaeon school. Yes, after all, this world still hasn't abandoned me and I just need to start again at my age. 90 only. The old man happily pushed the heavy boy to another place and found a way to retreat. He didn't have enough strength to walk anymore, so he had no choice but to use one hand and 2 legs to drag himself. As long as you live, Shimbek thinks he can start anywhere. Even at Shaolin Temple, he can still flirt with girls. Maybe he won't be able to hug any woman in this world anymore because Jang Ho Jaeon has woken up. The brotherly feud has not been resolved yet, so how can this old man leave here? You want to run away, right? Lamb physician of the righteous sect, let me give you a nice, peaceful grave. Ignoring his arrogant appearance, Shimbek groaned and crawled to the Hai Nam sect's disciples. He tried to use his weak and old body to make him feel sorry for him and give up his life. Previous Jang Ho Jaeon is so tired of hearing those lies. I have made too many mistakes for so long, please spare me my life. It's too late. Jang Ho Jaeon angrily waved his fist to let him escape sooner. My Shimbek's life will end like this. Why are there so many flowers I haven't picked yet? There's no way. Old man the thief had to close his eyes to endure that rage. The sound of the crash showed that Jang Ho Jaeon was very angry as he no longer knew what his brother was like now. But strangely enough, God had mercy on him. It's a pity to give Shimbek a chance. The fist that was deflected to one side was due to the Hai Nam sect's disciples trying to stay awake. No death happened and he himself did not want to create bad karma for himself. Being possessed by the desire to kill means becoming someone like you, so I will restrain myself. You must endure the punishment that will soon torment you until the end. Go away. Having finished speaking, Jang Ho Jaeon left to check on the survivors. Perhaps this is the reason why Shimbek always likes to join the political faction. There is altruism there, but not gentle, strong but not cruel. There are also strong men that many people truly admire, but why can't Shimbek be like them? From the moment he met Namgung Jo when he was still young. As a child, he recognized it but stubbornly denied it. It was the boy that year who enlightened that idea, but he did not care to respond. Too many tasks made Shimbek become a wrong person. Traveled thousands of miles. Just because of his reputation and delusion, that good opportunity passed away like his youth. The medical man Shimbek had his hand amputated just after turning 90. Just realized what he wants as a person. Jang Ho Jaeon now has a different desire after experiencing the fierceness of the gangsters. He sees too many people who are having to sacrifice for righteous path. Before, when I read my senior brother's letter, I couldn't believe it. Indeed, he was right. This world is so vast that it is impossible to know. Just like that, everything became so everything went well. The students of the White Dojo were safely brought back to the martial arts school. Namgung Mae was also among them, and now after 7 nights he woke up. When he opened his eyes, there was a shadow. Black walked in, making him scared. Having experienced life and death hundreds of times, caution cannot be ignored. Young Master Namgung lurked at the door to see if he was an enemy. Will take action immediately. The door creaked and someone gently walked inside. There was no need to wait for Namgung Mae to shake his fist to replace the question of who the other person was. Poof, a throbbing feeling moved from each finger to his tired shoulders after the battle. It seemed like someone very familiar, and it also had a very pleasant smell. When he raised his head, Namgung Mae was startled to realize that she was the beautiful young lady Ah Rin. Both screamed in surprise after nearly a year of not seeing each other again. Seeing her future husband, Ah Rin panicked and dropped the bowl of hot soup just wasted time cooking. She hugged the man in her arms so strongly that blood spewed out of her mouth. As if forgetting that small pain, Ah Rin muttered under her breath that this is her fault. Then she ran away shouting to inform everyone that the handsome young master Namgung had woken up. In the next room, the snake class along with the fire dragon sword sister had also suddenly missed their meal. They ate deliciously. They all ran to check to see if there were any after effects and then kept asking about them non-stop. If it weren't for the fifth son of the Namgung family, perhaps they would be in an unknown place. It's a certain decision. Everyone wants to use their hearts to repay the favor of saving lives. Eat this meat soaked in mustard. Do you want me to give you acupuncture? Why does that bastard always do such things? Let others worry all the time. When the whole class was having fun like that, Jang Ho Jaeon in the bed next to him also woke up. Please stop because I know everyone's boundless joy. People. But you guys need to go outside because this teenager hasn't fully recovered yet. After that, everyone silently bowed their heads and returned to their meals. It's great that you have brothers like that. For the first time, young knight saw you quite coldly, as if you were the loneliest person in the world. Namgung Mae, no? Explain a lot. Why did you bring me here and what about that old man? Jang Ho Jaeon laughed with delight at that expression and then gradually recounted the story. Shim Beck turned himself into the martial arts alliance. He confessed his crimes and is now locked up in Hu Sin Cave. As a punishment. As for the young knight, he woke up after a week. Namgung Mae enthusiastically asked, "Where is that masked person?" "I don't know either, they disappeared with the sword master and after that there was no sound." It's true that there was some suspicion, like at that time because they were so busy punching each other that no one paid attention. In his subconscious, the male protagonist knew that there was another person wearing a mask like Master Ryu Yin and the Black Orchid. While contemplating, suddenly the Hai Nam sect disciple bowed his head to express his gratitude. Deep gratitude. Thank you very much, young knight. I have realized that being a martial artist requires strength. That must be the case to stand up and fight for justice for this wanderer. If not thanks to him, he died meaninglessly because of his persistent belief. Each sentence reminded Namgung Mae to return to his past self. Perhaps from the way he sees himself, he helped him without knowing the reason. So a large order of evil forces was stopped after the efforts of young Master Namgung and his friends. Young Master is a benefactor, so if there is anything I can do to help, please tell me. In the immediate future, our male lead will have to recuperate but still need to interrogate Shim Beck. Jang Ho Jaeon immediately understood that this teenager definitely wanted to know the news. Somewhere, the scene changed to an unknown forest. Executioner Ju Duk Hwa was tirelessly running back and forth with a depressed expression. He shouted, "What the hell kind of place is this? Why do we keep returning to the starting point after wandering for a week? Even though I'm a strong man, the sword master has extremely bad direction. Don't tell me I'm trapped in some bastard's magic formation." He was so bitter that he didn't know where to let it go, so he punched straight into the root of a huge old tree right next to him. In order to save an innocent person, he was hit by a black plum blossom. Did he add poison to it, causing Ju Duk Hwa to lose direction? The huge tree fell to the ground with a loud bang. And then at this moment the Dragon Master's eyes became surprised when he saw the person standing behind. It turned out that Master Ryu Yin was not. I don't know why they sit and eat cucumbers without saying a word. The relationship between the two is so deep that they constantly face each other in unforeseeable situations. Previously Master Ryu Yin also received news from martial arts Min Min. The blue-clothed man's incident related to the Bloodflame single ring is indeed a bit naive. An honest person has all kinds of crimes. What does that mean? After reading the news, the master sent back what he had done to let the leader know. The mass production of Tang Mon in Sichuan had been intercepted. The mission to distribute medicinal pills had been planned. Under control. Everything seems to be over. Perhaps the kids are waiting very much. Ryu Yin purposely sets off to martial arts league. He feels impatient because the most important student is Namgung Mae was nowhere to be seen. The distance from the capital to Hebei was too far, not in a day or two. It took the third day to go through the forest and mountains because he was tired, so the master I had to take a break. I'm a human being, not a machine, I should probably rest and eat. I had just finished making 2 pieces of cucumber when, coincidentally, the dragon master came. One walked without stopping and the other ran around for 7 days and 7 nights. Both of their fates were cruel, but it was lucky that they met each other. Ju Duk Hua cried as if I met the Buddha's epiphany and saved my life to get out of this chaotic maze. The 2 masters talked about everything about getting lost. Your ability to find your way is really bad. From here it's a 2-hour walk to the Tam family's manor or about 5 minutes if we fly. The time is so short that it makes the dragon master bitter. Yet I've been struggling here for more than a week. If it wasn't that plum orchid bastard, he would know your hand. Master Ryu Yian recognized his subordinate and mentioned if it was the person using the cross sword who went with Namgung Mae, right? Each member of the Black Flower Giant has meaning to Master Ryu Yian. Everyone was taught by the master, and during the main demon war, the master was also very sad when each member died. Initially, the Black Orchid was brought back from the orphanage and accepted into the Black Orchid. During a training session, he killed a giant brown bear on the grounds that it had attacked yourself first. It's normal for animals to protect their territory, but you also have to admire the martial arts of orchids. Master Ryu Yian always has the most thorough insight whenever his subordinates do something, whether that's right or wrong. It's fighting to protect those little dogs, I can't blame you. Your strength depends on the flexibility of your body and wrist joints, so the sword this would be more suitable than a basic sword. With her talent, Orchid doesn't care much. It has reason to think so because any type of sword can be used if left-handed. I know, but the multiple sword is different because it can adjust the length, so use it with the thought of cutting instead of cutting it off. Then after that he can do everything without requires too much teaching. In the eyes of others, it can be a killer, but in the eyes of orchids, it is like a gentle, flexible silk. No one understands black orchids like Master Ryu Yian because every day he got to watch that child grow up. If it was someone else, the master would probably be so worried that he would forget to sleep and eat to find his disciple. And if it were that child, it would be a matter of handing over Namgung Mae to him. The hand is also very light. Speaking of the male lead, right now he is chatting with Hai Nam sect disciples about many issues. The main point that Jang Ho Jaeon wants to say is that the demonic religion has now strengthened. The power is too great. The distribution of blood inflammation pills is an attempt to attract martial artists to serve in forming an army. With a short understanding, they all think that that thing is a holy medicine class. It can be simply understood, those people have bottomless greed, so they obviously agree to use it. Or maybe they also know about the side effects but still deliberately use it. There must be something to make the martial artists focus on fighting for the blood inflammation uniron. After absorbing it, Jang Ho Jaeon noticed a voice commanding Shim Bek in his head. He had a hard time regaining consciousness by pecking on his head, but he couldn't deny it like it was a strong desire. Surely the blue-clothed man could do it because he was also a martial arts master. What about magic? Is there any chance that person will know the specific location of the magic cult? Talking about this, no one dares to confirm. After many rounds of questioning by the Martial Arts Alliance, it seems that he does not know that much. The largest unit transporting the blood inflammation uniron is the Standing Force. Early Sichuan. The young master of Tang Mon even personally appeared to escort the most important goods. Namgung Mae deepened her chain and thought. Tang Wei Ju has the ability to connect with the demonic cult. Did you find anyone around my age in that basement? Although the Martial Arts Alliance investigated Shim Bek's manor, we did not hear anyone say anything back. Tang Wei Ju was not dead but was knocked unconscious due to being exposed to the poisonous brooch of the Black Orchid. Namgung Mae remembers clearly because at that time he intended to kill him instead of sparing his life after the warning. Someone must have secretly saved that bastard, but it's very unlikely because most of them are alive. Are all people of the Martial Arts Alliance? It was completely dark, and in the gloomy night Ashtree was having a hard time with his job as a physician. It turned out that he was the one who secretly snuck into the warehouse and brought young master of the Tang sect, Go. Black Orchids had previously reported help, so fortunately no one found out about this. It's not yet known if there will be treatment or not, but the two of them plan to temporarily score point to keep Tang Wei-ju unconscious for a while. However, is this method okay? What if he wakes up and goes crazy? Moreover, the boy is also a descendant of the Tang sect. If they take revenge 100 times over, he will leave his mother. Ash Tree looked at the orchid and asked why he was forced to bring this person here. That kid was the one who directly escorted the goods to the blue-clothed man Shim Bek's manor. Black Orchid thought he would definitely know a lot of information related to the rise of demonism. The person who disappeared from 100,000 mountains 20 years ago has always been a mystery and the curiosity of the Black Flower Eagle members. Putting that aside for now, Ash Tree felt very surprised when facing his teammates. In the current situation, after the Great War of Demons, how could the people of the Black Flower be so seriously injured? Understanding that feeling, the Black Orchid doesn't hide anything from Ash Tree. He said directly that he had a fight with the Black Plum Blossom and the Wind Tun Tun Vu Sword Ju Duk Hua. When he was still working at the Black Plum Blossom organization is said to be hiding and looking for people to carry out the leader's top secret orders without having to listen to the martial artists themselves. Afterwards, because the story was too top secret, the two climbed up to the roof to conveniently breathe in the fresh air. Orchid asked Ash Tree for information regarding the Black Plum Blossom. To say the least, I haven't heard any news about him since the Black Plum Blossom dissolved. It can be easily said that that person is an unknown among all the members. You probably know that guy doesn't even talk to anyone except our leader. What a bastard at that time, I even heard him say that he would become the new leader of the Black Flower Giant. It sounded a bit unbelievable, but Ash Tree was also surprised that no one would dare to say that. He began pondering over the situation and the reason why Plum Blossom wanted to be boss. Could it be that he joined the demon sect? In that case it would make sense because I don't know anything. However, it's a guess. Guess there will be many variables at play in this. That guy is not an easy person to become a disciple, is there some reason? The Black Plum Flower mentioned that he had found a new owner and the orchid continued to tell the story. Hearing this, Ash Tree immediately asked for permission to interrogate the son of the Tang family to know more about the situation. I'll let him do this kind of work for you, so let a professional do it, right? Return to Hebei City, the main headquarters of the Martial Arts League, at the training area in Namgung Mae class, relaxing and enjoying the fresh weather of Tet. Actually, you're thinking about Tang Wei-ju's disappearance at Shim Bek's manor. The wind is still too cold. Shouldn't you go back to bed so I can hug you? Keep it warm or what? Yu Ah Ren, a member of the cat class, has to come by every day to ask questions. My young master immediately came here to repay you. The gang will never forget the kindness that I received. Not only those two, but also the other members of the snake class. In addition to the students, the Fire Dragon Sword is the senior sister who is still at the White Dojo recuperating. After confirming that the younger brother was safe, Namgung Son wanted to ask for more information. The main story here was the disappearance without a trace of senior brother Namgung Il. This incident made Namgung Mae sad. Feeling sad because of his helplessness, he got his senior brother involved, so he thought he was dead. There was no one there to witness it. It was impossible, the Fire Dragon Sword shouted. Our senior brother is a genius who has reached a transcendent realm. Why is it not me but him who suffers? Morang Bo felt warm wishes for his friend, so he stood up to help. Please stop, he is going through a very difficult time right now. Namgung Mae can do it, what do I get? If the teaching assistant can't fight back, what can we expect? Running away with the Namgung family name is something we cannot accept. Dear young lady, you have a spirit. Stronger and more outstanding warrior than anyone else. Even though I'm a real sister, I won't sit still and watch you insult my husband. So both men, the terrible lady was about to fight about criticizing Namgung Mae's weakness. I really considered it from her perspective, but I'm sorry. Suddenly the male lead spoke up. He was talking about what happened before. If I fell into the abyss, the culprits were the blood demon twins. If I told anyone else, no one would know anything, but the old men Young Nog and Young Ing wouldn't be strange. I'm talking about martial artists who came out of ghosts and possessed ghosts. Has my godlike movements reached the state of being speechless? After hearing that, Fire Dragon Sword felt dumbfounded. If he wasn't lying, it would be reasonable for senior brother to have an accident. Our family. Thinking that you and your senior brother were kidnapped, you acted accordingly, but now where is Namgung-il's body? Namgung Mae was not there when he was killed, and you just assumed that your senior brother was dead, right? I don't dare to confirm. This makes the Fire Dragon Sword have no direction to investigate the matter, to investigate the cause. Everyone only listened to Namgung Mae's words because there was no one there to testify. There were no people at the scene, but only the arm that was chopped off by Young Ying remained. I took this too lightly. Not only was the senior brother harmed, but the problem was even more serious. How could the Fire Dragon Sword alone be able to solve the problem? She thought it was necessary to merge with the Thien team to notify the homeowner who was at home waiting for news. The decision was made despite the injuries to both sisters. Namgung will have to pack his luggage immediately. Compared to his female appearance, Namgung Seon has a tough personality that no one can stop. The male lead's friends only know how to stay silent because of the gang. They know this is just something in someone else's house. It's normal for animals to protect their territory, but you also have to admire the martial arts of orchids. Black Plum Blossom safely escaped from the Sword Master and stayed in this place all the time, not daring to go anywhere. Before leaving the Central Plains, he informed Shimbek, but when he arrived, the old man was nowhere to be found. I sent him a voice message to urge him. Even though he was under the influence of the medicine, there should be no problem. That guy who belongs to the demon sect thinks that the old prostitute's reputation is really strong, right? It's okay to lose a puppet. Without a sister he still has a younger brother. He is confident without Shimbek. Black Plum Blossom didn't say anything because he had just joined the demon sect and did not have any position, title, or benefits. For now, just listen to the instructions first. Thousands of soldiers have been approved by the demon sect. For many years, perhaps the most secret matter of raising troops to take over the Central Plains is the medicinal pills combined with the Chaos Demon spell will create perfect warriors. When going to the battlefield, there is definitely no need to doubt our loyalty and aggressiveness. The army is temporarily a bit small. In just a little more time we will complete the great goal of the leader. The story continued to be extended when the Black Plum Flower asked about samples. Everything is ready. You can rest assured that they are all one-of-a-kind selections. If that's the case, then I probably have to go and report this information to that person. After saying that, he immediately disappeared into the night, leaving the other guy alone. So the main battle is about to come to a climax. I really don't know what martial arts will prepare to help. This is also the right time to wake up the kidnapped children and brainwash them to be the vanguard of the demonic religion. The truth: Namgung-il's death is still unclear after disappearing with the twin demons. Actually, he never lost his life. He was just brought here to become a drug experiment. Deep in a cave of the 100,000 Great Mountains, we entered a spacious area arranged. The air was quite cold and there were many young men and women lying under the stone bed. Among them is the eldest son of the Namgung family, who is said to become the head of the family in the future. Another day has passed, looking so sad for the fifth son of the Namgung family. You're still there, tormenting himself for causing his senior brother to lose his arm. His life and death are unknown. There are only two people, Yu Ah Rin and Ah Joan, who always care and follow closely. The young master looks so painful, even though I like his usual kindness, but right now it's probably the best. But why is the young knight my benefactor and I'm in love with Lady Ah Rin? Ah Joan tried to suppress the feeling of blaming himself for being such a bastard that he dared to like Namgung Mae's lover. Then the two of them fell silent when they saw the four people of the snake class coming from somewhere. What the hell are you thinking? Why did you leave without saying a word to us? Eun Ryong is the leader of the group and quickly calmed down. Little strategist, please calm down. There must be a reason that's hard to say. How could J Gal Mi be like that? She kept shouting and blaming her indifference, by Namgung Mae. Even at old man Shim Bek's hand-washing ceremony, he brutally knocked us out. Normally, I would object to these crude words, but now you're right, One Pyo spoke up. That personality makes me want to punch him. The brothers incident is not the first accident. After the bad thing happened with teaching assistant Il, you should have sought help from him. Big or at least the snake class. Namgung Mae doesn't care if that's the case, then it won't change anything. My senior brother is dead. What can you guys do to help with a little strength? There? The layer of snakes seemed to have something blocking their throats. Everyone fell silent. Calm down a bit. Your skill in acupuncture won't help in battle. And you as a scoundrel monk who loves girls the most at Shaolin Temple, the cradle of martial arts. And he also considers himself the brightest star in the night but is just an unexperienced youth. Only the mat to the ground. I was thinking of cursing Murong Bo, but he was wiser, so he gently interrupted the scolding. Young Master Namgung apologizes, but I understand your loss. Perhaps the person you're most upset about right now is yourself, right? Until now I haven't told anyone about losing my big brother. He tried to protect me and lost because I was too weak and cowardly. I also blame myself. Like myself at the moment, but now someone has helped me get over it a bit. Murong Bo was silent for a long time but didn't want to tell the details of the story of me pretending to be the eldest son of the Murong family. After that, I said frankly that the person who made me feel relieved was the fifth son of the Namgung family. Through the match with you, I saw myself in the past. The way my big brother looked at me was the same as you looked at me. Please rest assured that teaching assistant Il will not be a narrow-minded person to blame. These words are like medicine to heal Namgung Mae down to every cell. Above all, what Murong Bo once said, that the snake class is not a dumbbell but a friend of the male lead. Also from this incident, we can see that the Murong family's son is truly talented in persuading and manipulating the psychology of vulnerable people. At the same time, the two dragon and snake masters were speeding to return to the martial arts world. On the way, the dragon master was a bit skeptical and did not believe that the snake master would know the way. People do not believe in feelings. Is my navigation officer or the saber star? We will arrive after passing the mountain ahead, Ryu Yian said while flying. Ju Duk Hua didn't dare to talk anymore and just taciturnly followed behind him. Very quickly, in less than 5 minutes, the Dragon Master's happy face returned to its original state. The martial arts master appeared right in front of his eyes, as if he hadn't come home for 7 years. Both of them set foot in the dojo and immediately went to the dormitory. Perhaps they were very worried about their beloved disciples who had to go through so many dangers. After the story of Namgung Mae didn't know if the boy left, but he only saw 4 people eating and drinking deliciously. With sleepless eyes and a skinny appearance, how could anyone be mistaken for anyone else? The whole class of snakes dropped their chopsticks, ran to greet Master Ryu Yian. On the first day, no one believed that person was Master Ryu Yian, but now he is close to him as a father. As for the Dragon Master, there is a bit of sadness because his temper is quite erratic in rain, sun, and wind. Where have you been and what are you doing now? It's already late to return. You stupid disciple doesn't even know what a difficult time I've been through. How much do I know? The child was very happy, but whose idea was it that he wanted to leave the dojo like that? The whole class quickly let go of the master so he could breathe instead of suffocating to death. This problem is very dangerous and still exists. Related to the demonic sect that was destroyed many years ago. No one dared to say anything. Normally they wouldn't pay attention, but the master's face looked so serious. This is not as small as fighting with Luke Lam Camp often escorts the caravan. Team leader Un Ryong was so upset that she shouted that she knew full well that the demon religion had returned. Why could we stand aside and watch our friends go in? It's dangerous. One Pyo jumped in and told me that the snake class had found Namgung Mae, teacher. To gain credibility, the boy quickly glanced up to the second floor and saw an old man near his room. Fellow student. Excuse me, please call Namgung Mae, who is sleeping inside. What kind of friends are so bored that it's disgusting to talk about worrying about each other? He directly said that the injured young guest had already packed his bags and left since last night. That's it. The male lead's destiny to meet Master Ryu Yian again was lost. We promised each other not to be apart, but now the 4 people of the solid class have to pack up and go find friends again. Although he was very grateful for the encouragement of J Gal Mi, Un Ryong, One Pyo and Murong Bo, he could not rest assured. His senior brother's life was at a crossroads, regretting it when he did not help. Made Namgung Mae impatient. He remembered the words of his older sister whose last name was Namgung. No one ran away and left behind relatives. As a direct member of the family, he cowardly shied away from responsibility. It's not possible. So the male lead himself wrote a new story on his journey to find his big brother. Will all issues related to witchcraft be removed? Please press the subscribe button to the channel. Please look forward to the newest parts with me.